We have some more.
Mm, 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 mm. Hey, Letitia, happy Friday. Kira, what's going on? Girl, I still got a lot to talk about. Every time I put the link in, before I get to my point, the topic change. So that's one of the reasons why I might be up here for a while before I drop the link. I make mistakes when I drop that link too early, okay? Because I haven't gotten to any of the points that I was trying to make yesterday before people came up and kind of just threw everything off. It was kind of, I'm not sure if y'all noticed, but when a few people came up and they was talking, I was just silent. I was trying to figure out what they saying, even though they were talking about the same person. I was talking about. It's almost like, I guess when I'm talking, people not understanding what I'm saying. I don't know. Are they just not listening? Okay. And then, like, a woman came up and she threw me off. And then a guy came up to, like, he wasn't listening to her. Ashton dumb as fuck, though. Y'all know I support people. I support them. They're on YouTube, right? And they have their panels. They open their panels so people could go up and have conversations. That's what I support. Now, as far as anything other than that, these niggas dumb. These niggas dumb. Okay. Ashton will be over there and I'll come up and he'll start saying some shit that's not fucking true right in your face. And sometimes I'll be thinking, is he purposely lying? But no, I think he just dumb. That's what I have assessed. At first I was like, hey, most of these men are liars. Then I stopped doing that, right? I stopped judging them right off the bat because I realized that some of them are just fucking stupid. They stupid. So what I do is now I give them some leeway, right? I'll tell them, hey, that's not right. I even will show them a link and prove to them that what they said isn't right. And they will still, the very next moment somebody else come up, they revert back to what they were saying prior. So those are the stupid ones, and that's Ashton. Ashton is stupid. Um, the thing I like about Jay Prince is you can show him something, and as long as he he will seep it in. He will seep it in his own way, but but that could be a problem because if he's seeping in what I say, and then somebody comes right behind me, even after I've proven whatever I was saying, somebody come right behind me and give him another way of looking at it without giving any proof, then he's conflicted. And so he'll revert back and who it's like people don't have filters, right? You learn something new and you adjust. You adjust to that in which you learn new. And then you gotta make it make sense, right? It have to make sense because then you can really understand the new information, right? You kind of relate it to your life or somebody you know. But if you can't do that, then you'll forget what you have already learned, what you just learned. You'll forget it. Um, and somebody else will be able to come up and just say anything. And you know, these men don't know each other, but they're taking advice from each other. Ergo, my title, Lessons Learned by and from Fools. By and from fools. And we're going to talk about um, Auston Holleman. And for those of you who are new, you may not know who that name is. So I'm going to just give you a little bit of history, right? Hey, Renee, Kira, Letitia, we got East Dad in the house. What's going on? He look concerned, y'all, but it's okay, baby. Just stick around. You'll get the gist of it. M. Mills said, good afternoon to Bomb Cherry in the chat. Mr. Music says, happy Friday. Good to see you, Kira. Lena Love, what's going on? Mr. Music said, it's chill out. He chilling out today, baby. So hopefully when I put the link in, he'll come up, Yeah, we got a lot to talk about, y'all. We got a lot. Now, lessons learned uh by foods and from foods. Foods teaching other people. And how does that work out? Like if I'm a dummy and I got a whole lot of people listening to me and learning from me, then I am essentially teaching them nothing, right? I'm teaching them actually how to just be a confident, dumb me, right? Which I kind of proved yesterday. Depending on how late you was here, you heard a whole conversation between me and a guy and the things that were coming out of his mouth. Now I know sometimes things I say might seem confusing depending on who I'm talking to, but you got to know how to follow the conversation, right? And if you're not following the conversation like I am with these dummies, then you may even misinterpret what I'm saying. But you got to understand, I am talking to someone. I'm communicating back and forth. We having a conversation. And just as quick as they change the topic, I follow them, right? And sometimes, though, when I realize they will drive it into a whole nother world that doesn't even exist, then I pull it back. I'll try to pull it back, right? So yesterday, somebody said that there used to be slaves that made money. Slaves. They would, and so I mentioned, okay, what kind of slave are you talking about? And because I then informed him that anybody who if you work for somebody and they pay you, they give you something for a service, that could be considered a slave. In fact, indentured slavery, that meant that I provide a service for something. Or maybe I owe you. Like in Africa, the way it would work is maybe our tribe ended up getting something from another tribe. Let's say crops. But we had nothing really to trade. So the tribal king, queen, whoever in charge, right? They may say, okay, for your crops that's going to help feed my tribe, we're going to have some strong, healthy young men come to your tribe and help build you some huts. I don't know. I'm just coming up with anything, right? And and possibly we're gonna have some women who are going to make you some clothing. And so we call that bartering today, right? Where you give me something, I give you something in return. It also could be called a job. It also be called a job. And so that's important for us to know. So I was like, okay, if you're talking about um that type of slavery, then okay. So I kept asking him, are you talking about that type of slavery? Like what type of slaves you think that was actually making money? He told me to just look it up, look it up. I said, okay, I'll look it up, but just tell me what type of slavery are you talking about? Because see that if they're not informed, they hear things and then to them it makes sense. But see, that makes zero sense to me, somebody who has common sense. It makes zero sense that a slave was making money. Okay? If we so I just kept trying to get him to lock it down. Like, what kind of slavery you talking about? Are you talking about us as black people when they came and took us? Like, are you talking about those slaves? And he wouldn't kind of lock it down. So then I pulled up something, and the title said that there were slaves that made money. Y'all, for those of you who was here, I pulled it up, and there was some shit that said that, right? So I didn't inform him. Okay, let's look at this source. I see where it come from. Something called history, something something. Right now, I can buy a website domain name, y'all. I can actually call myself usgovernment.com. If nobody else have that, then I could buy it. I could put African history.com, .net, .newsletter, all kinds of shit. There's only a couple of things that I cannot buy, and that's .gov. And there's a few others, that other countries have set aside for themselves. So I don't know if these men know that or not. I don't know if they know this, like on a large scale. But yes, a website is just anything. I could have a website and put anything I fucking want on it, and I can make stories up. And by the way, books as well. I could write a book, make up all kinds of stories that'll be exciting, and it'll seem like it's factual, and you know what I mean, and put it out there, and somebody read it, and then next thing you know, they're talking about, oh yeah, there used to be a time when there was a family who lived on the bayou in Louisiana, and the family, everybody from the mom to the baby knew how to fight alligators, and they knew how to wrestle alligators, and it was just a thing that they used to do. Like, if I write that and put that in a book, somebody will read it, and in 5 years, 10 years, and farther, people will believe that that's a fact. I don't know why do people think just because it's in a fucking book. Like, just because it's in a book don't make it so. There's only certain books that you might rely on, but you're not going to rely on just because you found a book from me. And see, oh, Jesus. It even got to where this conversation yesterday was so ridiculous. So anyway, I went to the website, I pulled it up, and I read what they said. And it was confirming what he had said. Right? That's what happened. What he had said is what they were confirming. And then I started to break this down to make sense. And I said, how could, based on what that website said, the website said that the slave would approach other slave masters and offer to do jobs for them for money. That's what that website said. An actual factual slave who have an owner, that this slave would go to another master who and say, hey, and this is what Vic said. Vic said, yeah, because they was off on Sundays, like the slaves was off on Sundays, and I don't know where he get that fucking shit from. Right? I don't know where he got that from, but Vic said they was off on Sunday, so the slave, what he would do, bomb, is he would see another slave master and offer his service to him for some money. And the website the website said this slave would offer his services. He didn't mention nothing about Sundays or nothing like that. The website didn't say that, but the website said yes, they would offer their services and get money. And I was like, what? So I broke it down. If I am a slave, I'm not even a person. If I am if I am a black man who's doing the hardship, the work, I can't even walk up to a white man and say shit to him. I cannot offer him my services. I can't look him in his eyes. Where am I offering my service at? Did I run away from the plantation, walking around freely, looking for work? Is that what happened? That don't make no sense. So if you unfamiliar with history and in your mind you conflating today's time where a black person can freely wake up and go and search for work, then you are ridiculous, because that is not what was happening back then. That was plantations where these men and women were chained together. I know they show us something different. They show us something where there was all these happy black people in fields, and they was picking that cotton and singing fucking songs, and everybody had the cadence going, and everybody was happy and good. And then afterwards they took breaks, water breaks, and then you know what I mean, and they got to eat and everything like that. But there was a lot of slaves that died from just not being fed. If they didn't think these people were human, it's all about making the money. They're giving them the little, the odds and ends, which we already know about, right? We know that most of our dishes come from the shit that they thought was slop for real. They really was throwing that out. They didn't think that part of the animal was anything good. So it got thrown away, and then black people had to cook that. Now think about that shit. Does that sound like a group of people who was trying to feed their slaves to keep them healthy? Or does that sound like, hey, I'm going to feed them. They're going to have to, this is the slop, and they got to figure it out. That's right. It was ridiculous having that conversation yesterday. But what's worse is there are websites that just say anything, and these dumb men and some women, because if they see it, they believe it too. If somebody wrote about it, they believe it too, especially when it's something that you want to believe. When it's something that fits your narrative, you could pick it up. Yeah, and it reinforces whatever narrative you have. Then yes, people want to believe it. Right? I feel so like I feel so I don't even know how to feel about generations coming up. It seems like maybe the Zennials and the hopefully the alphas, they so young right now, we don't know what's up with them. But um if so, as long as people teach the alphas how they need to make sure that the information that they're reading has been validated, and they understand that it's just a person's side of the story. Okay, hopefully they teach them that they cannot judge what's going on today, what will be going on when they are adults. Cause y'all gonna hate that shit. Y'all gonna hate that shit. You know? Y'all y'all gonna hate when somebody tell you, well, you don't know what you're talking about, because in your time it was that way. And you're gonna be like, what the hell? When they start acting like they invented something that you was doing in your mom was doing, your grandma was doing, they gonna act like, nah, there's no way you can understand because mm, you ain't have that when you was born with it. See, my generation was born with technology, but we were the first to use it. We were the creators of it. When you tell us we don't know something about some shit we created, that's the weirdest thing. They're gonna be a generation that gonna tell you you don't know nothing about what you're talking about when you're the first generation to be born with it. Like you the first ones that grow up with computers already in your homes. Some of you don't even know nothing about not having a cell phone. You may have never even seen a pay phone. Nobody ever told you to keep a dime in your pocket in case of emergencies so you can make a call. Or should I say a quarter, depending on how old you are. I remember when it was a dime. Okay. Um, but anyway, back to the thing. It'll be your turn. And some of y'all learning that already, right? Especially these men. I'm watching them. In fact, some of it I provoked. Some of it I provoke on purpose. See, I know people, some of these men will think that I'm stupid, but man, the the setup was easy because the nigga's dumb. It was easy for me to hit up the younger man and tell him, hey, why are you listening to that old fool? That old fool trying to keep the women away from you. That old fool just told you that the young women is not for you, but the young women is for them. Now we got the men who now in their 30s and shit who want to go back to women in their 20s. They want to play that trick with the young men too. You see the circle of how it works? And then they try to blame it on us women, though. They try to blame it on us women. But anyway, let me get back on the slavery thing, because see, I can make all kinds of little conversations we have in this space. I can make it all relate to what I'm saying. And sometimes I do that, right? You see how quickly I went to younger, older men talking about younger women, right? But that's how this shit work in this space. Like we have fools teaching fools, and the reason that the younger people end up being fools is because they learning from fools. And even when they hear something that makes sense, they'll tell me, I'm not making sense. The hell you mean I'm not making sense? Tell me how in the hell a slave who is not considered a person, who's not respected, who is just there to do work, how would they even be able to contract somebody to do a job for them? And and why would he get paid? See, some of these movies that we saw, if you realize these slave movies is where some of them get their information from. So you mean to tell me I watched 12 Years a Slave? I think that's what it's called, right? I watched 12 Years a Slave. I've seen Django, right? I've seen these goddamn movies. And I remember when the guy ended, he was stolen, and he was a great pianist, right? Now, y'all do understand that it's a story, and it's a story told, written. Somebody wrote it in a book. They made it into a movie. Does that make the movie true? Does it even make the whole story true? Yes, a man was stolen back into slavery. But y'all don't understand that there's a lot of things that were put into the movie and even into the book to make it interesting. Because it wasn't like it was somebody's um diary. They wrote a fucking book that would be the book had all types of things going in it to keep the reader's attention. And that doesn't mean that that shit happened like that. And in fact, most of the time, it'll be either we call fiction or nonfiction. Drama could be a mixture of the two. Just because it has some real events in it doesn't mean everything have real events. So let's go to the point when he's a pianist, right? A famous pianist who came up missing and nobody went looking for him. Nobody was found. He did have a family. Nobody went looking for him. Nobody tried to figure it out. And then wait, he was a pianist down south being rented out. And nobody heard about it. Nobody heard, oh, there's another black famous great pianist in the south. And nobody said, well, maybe that's my dad, maybe that's my husband, maybe that's my friend who worked with me at this venue when he was a pianist. So I remember, if I'm correct, his master, like, he would have people come over and he would play. I don't know if it was the piano, the violin. I don't know which one it was, right? To be honest, I just know that I didn't like it was a good like thing where he was this great man, where the women was like, kill me, kill me. Like she been on that plantation with all them other fucking people for fucking years. But it just so happens that it was him that she, please, kill me, kill me. I can give me, kill me. And it just so happens that he was this great violinist, pianist, whatever. And the master thought he was so great that, when he would play for people, he would give him a coin. Here you go. Take this money, nigga. Even though you can't spend it nowhere because you ain't got no rights to go nowhere to spend nothing, and you ain't got no rights to have nothing. And the money is for me, really, because I can just keep it all because you ain't nothing but property. But I'm gonna hand you over this nickel. Here you go, nickel, nigga. Here you go. I know I made like $80, but here go this nickel. And then now there's a whole website saying that slaves made money. Girl, I'm lost too. Girl, the whole look, I watched the movie and there's just so much that made no sense. Did it keep you up and watching and wanting to know what's gonna happen next? Yes. Yes. But I don't know. Maybe I should get the book and because I never read the book. I heard it came from a book. I don't know. I don't even know if it came from a book. I heard that it did though. But you don't remember the woman? You don't remember the one woman? The that very pretty actress from Africa, Lapita. I think that's her name, Lapita. She played the woman who was begging him to kill her. Remember, she was the mistress. At least she was the when the master would have sex with her, and the wife was so jealous of just her. And apparently the husband loved her. Now, if this woman wasn't charming, trying to charm this man, we talk about the master, right? She hated him, hated his touch and everything. What is it about her that made him love her so much that he would even disrespect his wife for just her? Because it sounds more like, if that's the type of husband he is, the slave master he is, he probably having sex with all of them in the way he want. But the storyline was more making it seem like he was doing something to this particular woman. Now remember, if this is a story about a man, then how did they enter all these other characters in there? How did this man really know this is how she felt? And this, y'all know this, these movies, these niggas are dumb. These niggas dumb. They so dumb. So dumb. So um how do he know the inner workings of how these other slaves thought? Because it's a movie and you can take liberties of adding new characters and new depth. You can and so Hollywood, there you go, Letitia. Hollywood. And Nana said it. The movies had to downplay what actually happened because that's the only way people would be accepting of watching it, especially white people. And y'all notice there was always a white hero in a slave movie. It's always a white person who was the hero, the hero. They never made nobody else a hero. There was all kinds of people who was working along slaves, but it's always this lone white man. Cause back in the day, that's the only person who really truly had power, right? Was a white man. So, but this white man happened to be working along with the slaves. And even then, did y'all notice that he wasn't working with them? He was working separate of them. Y'all ain't see where he was working, looked like he was building a house. Like as if they hired one white man to build the fucking house. They ain't never showed no black men really working around him. And I remember when they had to have him make money. You know why they had to have him make money, even though we know that shit possibly never happened? Because he offered to pay. Remember, I think he offered a few people money to help him get out of captivity. Didn't he get ripped off by a group of people? They ended up whipping his ass. See, that's why they had to have him make money. Because what would he be able to offer someone to help him? Hey, I got some money. I got some gold coins. Hey, I got this, I got that. If you just help me. Can you pass along this note, sir? Can you pass along this note? I just need you to get this note to Philadelphia to my family. And what I got for you, nigga? What you got for me? Well, I got this little piece of money right here. You know, he could have just took that money from that slave. Could have just took his fucking money, which they did, but they had to dramatize it, right? They had to make it seem like he just got scammed. But really, any white man could have said, "What you doing with that money, nigga? Give it to me. Take it." What he was gonna do? Call the police? He was gonna call the police? Hey, police! He robbed me. Ooh, Lord. Ooh, Lord. Yeah, Lord, Lord, Lord. Anyway, so yesterday we talking and it goes all off, right? And so these men will say one thing and then I challenge them and then before you know it, they done pushed it to another place and I'm like, hey, but you said this. Let's deal with this. Oh, well, I didn't really mean that. And I'm like, dude, that don't make sense. I explain why it don't make sense. And then they'd be like, okay, yeah, you're right. Some of them, it'll be over, right? It'll be over because I taught them something and they possibly, hopefully, will move on. And when somebody else say that stupid shit, he'll be able to say, well, that's not true. That don't even make sense. But some of the men, even when they go to, you prove them wrong, they move to a whole nother area. Like, for instance, Ashton yesterday. Okay. Ashton was up here and Ashton, every time Ashton comes up or I go in his path, he'll start making up some shit. Yeah, Bomb Cherry, remember when we used to go at each other? And I'm like, nigga, what? I keep telling him, like, dude, if He would be like, yeah, you used to be on my ass. I'd be like, no, I wasn't on your ass, dude. I'm cracking jokes because you was up there cracking jokes on me and anybody else. It was just jokes. Nah, bomb cherry. Nah, bomb cherry. Keep it, keep it. I stand on business. I stand on business. You don't, and bomb cherry, you don't go after so and so. I'm like, what do you mean I don't go after so and so? I wasn't really going after you. Why would I go after so and so? But you, that other person, you ain't say nothing. I'm like, dude, I crack jokes on him and you. Because both of y'all said the same thing, that you like your booty hole lick, that you let a woman lick your asshole. I said, and that shit was funny. And I said, I was always on my channel talking about both of y'all claiming that y'all let women lick your ass. I said, I said, so I said, but I wasn't on your neck. If you the one who said it. I repeated what you said. And then so yesterday, I'm not sure if y'all heard him when he came up and we was and the conversation, I forgot where we was in the conversation. He ended up telling me, Bomb Cherry, yeah, I was telling you about so and a certain person, and you just let her skate away. Like, what? Yeah, Bomb, you let her skate away. I said, dude, I ain't let nobody skate away. What you want me to do? He was talking about chocolate, y'all. I'm like, I ain't let nobody skate away. What you want me to do? I'm not the police. What you want me to go arrest them? Nah, Bob, I was standing on business. Nigga, what is you talking about? And then when Queen came up, hey, Raw Talk, she said, certified lover boy. Certified pedophile. Oh, you talking? Oh, man. Anyway, so his ass tripped me out, right? He always talking about stand on business. Queen came up and she informed us that, hey, what that he let a white man call her the B word, and he told her that, yeah, that's what he got a right to do that. And then he was like, because she did something to the white man. And then the proof was in the pudding. I didn't want to pull the proof up because I already knew he wasn't telling the truth. We just had to get him to, he'll say, well, she did attack. And then we're like, well, eventually she attacked. I'm like, well, she attacked after he attacked her? Well, yeah. He like, well, you got to listen to the whole thing. And she's like, yeah, he attacked me first a couple of times. You see? So this is what's happening in this space that we end up having fun in, I guess. And sometimes it's fun, to sit around idiots, because idiots can be real fun. But the one thing idiots cannot do is educate nobody on nothing. You ain't gonna learn nothing about your life, yourself, or nothing. The only thing I learned about myself by sitting around idiots is I have a lot of fucking patience, right? I used to be on this bitch really trying to educate because I really thought that it was a group of lost people, because I understand that some of these niggas is crackhead babies. So I was thinking, man, maybe they on the wrong path. I could bring my old ass around, become like they aunties and shit, and then I can set them on the right path so they can have a good, at least decent life. But no, I can't do that. I realized after so many years, and it took me a while now. It took me a while because I didn't want to give up on the black community. But I started to realize that no, now these niggas are clowns, right? They're fools. They want to be fools, and it's unfortunate. But Auston is a guy who hate women, black women in particular, and he'll deny it, but the problem is that every time he speaks, he's almost like that dude. What is his name? Damn, I can't think of his name. But the one who admits he was in jail for 20 years. These niggas get out of jail like Beanz, right? Lil Podcast. Lil Podcast is a nigga who admits certain things, and the things that he admit, if you listen to him, all of us women or any man with any common sense, you would know not to listen to a nigga like that, right? The nigga admits he been in jail, and so he's been hit in the head. He's had some accidents, and he's claustrophobic when he used to wasn't, but now he is. Shit like that. You realize, okay, he's mentally unstable. He just told us, right? And if you missed it, I mean, I could go and find it when this nigga told us when when he explained to Sharon all the shit he been through, self inflicted, of course, right? Nobody feels sorry for a nigga who been through certain things where he inflicted that upon himself. You could tell me that you went to jail for 20 years. I'm not gonna feel sorry for you, right? You can inform us that's where you've been. Thank you for telling us. But we don't feel sorry for you. And now we are gonna use the information that you gave us to assess that you are stupid and that something is wrong with you mentally. Because number one, why are you on the internet bragging about your crimes when nobody asked you? See, Lil Podcast don't know that he's fucking crazy. He thinks he's smartest one in the bunch. And he might be the smartest one in a bunch of fucking nuts. But he not the smartest one in this space at all. In fact, it's the complete opposite. Have y'all ever listened to Lil Podcast? And if y'all listen, see, if you put Jay Prince and Lil Podcast side by side, they do the same thing, right? They very open, they telling all these truth and shit like that. Yeah. Like, I think Lil Podcast just is the one who's claiming that he's something that we all know that he's not. We got one who kind of he knows where he fit in, and he ain't never claimed to be nothing but other than like almost like a Pookie, I guess. I don't know what we calling these people, but I do know when we go to Lil Podcast, on the other hand, that nigga is claiming to be smarter than everybody. Insane, just fucking insane. Just fucking insane. What's going on, Sapase? Just fucking insane. This nigga is insane. And I'm going to say to any woman, please don't meet that man. Lord have mercy. Look, after what, listen. Ooh, let's breathe, ladies. Let's breathe. Ladies, please stop this shit. I've been on the internet a very long time. And yes, I've seen people meet each other, not through this internet dating shit on YouTube with niggas who we listen to and we hear what they said. Y'all got to calm y'all hot ass down. Look, like my grandma used to say, calm your hot, y'all, we got to use our brain. We got to use our brain. Let's use some processes that's in our brains, right? If he says certain things and he says them quite often and he refused to even take it back because he says he's being real about it, then what I would suggest you understand is that he is telling you the truth. And if every time you see these people speak and they're saying the same things, please take them at their word. Please take, and if you go in thinking that you're going to be special, like you're going to be the one to go in and save them, you're going to go in and protect them, and you're going to change them, then the fuck? If you can change anybody, why don't you change a man who at least has a nice canvas to work with, like a clean surface? He may have been married and divorced, but he got children. He loves his children. That's a clean canvas you can work with. Why in the fuck is y'all going into the gutter and the trash, picking up these dudes and saying, yeah, I think I could change him? The fuck is going on? Yeah, they think everything is trolling, but I'm like, nah. See, even I kept saying it's got to be because, like, I was hoping, but in deep down, I was like, nah, this is not some shit that I didn't expect. Right? They got the shit that we expect. We kind of already know it's headed in a certain direction. But when I say, hey, you gotta be trolling, that's me saying you this shit is fucked up and you need to you get like you fucked up right now. Um But yes, people think everybody's trolling. It almost goes back to almost like that Trump thing where people claim he's trolling, but he's actually a nominee for the president of the United States, right? He's actually talking in order to get the job, the most important job in this fucking country. And so people are just believing, oh, everything he says is trolling. Well, when is he gonna be truthful? When is he gonna take it serious? And he can't take it like he is taking it serious. People just don't want to admit that. Um, we got these men in these spaces and they're saying the most disgusting things. They're saying the most disgusting things. And I think I'm starting to realize the dangers it is, right? Even me kind of being a little party to the danger because I sit on the panels with these niggas, right? And I'm being just as nice as they are to me. If they're nice to me, I'm nice to them. But my finger is always on the trigger bit. As soon as I get even an inkling of a little hint, and some of y'all be like, damn, why Bomb attack him just now? Yeah, because my finger was already on the trigger and I caught a little attitude from that motherfucking nigga. It just amazes me that the women be shocked that I just went off on a nigga. These niggas are sitting on panels day in and day out, going in on women. And if I decide to go at one of these niggas, y'all need to shut the whole fuck up and just support or not. Just get if y'all don't want to support what I'm doing in the moment, then it's okay. But let Bomb do what she doing because she know what the fuck she doing. Fuck these niggas. Fuck these niggas. They got some of these men that I support, right? I support their message. It's not even many of them. It's a very, very slim, very, and even then, we got look. If they say something, I respect them enough where we can have a conversation because we're gonna disagree. Men and women gonna disagree, right? There's gonna be a lot of disagreement, even between the women. We're gonna disagree with each other and all that shit. But see, when certain niggas get up there though, I don't care how funny that nigga is. If that nigga come at me, baby, it's on. And I be taking them for okay, he laugh and so I crack a joke back at his ass and now the nigga serious. Now, you know that tells me something. What it tells me is if he cracked a joke on me and I took it as a joke, and then so I came back at him with a little joke, and he took my joke serious, then that tells me that he wasn't joking what he said about me because he started it. And then they want to smooth it out. Bomb, we cool. Yeah, nigga, we cool. Just as cool as we could never be on the internet. But in my mental note, I put a note in. I put a pin in it. I remember. And then I see him doing it again and again with other people. I see him get on panels and say the most atrocious shit. And for some reason, some women vaginas get all moist and shit with some of this disgusting shit these niggas say. And ladies, what we got to do with that type of woman is just understand that her ass like that type of man, and that means that man is for her. And if she walk in that direction, let her go. Don't hold her back. It don't make no sense to hold her back. You got to let her go. If you love her, when she reach out for in need, you'll be there and to help her as far as being there as a lending ear. If you really love her, you won't even tell her you told her. So you just be like, hey, well, what you gonna do? Whatever you do, I support you. Chances are she ain't gonna go no fucking way. Because see, she's Keisha to his Tommy. I don't know who Keisha is. I don't know who Tommy is, but I just came up with that name. They belong together. At least that's what they think. And so we can't get involved. I don't want to get involved. But what I will tell you, ladies, that if you walk in certain direction and it says danger, you don't be shocked when you get harmed. Okay? You understand? These brothers are red pill, manosphere, incels, no good suckers. I know that's right. These no good suckers. I think there needs to be an update because who is still saying that they look suppose they say calm your hot ass down. Not sure who he talking to. Oh, Letitia, maybe. Okay. Hey Black Beauty, how you doing? We see what's going on. Who else I miss? If you're in the chat, I miss you. I'm sorry. I apologize. Goon, what's going on? Um, so this is my thing. These niggas are dumb. Now let's get to a nigga, y'all. So let me tell you a little bit about him before I'm gonna bring up his little video, but I'm gonna tell you a little bit about him for those who don't know. Okay, let me find the stream, y'all. Not the stream, y'all. The Zoom. I'm sorry. I gotta open this wider. So that he, as far as I know, and don't quote me on what I'm about to say, but I think he was like 21 years old, like a very young man when he came to the internet and got his name, right? He was young. And this only happened a few years back. And he was one of them passport bros, right? Passport bro. And not even bad looking, right? Young. Like he younger than my sons. So that's what I knew he was younger than my sons, and he was on here talking about how he going to get him some women in another country. And he was talking about black women this, black women that. There's even a video of him and his mom. His mom kicked him out, right? He got real confrontational with her and disrespectful with her. And she gave, if I'm correct, I think she gave him a car and told him to get the hell out. Would have been better than me, because I'm a good mother, but I ain't playing no shit. Like as long as everybody's respectful to everybody, everything's good. As soon as I even get a little hit of disrespect, then everything's bad. Now before things get real wild, cause I'm wild, y'all. Okay, I'm wild. Um, I'll call their daddy. I call their daddy, and I look to him to take care of it, because if he don't take care of it, then I will. And I am a firm believer in I brought you into this world and I'll take you the fuck out. And when I say that, I'm not talking about no little, just no words. I'm talking about if one of my sons got as disrespectful as this man did to his mom, almost like he threatened to whip her ass. Now, let me tell you something. I'm not playing that motherfucking shit right there. Yeah, y'all want, these men want us to be old school, then let's be old school. Fuck out of here. He threatened to put his hands on you. You tell him you're going to draw back a knob, baby. Isn't that what they wanted to do? They wanted to go back to our grandma times and our great grandma times, where them women wasn't playing like that. I know for some reason, even the women think that women were just being abused everywhere and they were just accepting that shit. Nah, niggas was ending up dead. Some of y'all got grandpas you ain't never met, and they may have said he left the family. That nigga is buried underground. He left the family all right. Never to be seen again. So I don't know, wait, but y'all think that these women back in the day were so mild and shit. They raised us. How the fuck we gonna just assume that what these niggas say is true? You know how feisty you are or how not feisty you are, right? And so you telling me you think that just came in your generation? Niggas was coming up missing, and whether it was the woman who did it, or her daddy, her brothers, her uncles, or even the fucking neighbors who took care of it. Anyway, so this little nigga though, he raised up on his mama, and he started getting online, telling all the men all about his issues and shit like that. And these men gave this little nigga money. I'm talking about over $100,000, so he could be, so he could travel and be a passport bro. So you got to understand how some of these motherfuckers are born, right? They born because they come online, and then the men support them, and and then they send them money. So he started traveling the world on other niggas' dime, which is why I say these niggas gay, because they'll fight not to bring you to lunch or on a dinner date because they expect pussy, but then they'll send another nigga money and what they expected from him. So this nigga go to other countries and then start bragging about how he got it so good in them other countries. Oh yeah, everything's so great, everything's so good. Yeah, ooh, you gonna get the choice of the pick of the litter over here. Just that's what he was saying then. And he was saying that, and these men was believing, so they were booking trips. That's the beginning of this black passport bro movement. Became real upfront. Now, men of all races have been always traveled to other countries. And you know what they say? What happens on vacation stays on vacation. That's between the men or the women. It don't matter. What happens on vacation stays on vacation. But these niggas right here, they decided, nah, we're gonna advertise this shit like the dumb fuck niggas that they are. They online talking about, yeah, look at me. Ooh, with a little bit of my American USD dollar, I could go over to Thailand and I could get a lot of women. Right? They talk about going to the Dominican Republic with all the beautiful women are. But they got to bring their USD dollar. They talk about going all these other places so they could get women. Which well, I was about to say ergo, but it is a big leap in a different direction right now, where they claim that we aren't valuable and we are nothing, right? And yet they'll do all these things. These niggas will buy tickets to travel to get women. To get women. Anyway, so I know there was an instance where he was in one country and he was talking that shit and vlogging, video vlogging, everything, right? And then the people in that country, they didn't like that shit. The men didn't like that shit. The women didn't like that shit. Because these black ass men don't know how disrespectful they are. They trying to disrespect the black woman, but then they also disrespecting a whole culture of people by making it seem that everybody over there are whores. And all you need is your US dollar to go over there, and you're going to be able to get all these beautiful women. It's suggesting that these women are whores. Because he didn't never say, well, I'm going to go to the host roads. They're making it seem like they just be walking down the street and they're Americans and they're so beautiful and black. And so these women just come up to them and shit. Like it was all kinds of shit. Anyway, he got ran out of one country, and instead of coming back to the US, he went to a whole nother country just to be fucking taken advantage of there. But he kept up the pretenses though. And yet he was young. He's young. I think he's still under 25 right now. If he's 25 by now, I don't think it's been 5 years. So he might be about 25 now. He's a young one, right? And he was spewing all this shit, and then he had the fucking nerve to go over there by Kendra G. Now I didn't see it, and if I get the link, I guess we'll watch it. But he ended up getting a lesson learned on Kendra G. Right? But let's listen to what he said recently, though. Let's listen to what he said recently, y'all. Because apparently that Kendra G thing, all of that taught him a lesson. And I guess he decided to be truthful about the passport rules. Now, he's not the beginning of passport rules, remember that? But he became the front, the face of passport rules. Maybe before I play this, let me go see if I can find. There's a video that he did an interview. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Yeah, about a year ago, man, everything went kind of. It went crazy for him. Okay. Trying to find an interview. Traveling to trip. Mm-mm. Let's see if I could find it. It was that black man. I think he's in Houston. Wait, let me see what she got to say. Let's see, because she put him on blast too. Oh, damn. Even she did an interview. Let me see. Holleman. Maybe I should take his name out of it. Mm, mm, mm. Let's see. Boop, boop. That nigga got banned, y'all. He got banned out of Brazil. Here it is. Is this it? Oh no, that's when. Oh, I don't want to play it. Who is that? Fox News. Let me put Fox News. Okay, let me put that because I don't want to play his video at all. Let me put that. Let's see if we can find it. This might be it. Y'all hear it? Wait, let me stop the share and restart it just in case. I'm not sure if I hit the audio. I did not hit the audio. Okay. Good thing I did that. Okay, here we go. Back it up just a tad bit.
Of Passport Bros continues to grow around the country. There's a private Facebook group with more than 10,000 members. Now, the group is known for a bit more than just traveling. Some guys make it their mission to fly around the world, meet more submissive women, and have sex. They are facing a lot of criticism, too. Now, that's from those who critique them. My next guest, Auston Holleman, said he had to end a trip in Brazil early after he was accused of being one of those guys who said Brazilian women are easy to get. We talked to him today.
Auston, what kind of damn trouble did you get yourself into with these Brazilian women?
Well, actually, I wasn't trying to start any trouble. I actually thought I was doing a lot of promoting. But apparently some things were lost. Some things were purposely lost in translation on purpose. And that it's led to death threats, and I was already on my way to Thailand anyway. I was going to be in Sao Paulo for about a week. But based off the way how things were going, I just said, you know what, I probably ought to head out 3 or 4 days earlier. So I'm over here now.
So I saw a part of your video where you said, and you clarified, you said some Brazilian women are easy. It depends on who you are, how you approach them, not as a robot, but as an individual. And when they heard that, they just went bonkers over those comments when you said that Brazilian women are easy. Some Brazilian women are easy to get. So why did you say that? Is that reality for you when you're there? Is it easier for you to get Brazilian women than, say, American women?
Yes, the culture is completely different there. So women are a lot more responsive. It's a lot more reasonable dealing with women, if you ask me. There's games everywhere, but there is such a minimal level in Brazil, it's almost unnoticeable. But the reason I said easier, and the thing is, the reason a lot of those Brazilians are in like an outrage is because number one, they're going off. They're just running. It's just like January 6th, right? Trump says do this, everybody runs and does it. That's the same thing they're doing right now. Without watching the video, without understanding what the title actually is, because the title is a question. The title says, "Are Brazilian women easy?" That's a topic. This is what we're going to talk about. The first statement I made is, in general, they're easy to deal with. I didn't say anything about sex. I did eventually, and later on in the video, but I didn't lead with that because that's not all that was about. I would not move to another country and get online and call the women easy.
Did you move to Brazil? Were you living there at that point?
Yeah, I was living there.
Now you're in Thailand.
Yeah, well, I'm not living in Thailand, though. I was already going to come here anyway. I had already put up I think it was 10 or 11 countries I was going to do this year. But I just came here 4 or 5 days earlier because of everything that was going on. But yeah, I did want to live in Brazil permanently, but I'm going to have to let this die down first.
So there's this whole movement that we've heard about called passport bros, individuals, usually upwardly mobile African-American men who leave the country, and they say they're looking for wives, different women than what they have or the choices that they have in the United States. And many people have taken offense to it, saying it's just a form of sex tourism. It's a form of human trafficking or sex trafficking. When you hear the term, do you consider yourself a passport brother? And what do you think about that so-called movement that we've been seeing as of late here in the United States?
I would consider myself, yes. Now, I do want to state this too. People have called me the leader. I've never claimed that. That's something that they said. There's no official leader of that. I think it's just an identity of.
Okay, so I stopped it here because I want y'all to see, like over here, he looked like a grown man in a grown man's body because he got that tattoo, he got this nice smile. But then when you listen to him, he sound like a fucking idiot, right? They do, all of them sound like fucking idiots. And then there's some men who could say, I understand. Oh, nothing wrong with them going to another country and paying for hookers. Well, yeah, it's called sex tourism. And you know that's against the law. Oh, it also is called human trafficking, right? Prostitute. Like you literally are holding your dollar, giving it to a woman who needs the money. Yes, she needs the fucking money. And you're telling her, well, I'll give you this money, but you're going to give me sex. These men can make that make sense to them all day. That's because they're fucking idiots. That's what it is. Like, even today, like when they say, oh, they got these women who are, at the strip club. The woman is at the strip club to make fucking money. You hear her saying it. Well, I got to feed my family. This is what it is. But they blame the strippers for being strippers, right? They blame the strippers for being strippers when they know the strippers are there to get money, to feed a family, to take care of herself. And they dog out strippers, and then they sit in these fucking strip clubs. The woman is downgraded. She ain't shit. She's the lowest of the low. And the men, well, they businessmen. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? I'm trying to tell you, baby, look. Ooh, Jesus.
Somebody that has they're traveling for that purpose, traveling to, meet new women and enjoy a different culture and a better lifestyle. Those.
But really quick, for those who may say this is just a form of prostitution, you're going to different countries to pay and to have sex with women. You're not truly having a relationship with them.
That's not my reality.
No way, he about to say that's not my reality. Look, when somebody give them a real question, I see somebody put the link in. Kieran gave me the link, baby. Let me grab it before it goes away. Okay. We're gonna put it on the back burner. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna pause it. Okay, cool. Let's get back to damn. Oh, okay. What I did? What's this?
The Wi-Fi is bad?
Okay, no. Did I? No, I didn't. Okay, it's on another. I think it's on this one. Okay. We're gonna get back to that. Here we go.
Because I moved there. So, if I'm not going back and forth. So if anybody's gonna have a relationship, it would have been me. Now there are some dudes that do.
It would have been me. It would have been me. It would, but I could go to his channel and we could see all kinds of videos where he said, yeah, I had enough money and I got her tonight. And and his reality will be different than a lot of men's reality, right? Because he's young, he's not bad looking, and so he probably can get a woman just based on that. Like she'll approach him and smile and shit like that, right? That don't mean she's gonna sleep with him. He would have, because we don't know his personality, we don't know his persona, right? So that would be based on that. But he know what he's been preaching to them men about sex, as long as they get their US dollar. Okay. And now he up here, everybody knew he was fucking lying, baby. The passport bros, which by the way happens to be most of the men in the manosphere, not all of them. Nah, I'm not gonna say most of them neither. Nah, I'm gonna take that back. Okay, I don't believe that is most men in the manosphere. But the passport bros is a sector of the manosphere. Okay.
You travel back and forth. There are some people do fit into those categories that they claim, but I'm not here to say that's the majority. There are men that go down there just to sleep with women. Women do the same thing too. Women do sex tourism too. But there are men.
He said women do sex tourism too. Women do sex tourism too. They just like to fucking lie. They'll make up some shit. Like as if we all getting together. We're going to put our money. We like, yeah, girl. We going to Brazil and get us on some dick. Yeah, let's go. Let's go get some dick. Yeah, let's go. Let's go and get some dick. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And that's some bullshit. They really fucking think that we're like that. Now, women may go to Brazil for vacation, but she ain't got to go no motherfucking Brazil to get no motherfucking dick. And she ain't got to go to another state to get no dick. She ain't got to go to another country to get no dick. And this bullshit about women do it too. He ain't talking about black. Who he talking about? He must be talking about old women, she's old and she want to go and get her some young dick. So I guess she figured she got some money, she'll get some dick. I don't even see that because really a lot of young women, older women still could get dick, y'all. Lord.
And they actually are enjoying the difference of the culture and programming of women in a different country.
Do you think this gives the movement a bad name, the passport bros a bad name, if your sole purpose is for sex tourism and prostitution?
Yes, and on my YouTube channel, I actually tell dudes not to go down there to deal with prostitutes. Because you cannot complain about American women and then just go pay for some experience that she's getting paid. She's not, I'm not going to say.
Let's see what's going on here. Let's see.
It'll be, but moving is out of the question. Once you move overseas, it's not just about women too. That's a lot of people don't understand that about the whole movement. Yes, women drove me to go to Brazil because I wanted to meet. I thought I was crazy while I was in the States because I thought something was wrong with me with the results I was getting. I was like, I know I put in enough work on myself to have some better results to at least be satisfied or be visually satisfied with what I'm looking at and what I'm hearing, the people I'm dealing with. But whenever you get down there and you experience how much you can be yourself outside of the country, and then the financial benefits, just the energy outside of the United States is a lot better.
And so do you maintain a U.S. job that's based in another country? How do you maintain that income?
Well, right now I have several streams. So I'm number one, I get a lot of donations, and thanks to the lady that has put me on this platform today. I'm not talking about the lady you work with. I'm talking about the lady that's trying to slander my name right now. She's been giving me a lot of donations as well. I appreciate her negativity. And
y'all hear him? Donations, y'all. Donation is how this man has been traveling. The men giving him donations. And I thought that was weird. Like, I was thinking, maybe should I get my son to, ask them, do they want to travel the world? Have them get on here, talk dumb shit to these men so they can fly them out to other countries. I'm trying to tell you, baby, when the dumb leads the dumb. Okay? The dumb leading the dumb. Anyway, we're going to get past this. So, yeah, let me get to his. I guess we'll go to this one before we go to the latest one. Here we go.
Okay, I think it's better. Okay. All right. Let's do it. Auston. Okay, you look good. How old are you, Auston?
I'll be 25 in 2 weeks.
Look at that. 25 in 2 weeks. And this was done. Let me look at the date. 3 months ago. So he's 25, y'all. Yeah.
25 in 2 weeks. So you're a Taurus. When's your birthday?
May 16th.
That's not 2 weeks. My birthday's 2 weeks. That's 3 weeks.
2.5.
Okay, you have Gina Jackson's birthday.
Yes, I do.
I know. I'm May 7th. I know Gina. I love Gina Jackson. All right, let's do it. So we got Auston, 25. Well, 2024, be 25 May 16th. What do you do for a living?
I'm a YouTuber as well.
Oh, you're a YouTuber. Okay. I don't consider myself a YouTuber, but I respect that. That's what you consider yourself.
Well, I guess I am a YouTuber.
I consider myself a journalist, but I understand.
I'm a journalist too. I've said that as well.
Okay, but do you want me to call you a YouTuber or a journalist?
I want you to call me Auston Holleman.
The question is, what do you do for a living, honey?
YouTube.
Okay. Do you have any kids?
I would hope not.
So the answer is no.
No.
Okay. And where you calling me?
So what is this right now? What is this right now? Like he's on a black woman show with disdain for black women, and then you could tell he got disdain for black women, this woman, because he won't even answer questions properly. Why is he even on here? You know?
Me from?
Dallas.
Dallas. All right, let's get into it. We got Auston, Dallas, 25. Almost 25, May 16th. He's a YouTuber, no kids, lives in Dallas. What kind of woman are you looking for?
I'm looking for black women that have respect for black men.
Ooh. So
he's not looking for a black woman who's looking for respect. He's looking for black women. Black women.
You think black women don't have respect for black men?
Check this out. I've been all around the world, and I'm gonna tell you, Afro-Latinas and Africans got y'all beat.
Got us beat. And how do they have us beat?
On every front.
Then why not just date them and be happy?
I live in Latin America. I'm just here to get my paperwork so I can stay going from there.
But what I'm saying is, listen, I have whatever your desire is. So if you found the type of woman that wants to date you the way you want to be dated, why not just focus on her? What would be the point of coming up here to ask for a black woman that you don't really feel?
I'm still trying while I'm here, so I want to see if my mind can be changed.
No one cares. Auston, no one cares about changing your damn mind, honey.
Really?
They're not going to work that hard.
So nobody has the interest in changing my mind.
No, it's not about
nigga.
nobody having interest. You said
No, nigga, why would anybody? What the hell is wrong with him? See, that's that baby mind. That's that fool-like mind. They want somebody to prove them wrong, and that's what this is about. They want to disrespect you. They want to shame you, and then so somebody will stand up and say, "Oh no, I'm not like that. Oh no, let me change your mind. Let me change your mind about it." And then you can play the fool. Okay? Shame, blame, and then explain. That's what this is about. And I'm glad that he admitted it. He wants somebody to change his mind, but nobody gives no fucks about you, little nigga. Be gone. You just won a millions. Bye. Shit. And truth be told, like, since we're gonna go, if I did what he did, right, and I said that African men are way different and better than African American men. African American men will flip, but the truth is the truth. As far as if they got culture, they believe in marriage, they believe in certain things, right? And if a black woman wants black men, but she want to be respected and treated well, and she definitely want a man with with the mindset of marriage, then she might start looking towards African men. But see, ladies, we listen to these niggas a little bit too much, and then we don't even consider, because they be damned if they sit amongst an African man and not tell him that he not real black, even though he's the true black, right? From the continent of where we all come from. So it's a word play, it's a game play, it's a mind fuck. It's a mind fuck. They'll lump up with these African men when they coming at black women, but even them African men, they'll sit there and say, well, them African men don't like us anyway. No, they not like you. Do they like you? They may not. They do love black women though. And if they the only black men who gonna offer marriage, then ladies, I'm just saying.
you found a group of women that have the interest, a group of women that you like. We're not mad at it. You should date those women. I mean, you came on dissing black women, saying that they were not.
I didn't say that. I never said that.
You said that. Well, you said that you were looking for a black woman that has respect for black women, and you said Afro-Latino and African women have you beat. So my thing is, you should focus on those group of women then, since they have us beat, right?
Yes, but I'm in the United States right now.
Okay. Well, there's those group of women live in the United States too.
And that's why I'm on your show
I guess
today.
my thing is, like, if you have a problem with black women, we're okay with it.
No. I don't. I've said many times on my channel, the issue is not specifically black women, it's American culture.
Well, when I'm repeating what you said, and what you said was you want a black woman that has respect for black men. And then I said, okay, are you not finding that? And then you said other cultures had us beat. What kind of woman are you looking for?
I'm looking for black women that have respect for black men.
Ooh. So you think black women don't have respect for black men?
Check this out. I've been all around the world, and I'm going to tell you, Afro-Latinas and Africans got y'all beat.
Got us beat. And how do they have us beat?
On every front.
You said other cultures have us beat. As a black woman, I'm saying spend your time with them. We're okay. We're not upset.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if anyone is gonna come and talk about us as a collective and say that we're not worthy enough, well, we bid you farewell.
I never said that. But I'll tell you this, since I've been back in the United States, it hasn't been convincing to switch back over. That's why I'm here today.
Okay. Well, again, we can proceed. I'm just saying, from one black person to another, go where you're appreciated. That's for everybody. Go where you're appreciated. Don't worry about it. If you found a culture or you found a human being that dates you and the way you want to be dated, spend your energy there. And that's for any single person.
I would agree.
Okay. So Auston, 25 YouTuber. Okay. So the question is, what kind of woman are you looking for? So you said a Black woman that doesn't disrespect Black men. Anything else?
That's the base of it.
Well, do you want to give examples in which ways that you have find Black women are disrespectful?
By that, I'm saying she should be respectable when she talks to the man. She should be respectable with the man's time, his wants, and she should be considerate of his needs as well. Because it's always not one-sided. I hear in the United States it's always one-sided.
Well, I can ask you one more question just about the other ethnicities that you said have us beat. Have you dated them?
Yes, I have.
So what happened? Why are you not with them anymore?
Oh, I'm traveling, so I can't commit, but I've experienced.
This fool say he's not even looking for a commitment. So what is he doing then? So it don't matter how, like so even if we was very submissive to him and all of those things, it wouldn't fucking matter because he's not even committing to anything. So ladies, they want us to be respectful of their time and their money and everything, but they're not gonna be respectful of our time and our desires and needs and wants. Nah, okay. He just want to hump up and down on somebody, and he want us to be very submissive and allow him to do that without any consequences, without anything. He don't have to take us to dinner, but you know what I mean? And he might want to pass off a few dollars. You know, he ain't got enough dollars to benefit anybody in the US. That's why he got to go to Brazil, where he could give them nickels on the dollar. But over here, they can't afford. They can't afford.
So why did those relationships end? Just because you were
I got plenty on standby. They haven't ended yet.
They're on standby. This is like a plane. They're waiting to board.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some Black kids, that's for sure.
Okay. Well, let's keep going. So, disrespectful, anything else? And you got to the deal breakers. This is supposed to be the part of what you want.
What do you mean?
Like, the question is, because in the deal breakers, you could say, I don't want a disrespectful woman. This question is, what kind of woman are you looking for? So I guess the good qualities that you desire should be your answers.
I agree with you, Terry. He went there to try to set her off, and when he noticed he couldn't set her off, he's shocked that she's like, well, I agree. Whoever you want to date, whoever your choice, you go for it. Right? So he kind of thrown off. They probably sent him on. He probably thought he could go and set her off and everything. But yeah.
I said, how she talks to the man, his respectful of his time. Please hit the gym. And the pH needs to be balanced as well.
I don't think he know what a pH balance is, right? He said the pH need to be balanced. He might look, he putting his peen in just anything that he pays for. He might be the person who throwing off the pH balance.
Jen, pH is balanced. I have a lot of questions for you. I will get to your questions, don't worry. Anything else before we go to your deal breakers?
No, go ahead.
Okay, let me read some of these questions. They're begging me to read these questions. Marika, I can't pronounce your name, said he paid $100 to argue and to get some Red Pill followers.
I didn't pay nothing. I didn't ask nobody to pay nothing.
You paid, somebody sent me $100 to pick you.
Yeah, I didn't send it. I didn't ask them to send it.
Oh, so somebody else sent it?
Yeah, that wasn't my name.
Okay, he said that wasn't his name. Courtney said he's live now using you. You're live now?
I was live first, and they said you should call in because I was supposed to date a Black woman here in Dallas, several Black women in Dallas, but y'all know how y'all are, so.
Well, I don't live in Dallas, so I can't speak for the Black. You know, not every Black woman is the same, right? You can't make one statement.
I know they're not because I've been to Latin America and they're not the same.
Okay, you have to stop your live on your page though. So are you live right now?
I'll stop my live. Go ahead.
I'm gonna stop my live too. I don't got time, y'all. I don't got time. How about that? You stop your live, I'm gonna stop my live, and all the lives will stop. Okay.
That is my first time seeing this shit. I was wondering what he kept looking at over there, right? And he's reading whatever they were saying on his channel. And somebody said, yeah, he's using you. It probably was his own people who said that shit, man. I wanted to get through the questions. So and he lying about I'm quite sure they picked that $100. She picked him because somebody paid $100 to pick him. And he gonna act like he didn't even know. But how did he know? How did he know that somebody paid $100 if he didn't know? You see what I'm saying?
Flatliner 24 said, here's 100 to hang up on him, Kendra. I don't want no sucker on here trolling Black queens. He's insulting your channel and trolling you. Well, you know, one thing I will say, y'all know, actually yesterday, I think I posted all men. It was a plethora of Black men back to back. And people were saying, oh, we're realizing that, I know, listen, there's money in it, I guess, when it comes to Black women.
Oh.
So people want to focus on that. But my show is not just a Black woman show. All people.
Okay, y'all. Somebody got blocked. Look like yeah. Let's see here. Was it today? Did somebody get blocked today where I could simply unblock them? What's going on, J-Hub? So let's see here. I do not. Okay. Okay, let me go quickly unblock somebody. Damn. See what happens when y'all block people, then I eventually have to go in and unblock them. And there's only a few people I want blocked over here, right? There's only a few. And those people, I usually tell y'all who they are, right? It's only like 3 people. Maybe 4. I think it's 4 people. YouTube Studios. This takes time. This ain't right. I shouldn't have to do this. Okay? Y'all know I be having like 100 goddamn tabs open. I got like 1, 2. I'm not sure. See if y'all can see 1. I'm down here at the bottom, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 browsers, and I use all of them. Okay, so my computer is slowed down. Okay. See, I'm still on my warning because they keep trying to get me, baby, but I'll be winning them, okay? Anyway, well, I gotta go to settings, I think, yeah. And then I gotta go to community. And then here are all the people who's blocked, but it's only should be like 4 of them, and they keep changing their names. Like Randy is in here 100 times. I don't know who this is. We're gonna take them out. Okay. I don't know who Knight is. I could take him out. Nobody care. Wait, why this person blocked? I'm not sure. Yeah, I know who that is. All those are the same people. I love Jessica, LA, Randy Sokel is LA, Mr. Boggles is Randy. Somebody like all these are Randy, y'all. YouTube Nerd is Randy. Brian Plummer is Randy. Randy. LA is Randy. Y'all see all them Randys? Randy keep making up names, hundreds of names. YouTube Nerd again, damn. Randy. Randy. I could do this all day. That's Randy. Stay at home journalist. I don't know who that is. I'll take them out. Don't matter. And then I'm gonna go. Look like we got 38 more people. Let's see. Supermaster. Yeah. Okay. Wait. Who is this? I don't know. Boom, boom. Choo-doo. It's Randy. Okay. Oh, there you go, right there. Fourth quarter talk. Okay. Doo-doo. Okay, everybody should be unblocked. Okay, cool. Okay, listen, y'all want to time people out, and only if they're saying things that is like really disgusting, like if they doxing people. And look, if they say things that you don't like, time them out for a short period of time, kind of warn them, but do not time them out for a whole day. I can't undo that. Okay? I can't undo that. If somebody says something that's so atrocious that you think, like, if they say something that could get the channel in trouble, yes, you could time them out the first time. If they do something that could get the channel in trouble, you delete the comment, and then if you block them, just let me know you blocked somebody. That's all. Hit me up in email. Hey, I blocked so-and-so. Okay? Because I don't like when people interrupt the show for me to unblock people. But I do want people, who want to chat over here. Okay? Now, so there's only really 4 people that's blocked. I know y'all saw that long-ass list, but those are 4 people. Okay? You may have seen 2 different names. All the other names is 2 people who kept changing their names to people, they were doing a lot of trolling. Randy SoCal was in there like 100 times, for real, under different names. Okay? Now, can we get back to this? Okay, here we go.
People are on my show. So if you only focus on a black one on my show, that means you're not talking about the show in its entirety. They're saying that he's still recording child. Let him get his money, child. He said he's a YouTuber. He probably got rent due. Times get hard when rent can't get due. So he need black, like I said. What did I say? Nothing survives without black women's support. So if I'm quite sure he is recording my show because he needs.
Yes. Okay. So now let's go talk about what he said just recently. Okay. What he said just recently, baby. Okay. Because that's what I really want to get to. We got to go to a whole nother browser. And let's go listen to the little dude.
First of all women around the world don't like all men. And I'm saying this as a black American man. We've been sold this dream. I never bought it, but we've been sold that black American men are the most desired men on the planet. Yeah, fucking right. First of all, if you go to another country.
Know who said that? Kevin Samuels. And he did fall for it. He was saying the same shit too. He was going to Brazil and all these other countries. Black countries, by the way. Okay. I guess we can respect that, I guess, to a degree. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. But he was like, yeah, black men are, yeah, we're the most beautiful. We're the most this, we're the most that. And everybody gonna want us. Kevin Samuels told these niggas that. And he started telling men this. He was going around the world telling men, yeah, come over here. Yeah, you can get this, you can get that. But he about to say something opposite right now.
For example, Romania. Romanians prefer Romanians. Russians prefer Russians. Kenyans prefer Kenyans. The women usually prefer somebody from their own country. That's the number one fact. When we start talking about foreigners, if you ask me, we're not the first foreigner they prefer, depending on where you go. They prefer white men before black men in Latin America. This is just what it is. You can disagree. This is just what it is. Okay, that's why Latin America is so mixed. For example, I've dated many Afro-Latinas in Latin America. My first few girlfriends in Brazil and Rio were Afro-Latina because that's what I prefer is black women, right? All those black women in Rio, the previous man that they were with was a white guy, and they were black. More than likely in the United States, if you're in Dallas, if you're in Houston, if you're in New York, if you're in Miami, if you're in Atlanta, if you're in LA, most black women usually had a previous black boyfriend, and the guy before may have been black, and the guy before may have been black. It's not as common in the States for women to just hawk on fucking white men the way how they do in Latin America.
What? Are you telling us that for real? Ooh, we didn't know that already. Yeah, I wonder what. So let's think about the black men though, like himself, who in America and like to go on shows to tell us that they prefer other women other than their own race in their own country. So I think that's what the black women have been saying for a while, is that black men in this country are not loyal to anything or anyone as it relates to these passport rules. Okay. And actually, I think they see that across the board. These black men will claim they'll get with any race, and they will. They'll date anybody, right? And they really open to dating others, like desperately, right? That's how they can say they don't like natural hair, and then they fuck around walking around in their natural hair, right? Their hair can look like his, but a black woman hair can't look like his. I wonder how far he gonna let it grow. Cause see, they let their hair grow and it get as ratty as it can be, and it's accepted by us as women. But let a woman have locks, sister locks, or something like that. You'll hear some of them say, "Well, I don't really like that." They like to get far away from that blackness, baby. Anyway, let me see what else he got to
The
say.
issue with you saying that you're their baby. I mean, what if I fucking marry her? I can't call her my wife. Get the fuck out of here. But that sounds like that's a dumb logic, right? That sounds like feminism. That sounds like the same shit that the women say in the States sometimes, right? Well, most times, right? So there you have it. Ask a Brazilian chick, does she want to be a stay-at-home wife for you? I bet you 60% of the time she's going to say no, she doesn't want to be dependent on a man. So,
oh, look, they've been lying to us and making it seem like them women over there are so feminine, and they're going to be so quiet, and they're going to be stay-at-home mothers, and they don't care what you bring, how much money you bring in, as long as you bring in something, right? All those lies, because all we got to do is go on TikTok and Instagram and find these women, and these women are saying the same thing that young black women and even young white women and Asian women are saying. And that's because men have fallen far from where they used to be. Where a man used to say that he's going to protect his family, to now they talking about what make her life more valuable than mine? What make my children life more valuable than mine? Well, if you're not going to protect the woman, then why would she be with you? She could come with me one weekend and we'll do a ladies' weekend of shootout, y'all. Look, we as women come together, and y'all need help purchasing y'all weapons. If you don't have a weapon, you're not even sure you want one. We do a weekend of just shootout. We go to the ranges, and I'll set up something where you can even get your carry, license, or at least get it started. Depends on what state you're in and how you got to go about it. But the training is what's important. That's the thing you got to get to be able to carry. But shit, in a lot of states, you ain't got to have no concealed carry license. So you might just need somebody to help you figure out what type of weapon. But these niggas is not trying to protect you. And I just want you men to know, like, if you're not protecting no woman, then what is your purpose? Okay? What is your purpose? Shit.
These countries, women are not. Yes, I've had women in Brazil cook and clean and do all the things that we fantasize about. I've had that done in numerous countries, right? Even in Tanzania, I've had it, and I recommend Tanzania for that stuff. But slowly, with time, worldwide, that stuff is starting to disappear. Some people like say, "Oh, well, that's because you go to the big cities." Yeah, people live in big cities in these other countries when we move, for the same reason we live in big cities in the United States.
Right.
Do you notice how a lot of people...
For access, right? You live in big cities, so you can get access to this, that, and the third without having to drive long distances. And there's so many reasons. Like, I've always wondered why people live in the cities when that's where they say the most crime happen and things like that, which I don't find. A lot of crime happen in big cities, but they happen in small cities too. So, but I always wondered, right? I had a friend, like when he was talking about, I miss living in Wilmington, and I was like, dude, Wilmington is like 5 minutes away. But he explained that no, he liked being able to go downstairs from his apartment or his house or whatever, right? Depending on what part of Wilmington, and going right there to the corner store. And yeah, that's if the grocery store, they can walk to it. And if it's a little farther for a walk, they can jump on a bus and be there in like 2 minutes. Hop on the bus, you ain't even got to sit down, because in like 2 minutes you're gonna be right there where you get off to get to the Piggly Wiggly or whatever store, like Super Lion, or Super G's and shit. But I'm okay with getting in my own car and going grocery shopping. I'm not used to the walking down. I've never done that. I never lived in a city in that way, where all I had to do was walk downstairs and there was some restaurants where I could go get some Greek food. And I could smell the food from upstairs. I ain't never lived like that ever. I ain't never lived in a city like that. Even in New Orleans, it's not like that. They got downtown New Orleans where, yeah, you can live in certain areas that's like that. But they got New Orleans where it's not like that. But New York, though, New York, man.
Live in Dallas compared to Waco. There's a fucking reason for that. Because big cities have more opportunity.
Anyway, we're gonna get off of him, okay? We got another passport, bro. Like when he was young, we got another young one, baby. We got to look. I ain't done yet, and then we're gonna put the link out, okay? Because this is Auston Holleman when he was young, like this young man is. Let me see. I got to go to my playlist, and let's see what I called it. I called the playlist to share. Okay, here we go. Now, okay, we went through that one. I'm gonna go through all of them. Let's see where they at. Come on, where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Damn, I didn't put it in. That means it went into another playlist. God damn it. Okay, let me just look it up.
When the night has come,
let's see if we can find it. There you go. Oh man. Oh, this I didn't see this one, so this might not.
I think it's always funny to me when passport bros try to go to a different country and gather up all the cheeks like they're Thanos and end up catching the. I think in my head, I was thinking about it earlier, but is Japan the new meta? Usually it's Dominican Republic, but are niggas thinking it's safe to go to Japan and try to bag Japanese women? I don't think they got love for us out there like that, but let's see.
This is actually true. I'm the risk taker. I'm the big dog. You guys want to sit around and hee ha ha ha, oh my God. No, I'm the one that's going to go get it. I'm going to keep you guys updated. Stay tuned. All right, y'all. So we just touched down in Japan. A few mean stairs.
By the way, this is about 7 days. It's a compilation. I saved all these.
But it's all good. We're going to get through it real rap. I just woke up, so my sleep schedule is all fucked up right now. But let me tell you guys my experience so far in Japan. After I dropped my bags off at my room and everything, I hopped on the train and I started walking the streets of Tokyo. I'm from Las Vegas and it looks just like Las Vegas, but in Japanese. I found this fire building too. I wish I would have took a fit pic right here. I was really just walking around for like 3 hours using Google Translate to talk to girls and talk to everybody, so I couldn't use my phone that much to record. Look at this beautiful scenery right here. Mwah. Also, there was a bunch of...
Why do guys go for that? I don't understand. Why would you? I'm in Japan.
Is definitely there. I had little kids walking up to me talking about, hey, gang, 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 bro. Gang, gang. They was calling me Pop Smoke. They said, Pop Smoke, nigga, nigga. Bro, I swear to God, if I wasn't by myself, I would have stuffed those kids in the trash can. Also, the lady boys are definitely real. I'm not going to fall for it because I'm a transformer expert. But if you're not on your P's and Q's and you have a little bit too much to drink, you will fall for it. It's kind of fun to use Google Translate, honestly.
They're that close over there in Japan? Like, I ain't gonna lie, the people who's getting down like that, they look that strikingly similar to where if you have a few extra drinks, you won't notice? That's duly noted. If I ever go to Japan, I ain't picking up shit because it ain't finna be me.
It's like texting, so it's way easier. So I really have time to think about what I'm going to say next. And girls said that they love my accent. I didn't even know I had an accent, bro. This is crazy. After I got bored of walking around, I went to the club for a little bit. And it was some weird-ass music, but it was still lit. I seen some black guys in there, and I was actually talking to them. And they were telling me how, like, black guys are the main people that the girls are looking for. Now, I did score this night after the club, so I'm officially 1 for 1. I've been here one day.
Okay, he got his first score day, day 2 into it, you feel what I'm saying? Okay, first score. She's decent. I give her like a 7. She looked like an average, a decent looking girl. Okay, that's the first score. Okay.
Bucket up there. Come on, you see me. I had to get a picture for you guys. I couldn't forget that I'm...
These niggas disgusting. I wish I could find this shit without listening to these dumbass niggas. Oh, I give her a 7. Yeah, she decent. Yeah.
Here for content. I can't be having too much fun. It was great, honestly. Me and her had fun, but it wasn't like I want to start a family type shit. It was more like, oh my God, I see a cute black guy. I want to score. So yes, I'm still on.
Do they fetishize black guys like that much in Japan? Anyone that has Japan experience, let me know. I didn't know it was like that to where if they see you, it's kind of like on some space shit. You're a black dude and I want that BBC. I didn't know that's how they're getting down.
To breed and make families, but I don't know if they'll take me serious. I guess I got to keep searching. I got to ask around more. And I got to talk to the right people. I see a lot of you guys really upset that I'm in Japan right now, saying that I'm going to boost the crime rate and stuff like that. Bro, I'm not a crash out. I'm a positive person. I'm cool if you get to know me. And why can't I go travel the world? Even if I wasn't doing this to breed families, which I am, of course, I still would like to travel the world. That is pretty much all I...
Oh, yeah, that's a slight mention, by the way. I forgot to mention. I don't know if you heard him say these women pregnant for the sake of just getting it in. So let's see how good that goes.
Yeah, so he's over there trying to get women pregnant, y'all. He wants to populate over there in Japan, okay? He's in Japan in order to make some baby mamas. And that's on facts. That's what he said.
Super tired, so I wasn't trying to do too much, you feel me? But I'm gonna keep you guys updated. Day number 2 in Japan.
So that was day 1. We in day 2 now.
I had to catch up, so I immediately hopped on Tinder. I told her I came here yesterday, but I'm staying until next Sunday. The tension started building up, and I said I love taking control. She said she loves to be fully controlled, so I said, all right, how about whoever finishes first has to pay for our date that we had set up? All they ever use in Japan is WhatsApp or Telegram, so I immediately went to that. Around 5 p.m., she came to my room, and I already scored. Now, I knew I was going to finish first, but it doesn't matter. It's about the tension and the talking. Most of the times, the buildup is better than the actual thing. Like, you have to give her a reason to want to come over. So that's why I made it a competition. I'm not gonna lie, you're trying to spit game here, but you're in Japan, which immediately just negates everything you just said. Because obviously in Japan, we're in that fucking quick on Tinder. You're not. She was okay with it, so if she wants to keep it, that's up to her. That was my main goal anyways. I wanted to come here.
Oh, yeah, let me back it up a little bit. I went too far because y'all missed what he said. Okay? I didn't want to hear that other dude, y'all. I can't even tell no lie, okay?
There's no in between.
I was freeballing inside of her.
He was freeballing inside of a woman he just met. And all he had to do was tell her, hey, whoever come first, I'll pay for the date. And then he said he knew he was going to come first because he started talking about it's all more about the heat working up to the moment, right? He said it's better working up to the moment. So then he tell us he free-boned in it, which means he didn't use a condom. Okay? He didn't use a condom. And somebody he met on an app in another country.
I didn't wear a helmet or anything, but she was okay with it. So if she wants to keep it, that's up to her. That was my main goal anyways. I wanted to come here and start a family. All right, so after I finished,
he want to come and start a family, but he's not talking about being a family. He wants to impregnate as many women as he can.
That I had back.
Sound like he want to come over here and get an STD. Imagine going to a foreign country and free balling the bitches that you fucking in a foreign country. Like, that makes no logical sense for the simple fact of you don't know where they coochie been. But hey, to each his own. Bet money he gonna catch something.
I started walking the streets again, pulling out my Google Translate. I went inside this very popular club, and I met this dude named Evan in like the first 10 minutes. He was also from America, and he was telling me that he's been staying here for over a month and a half for free, leeching off other women. After he told me that, it's like my third eye really opened. Like, I really seen a vision in why I was here. He then told me that he knows a better spot that was kind of in more of a ghetto area. So we hopped on the train and we went to that area. He ended up leaving the club a little bit early because he met somebody, and he sent me this.
Yo, these niggas over here collecting Japanese hoes like motherfucking infinity stones, knowing good and well them hoes don't speak no English. They don't know shit you motherfucking saying. I mean, to each his own. Some dudes like that. But me personally, if the bitch can't speak a lick of the language I'm speaking, I don't know. Because it just feels like, I don't know, it just feels weird to me, but go for it.
Him, man. He's a star.
I ain't gonna.
This weird ass motherfucker dude looking more like a girl with a beard than a nigga. What the fuck? How did I choose? Look, this is not the video I was gonna share, but he is sharing the clips that I was gonna share. But it was another dude. I think I may have liked the other dude, because this nigga talk too fucking much. Okay?
A lot, that bitch did look mentally fried though. Like, she was looking at that bitch like, what's going on? I don't know. I just want to fuck this motherfucker.
Pulling up numbers in overtime. He said, fuck it, don't sub me out, coach. I need to get my stats up. I was still at the club, and I made the dumbest mistake ever. I put my buffs on in the club. Mind you, this wasn't Tokyo, this was downtown. So, like, in Cali terms,
I'm not gonna lie, in Japan, these gonna bring a lot of attention to you. Now, if you do these in the States, we know that these are the middle of the mall Temu glasses that you can get for about $20, throw on, and look like Lil Baby for 5.5 seconds in the back of the motherfucking club, whatever floats your boat. But in Japan, they don't give a shit. They look at this and they're not price checking shit. They automatically think you're fucking pop smoking Lil Baby if you put these bitches on. So these might be the method in Japan if you want a lot of attention.
this was not in LA where all the tourists be. This is Compton in
Uh-oh. Hello?
Call from. It's not for everyone.
Hello?
Hey, the link for the one that you're looking for is in the chat. You had it in your list, but it was all the way down at the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
All right, you're welcome.
Oh, damn. I didn't mute myself. Okay. The secretary is on it, baby. Okay. The secretary called me up and she said, nah, you had the link. It was just at the bottom. And she like, I forgot to mute myself because hubby sent me a text right when I'm not sure what happened. Okay, let me see. Let me come to the I got so many of these goddamn things down here. Lessons learned. Here we go. That must be the chat. Okay. I rent a whore by night, week, hour, day, per month. Hey, Mr. Muse, let me see. I think this might be what she's saying. Cause man, I can't. Well, like, see this guy right here, I could deal with him, okay? But that one I was just listening to, I ain't gonna lie, yo. I'm not gonna lie, I can't deal with these dumbass niggas.
So a friend of mine sent me a video.
Okay, we're gonna fast forward because we went through some of this already.
I just hope I can be loved and swarm with Japan ladies. I hope I can mate with most of them. I might stay there. I might end up staying there. I just want to see if this is...
This nigga said, I hope I can mate with most of them. I hope I can mate with most of them.
Actually true. I'm the risk taker. I'm the big dog. You guys want to sit around and hee ha ha ha. Oh my God. No, I'm the one that's gonna go get it. I'm gonna keep you guys updated. Stay tuned.
Oh, 19 years old. I'm pretty sure he hasn't even given himself a fair opportunity with the women here in America. But hey, I know what he's dealing with, though. I know what he's up against when it comes to the women or girls in his age bracket. So, dang, starting off this young, wanting to travel and to find love, I can only imagine how this is gonna go. Let's see how.
He ain't said, see, that's the ignorance of all these goddamn niggas, right? Because he didn't mention nothing about no fucking love. He talking about just getting him some coochie, mating with them. But you notice how this other guy who could be his uncle, possibly his dad, to be honest, right? He want to make it all light and shit. Now, it's one thing when you making it light for your sons, but this is how your sons end up like this little nigga, because y'all not keeping it real. Now, see, I've been keeping it real with my sons since the beginning. I gave them condoms when I realized, okay, these young girls are around. I've never said nothing negative about no young girl, right? And I'm calling them girls because they were girls. Like my sons were boys, they were girls. And I always spoke about young girls and young ladies with nothing but respect around my sons, so they can know that's how you speak around them, right? And when I realized I had one son, who was already, some woman had already, taught him some things, then I provided condoms. I explained how children are created. I explained about diseases, and I was very stern and gave them the facts. Hey, this is not something you want, right? And I explained to them that young ladies can have it without knowing it, and she can have it because some older dude then gave it to her, right? So you can't look at someone who's your age and thinking that, well, she's my age, and since it's my first time, it's her first time, and everything gonna be good, and we can take that chance. No, we don't. You don't know. Some older guy might be messing with her, and she don't know any better much, and now she got something, and now you get something. So I scared the shit out of them. Today, that's what has missing. Motherfucking fear. Listen, I got married because I was scared of diseases. But if nobody's scared of diseases and they think, oh, all I gotta do is get a shot and it'll be done, then yeah, you gonna be like this young man. These niggas is dangerous. Cause there's some shit that you get that will change your life. The way you move. And you be caught it from somebody you wasn't even interested in. You didn't even like that. You don't even remember their name. Oh, Jesus.
How he gonna play his hand?
Day number 2 in Japan. I woke up kind of late, so I knew I had to catch up, so I immediately hopped on Tinder. I told her I came here yesterday, but I'm staying until next Sunday. The tension started building up, and I said I love taking control. She said she loves to be fully controlled, so I said, all right, how about whoever finishes first has to pay for our date that we had set up? All they ever use in Japan is WhatsApp or Telegram, so I immediately went to that. Around 5 p.m., she came to my room, and I already scored. Now, I knew I was going to finish first, but it doesn't matter. It's about the tension and the talking. Most of the times, the buildup is better than the actual thing. Like, you have to give her a reason to want to come over. So that's why I made it a competition.
Y'all heard that? He said sometimes the buildup is better than the actual thing. And y'all ladies, y'all know that shit true, right? You be thinking, oh, look how sexy he is. Ooh, I wonder, ooh, it look like it's gonna be good. And then it'd be a dud. It'd be like the bomb never set off. You waiting for the bomb to even sizzle. Like somebody gotta spark the bomb. Like you trying to light the bomb. This nigga is done before you can even reach for your lighter. You know what I'm saying? He's all done, and you sitting laying there like, and then all you could do is go in the bathroom and clean up and look at this nigga like, I wish to never see you again. Adios, amigos. Amigos, or whatever, right? Adios, nigga. And then they get hurt in their feelings when you don't text them and stalk them. And then when they try to text you back, you act like, I don't know you. I don't know you, nigga. I don't know you. Shit. And I ain't gonna count you neither, nigga. I ain't counting you. That's right. It didn't happen if the dick wasn't snapping. I'm gone.
I'm not gonna lie, I was free balling inside of her. I didn't wear a helmet or anything, but she was okay with it. So if she wants to keep it, that's up to her. That was my main goal anyways. I wanted to come here and start a family. All right, so
Wait, what? What did I just hear? This man said if she wants to keep it, that's okay. That's my main goal. I wanted to come here and start a family. Bro, you based the whole premise of your interaction off of intercourse. You didn't attempt for a second to try to get to know this girl. You was making bets and plans and little competition on who would finish first. What? This ain't no passport, bro. He a passport hoe.
I can deal with this guy. I like him. A different perspective. I like him. I'm gonna have to subscribe. I think this is my second time using one of his videos. I think, didn't we use one of his videos last week? It may have been this week. No, it was with that woman. Remember the one who was fighting? No, I never played the update. Remember the woman who was, the man ended up with 2 women on vacation? It was his video that so I'm gonna subscribe to him. It was his video that I shared. And then there's an update, y'all. The girlfriend of the guy ended up jumping that young lady in Chicago. They stalked her and jumped her ass. Okay, but that's another story. We're gonna continue on this one.
Man.
After I finished that, I hopped back on the train station and I started walking the streets again, pulling out my Google Translate. I went inside this very popular club and I met this dude named Evan in like the first 10 minutes. He was also from America and he was telling me that he's been staying here for over a month and a half for free, leeching off other women. After he told me that, it's like my third eye really opened, like I've really seen a vision in why I was here. He then told me that he knows a better spot that was kind of in more of a ghetto area, so we hopped on the train and we went to that area. He ended up leaving the club a little bit early because he met somebody and he sent me this. Salute to him, man. He's a star player and he's still putting up numbers in overtime. He said, fuck it, don't sub me out, coach. I need to get my stats up. I was still at the club and I made the dumbest mistake ever. I put my buffs on in the club. Mind you, this wasn't Tokyo, this was downtown. So like in Cali terms, this was not in LA where all the tourists be. This is Compton in the gutter. I'm not gonna lie, they were dancing, you probably can't see them right now. But as soon as I put them on, the whole energy in the entire club shifted. More females started coming up to me. They told me to come to the back. I was using my Google Translator. Hold on real quick. I'm so sorry. I just can't help to tell you guys that I really put the on. It don't matter where I'm going to. I'm going to get fly. But yeah, so the girls were like more on me. And the guys, it was like these 4 Japan street thugs. They were just me mugging me the whole entire time. Now, they eventually left after like 30 minutes, so I thought they weren't tripping. But after I went home with my girl, bro, they was outside waiting for me.
Bro, you over here about to go get beat up by the Yakuza out there. You ain't heard? Hey. Oh, man, look. This wasn't my experience when I went to Japan. No, sir, because I guess I went to the wrong area. I ain't getting no play out there. I couldn't get a match on Tinder, on Bumble, literally nothing out there. I went to Osaka. I guess Osaka ain't where it's at. You got to go to Tokyo where there's some Tokyo. Look.
They started speaking Japan, and I think she was telling them to stop. She was about to cry, telling them no. I could not.
Yeah, sound like she saved your life, my guy. That's exactly what that sound like.
I could not understand a word that they were saying, but let's just say I sprinted home. I did not take any risk. I was running in these dark neighborhoods. It was super scary. And I wasn't tripping if I didn't leave nobody because I did already score earlier in the day. But yes, the racism and envy is really starting to show. Stay tuned for day number 3.
Oh, Lord. What's going to happen on day number 3?
Day number 3 in Japan. Immediately off the wake up, I started farming on Hinge. I was a Tinder, but I couldn't tell if some profiles were fake or not. I met this girl that was half Japanese, half Latino, and she really spoke 3 different languages. She's from America, but she stays in Japan by herself, so I said, you gotta teach me Spanish so I can talk dirty to you in 2 different languages. She said, you're a baby, I'm almost 26, so I said, make me grow up then, show me what adults do. She stayed in a city that was not too far from my hotel, so I said, all right, what day am I coming over? I'll give you home court advantage. At first, she was hesitant, but I got her phone number and I FaceTimed her, and I just slowly broke her down and convinced her. I snuck in a quick picture right before tip-off. Pay attention to the handcuffs on the bed. I'm definitely not a baby.
Pay attention, you got handcuffs on the bed.
Attention to the handcuffs on the bed. I'm definitely not a baby anymore. After what she did to me, I feel like a whole new man. After that, I had her take me back to my room. I'm paying $1,900 for 2 weeks. It's kind of expensive, but it does come with free breakfast. And I think it's $300,000 in yen. Here is where I met this black girl named Jada walking the streets of Shibuya. She was gorgeous, so I had to approach her. She was a foreign exchange student. She was actually from Chicago. I had to sneak these pictures because I didn't want her to know anything about my journey. But this just shows me that God has a sense of humor, because me coming to Japan was like my diss track towards black women. And then he hands me the most perfect black woman I can ask for while I'm in Japan.
Wait, he said him coming to Japan was his diss track towards black women? You do know there's other ethnicities in America outside of black women, right? This boy a clown on so many levels. What in the world am I watching?
We eventually left to get something to eat, and let me just tell you, I do put that on every single time. She took me back to change, and she changed at her dorm. Right here, though, we went to this small lake in Shibuya. I really hope this doesn't blow up too much, because I don't know how she's gonna react if she sees this video. I had to jump in the water. I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself. It was just too tempting. I went back home to go shower right quick, and me and Jada went out again to go eat. And let's just say I put that shit on again. It's getting out of hand now. This pretty much sums up day number 3. Me and Jada went back home to our spots. We didn't do anything, and I wasn't tripping because my stuff was kind of feeling funny. I don't know if it was an ingrown hair or a razor bump, but I'm gonna wait it out a few days. Also,
He said his stuff feeling kind of funny. Probably that daggone 25-year-old chick that you daggone slept with. She probably got burnt by somebody and decided she was going to be out here burning folks. She was like, let me get on these day naps and see if there's anything other than Asian trying to come out here and be a passport bro. I'm going to give him something, the passport, all right. You go ahead and take this with you around the world.
So I hear a lot of you guys saying if I get married to a girl in Japan, I can get paid to live here. If me and Jada do not work out, I'm probably just gonna do that. Also, if you're stationed in Japan and you're in the military, we should link up and I should borrow your military outfit, because I heard Japan girls go crazy for a black man in the military. Day number 4 in Japan.
Dang, that boy face. Look, I know he ain't nothing but 19, but he needs some of this. Some of that Tej Headley. And that's why I'm happy to announce that they are the sponsors for your and nothing you do to that. You get to still being hot in your face. Offering you all a great deal. That link down
On Tinder, and the one I was free balling.
and back to your video.
Day number 4 in Japan. So off the rip, I immediately woke up to. This is the same one from day 2, the one I met on Tinder, and the one I was free balling inside of. Baby, I'm sure I'm pregnant. I got tested, and I'm sure I don't want to abandon my baby because of my religion, but I don't want to be bullied for giving birth to a black baby. Like, what? I'm not even tripping if you have the kid. But now you bring a race into it? Please call me later. I'm calling her bluff on this. Like, in basketball terms, if it's a foul on the play.
A woman, after 4 days and took a pregnancy test, claiming she's pregnant. Baby, look at these dudes are stupid, man. They stupid. Okay? He calling her bluff, though.
And I'm the coach. I'm challenging the play.
Wait, hold on. I could be wrong, but wasn't the day 2 girl the dang one that was mixed with Spanish and could speak English fine? I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Look,
I had to go through that. I didn't want to stress myself out too much, so I figured I would get out the house and treat myself. Here's what I had for breakfast / lunch. I'm not even gonna worry about that. I'm gonna call that girl tomorrow, but today I'm gonna have my fun. I hit up my boy Evan from day 2 and I said, yo, what's the moves? Get me out the house before I crash out. He sent me this video. The legend himself, Evan, had to go home. Unfortunately, it was his last day in Japan. He was leeching off women for 2 months staying in Japan. He motivated me. He gave me the self-confidence that I needed. Everybody please show love to Evan in the comments. I had no plans, so I went back to old reliable Mrs. Jada. We pretty much talked and just drove around for hours. The vibes was perfect. Everything was perfect. But I told this girl so many lies, and if she sees this video, I'm pretty much... I done fucked around and told this poor lady that my father passed away and I got his inheritance, so I was taking a little vacation. That's how I ended up here.
this man, I'm about to call him a man. Clearly, he's still a boy the way he out here acting the movie. This boy out here on some super F-boy junk. That's all this is. This is not passport bro behavior whatsoever. Not what I thought passport bro should be.
This is exactly what passport bros is. What are you talking about? This is what they do. Actually, he's a step above because he's not getting prostitutes, right? Because he is getting dates and having sex with the women. And that's possibly because, you know, he's not bad looking. But for the ones they got, I can show y'all the other ones who going to pull out their pocket. They got to pull out their pocket. Okay? So yeah, this is, I wouldn't even call him a passport bro. This young man is just on some, you know, he's on some fuck shit, of course. But he get everything he deserved.
We'll talk about that in a minute.
That actually did work. I done talked myself into get some sympathy coochie. But my stuff was feeling funny, bro. I don't know what it is. I think, like, you know, if you go so hard the night before, it gets a little bit swollen. I think that's what it is. I really don't think I have anything. So I didn't want to touch her just in case if I had anything, because I actually care about this girl. So I said the best cop out.
He said, I actually care about this girl, but you just met her. and you going crash. Look, you going from woman to woman. You're like, I really care about this girl. You can't even, I think he's talking about the black one. Ain't that something? He went all the way to Japan to find him a black woman from Chicago. Ain't that some shit? And she's the one who's spending time with him, driving him around, going jumping off, you know, or whatever mountains and into water, and look like they having real fun. Ain't that something?
I'll answer ever. I told her, I don't want to make love with you yet because I don't want you to think that I'm just here for that. If you're a man and you turn down buns, every single day after that, it's going to be there automatically. This was the best thing I could have ever said. And plus, my mind wasn't in the right place since that little baby incident happened. But stay tuned for day number 5.
Oh, Lord have mercy. This boy need to go get tested. This is like the second or third time he done mentioned this stuff ain't feeling right.
Day number 5 in Japan. Y'all remember this from day 4? You guys helped me realize that she tried to pin a baby on me. It takes at least 6 days for the baby to fertilize and for the test to pop up positive, and it's only been 2 days. So you know I had to troll. She texted me back 4 hours later and said, if you didn't cooperate, you would think you should have stayed in America. Like, is that really a threat? Because I'm not putting up with your fake baby? Now, here's the bad news. The black girl I met, Mrs. Jada, she found my shit. One of y'all little sneaky femboys sent...
Oh, they're good? I can smell the vinegar. I'll taste it, though. It's for both of us? What's that? What's that other stuff?
Baked beans and macaroni and cheese.
Oh, you got your one, too? Oh, okay. You look tired, babe. Sorry, y'all. My hubby just got here. I wanted to hear I missed it. Let me see what he said. Well, I'm gonna rewind. I'm sorry, y'all. Because some people talking. Let's see. My head hurts.
She texted me back 4 hours later and said, if you didn't cooperate, you would think you should have stayed in America. Like, is that really a threat? Because I'm not putting up with your fake baby? Now, here's the bad news. The black girl I met, Mrs. Jada, she found my shit. One of y'all little sneaky femboys sent her my videos. There's a lot more stuff you can do for money, babe. I know, just chill on me, babe. LMAO, so are we not compatible? I don't know, it just threw me off, to be honest, but I like looking at you. You can look at me all day, that's not the problem. You just have to gotta look past my other character.
She said, did she say I like looking at you? Yeah. So I'm trying, okay, y'all, I'm gonna put myself at 19. Okay, let me try to visualize me at 19, okay? Whew, what did I, of course, looks matters, right? Because that's the first thing you see. But if I found out that everything he told me was a lie, and I'd be like, well, I like looking at you though. It's okay, you know, about the lies. Hell no. I'm literally was the one who would have hit him in his fucking head. See what I'm saying? Like, I would have been like, nah, you know, I would have been real sweet with it, like, hey, go away, you know, kind of like ignored him and try to stay away. He's chasing me around, you know, walking around and trying to follow me, and I'm just being sweet as hell, right? Trying to get away. I'll go in another nigga's room or something, you know, and kind of niggas will be standing outside the room just waiting for me to come out. And then eventually they'll say something, and then I'll say something, and then they'll say something that piss me off, and then I'll pick up something and tell him I'll bust him in his motherfucking head. And then the nigga would leave. But see, I was trying to be nice. So, but I don't understand this conversation where she like, I like looking at you. You know, I don't know. It just threw me off, but I like looking at you. I don't know what that means. I don't know.
No, I can't be sitting out here. My man's posting that shit. Bro, I can't get her back now. You guys fucked off everything.
Yo, he's over here blaming his actions on other people, on his viewers. Bro, the viewers ain't doing nothing but watching your clown butt make a fool of yourself on the internet. Man, I hope your parents see this and have a talk with you, because what? I don't see
But yeah, anyways, after that, I went to this little car pop-up show, and some Asian girl approached me. I wasn't even in the right mind space, but I still took her under my wing. You guys don't realize how sneaky I have to be when I make these videos. I'm not finna approach them like, oh yeah, I'm on my journey trying to make babies and start families in Japan. I checked up on the homie Evan right quick, and he sent me this video. It turns out he didn't even go back to America. He went to another different part of some Asian shit. So yeah, he's living life. I'll tag him in the comments. You guys need to tell him to start making content. Here's me in Tokyo with the girl that I met at the car pop-up. I'm not showing faces no more because y'all are weirdos, but after we hung out, I took her back to my hotel and I straight killed her shit. I was low-key doing a little bit too much, but I had so much anger built up, like, you have to understand me. She's lucky I wore a helmet because my stuff was kind of feeling funny still, but if it wasn't feeling funny, I know she would make a great mother.
Oh my God. What? So he's saying if he wasn't feeling funny down there, that he wouldn't. This is not, like I said, this is not Passport Bro. This is a woman who was saw shit with, right? Dudes that get, we just skipping around. Just get to the good stuff.
Day 7 in Japan. A few days ago, I actually did end up taking this at-home kit to see if I got burnt, but it was too confusing, so I just went to the doctor to get tested. And just like I expected, y'all, I got. I really might have some other stuff too, because look at my lips.
This nigga been eating coochie. This nigga got chlamydia and what it was, y'all? He positive for, let me see, let's read it.
Too confusing, so I just went to the doctor to get tested. And just like I expected,
This nigga got chlamydia and gonorrhea. This nigga positive for chlamydia and gonorrhea. How you get 2 STDs? Who walk around with 2 STDs? Not just one, not just gonorrhea, but you got gonorrhea and chlamydia? Oh, she walking around with gonorrhea and chlamydia. And so is he. And ladies, We may not know it. She may not even know it. She may have no symptoms. Men get symptoms right away. Okay? Men get symptoms. They could see them. They could feel them. Her symptoms may have came and gone and she not know it. Like, for instance, a fever and shit like that, right? Women, we don't have actively visible symptoms. So, yes, a woman could be walking around. How you walking around with two is how the fuck you ended up fucking a nigga with no condom and gave it to him. That's how you got it. The same way you gave it, it's the same way you got it. Ladies, do not be messing around with these men, man, without protection. That's all. That nigga got chlamydia and gonorrhea from one encounter. Now, you know, I ain't gonna lie, but he telling us this story, right? He telling us a story, and that don't necessarily mean we need to believe it. Because he could have been the nigga who came over there with that shit. You see what I'm saying? He could have entered into this thing already knowing he got it, or maybe he didn't know he got it. He could have been the person who's giving this shit out. Okay? Now I don't know. But I do know that his actions is just too free with his peen. And I heard some of these men they say nobody wearing condoms out here. And I can't fucking believe it. Like, I really can't fucking believe it. Like, nobody told y'all the dangers. You know how scared I was? Like, I was absolutely fucking scared. Like, the only way a man could take off a condom with me is he had to almost, like, really be my boyfriend. Now, back then, I wasn't making nobody take no tests. You know, like I taught my kids. I'm like, hey, when you start getting serious with a woman, hey, you know, offer to go take a test, and she take a test. And y'all can know what each other's status is up front. And then y'all can move like that. Right? That's to protect her and you. And I taught him how to explain it to a woman so she won't feel offended. Right? And I think from my perspective, and I'm put the link in if anybody disagree with me. If you ladies disagree with me, where a man who you've been dating, right? Well, even if it's just online, but y'all gonna meet up. And I think we all know that when you're meeting up for the physical thing. You done already got the mental shit out the way over the phone and on the internet and on, right? Y'all meeting up for some physical fucking meeting. And I know the women will be like, nah, that's not true, Bomb. And I'm thinking, well, if it's not true, then why the fuck are you meeting up when you could continue to be on the phone? You could continue, right? You could continue to just relate through your text messages. You could continue to relate doing your video camera or whatever that shit called, video chatting. You could do that. But no, the reason you meeting in person is for the physical portion. Okay? Now I know I'm not gonna tell the men. Okay, we could keep it a secret, but you meeting him for that. Okay, and so if you meeting him for that, then what's wrong? Y'all done went through the mental shit. Be like, hey, well, look, I care about you, and you know, I want to start off on a good foot. Want you to know I ain't got nothing, so let's go and take this test together. And that's how I taught my sons how to pass that along. Okay, let's take this test. Let's get this test together. Okay. I don't know how you women feel about that, but that is what I taught my sons. And that is like, that's how I know when my sons are in new relationships. Because they'll hit me up and they'll be like, Mom, can you set me up an appointment for some blood work? And I'm like, okay. I say, is there a particular day that you off or something? And then I'll set it up for them. Okay. What y'all think about that? And you got to do that, ladies. Because look, you can't look at this man and tell that he got a disease. This nigga walk around burning bitches. This nigga got 2 on his peen, and he probably got something on his lips. So you let him put his lips down there, and now You may not even let him put his peen down there. I don't know if y'all know, but you can catch this shit on your tongue. This shit is contact. This shit is done through contact, right? His put his tongue down there, his lips down there, and then this nigga start kissing you down there because he got it on his lips. Then you got it, and you ain't have to let him put the peen in you. But you got that chlamydia though. Your pussy on fire. Bitch, your pussy burning. Pussy burning. You peeing and your pussy on fire. Okay? And you thinking it's just yeast infection, right? Because yeast infection, it could be Lord. We all, you can have overgrowth of yeast for various reasons, or for nothing at all, to be honest, right? And that's how women be having it and not knowing, because it start off with the yeast. You go and get some medication for the yeast, but you didn't know that the thing that caused your imbalance was the disease. You solved the issue, right? The overgrowth of the yeast. You solved that, but you keep getting it over and over again. Like I had a girlfriend, every month she was having yeast infection. This girl always had cream that I never even seen the cream until her, right? And I used to see her always using this cream, and I'm thinking, in my mind, my pussy, I ain't got no problems like that. I've had a yeast infection, yes, and but she always had yeast infection. Now I was young, I didn't think that back then to tell her, hey, maybe you need to go to the doctor, you might have something else. I never think to tell her that. Not until, I got older did I realize that the reason she probably had all them yeast infections because her pussy was on fire, and she had signals. It was smoke signals saying, bitch, go to the doctor, go to the doctor, go to the doctor. Man, y'all got friends who use douches constantly? Yeah, that's a sign, okay? The douche could be causing the issue, but the douche can also be wiping away the signals of the issue, okay? Your coochie shouldn't need no douche as long as you washing your ass. Sit your ass in some water, okay? Anyway, here we go.
Expected, y'all. I got. I really might have some other stuff too, because look at my lips.
Look at this nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, this nigga putting his lip. Look, his lips is fucked up. Let me see if we can see it better. This nigga putting it, man. Y'all, these young people coming and telling all their business. You look, if I ever catch an STD, y'all, I'm telling y'all right now, y'all ain't gonna know. Okay, I ain't gonna lie to you. If you want me to lie, I'm still gonna tell you, you ain't gonna know. I ain't coming to the internet to say, hey, I got an STD, y'all. Okay, I ain't gonna never tell y'all that. Never. Okay, we gonna take that to the grave.
I refuse to let this stop me, though. I understand that I'm the star player and I'm injured, but I'm still going to carry the team and put up.
Dang, this fool tested positive for both chlamydia and gonorrhea.
AC Ball said, Bob, I ain't had no problems like that. I know that's right. Okay. Ooh, Lord. Ain't no way I'm eating coochie and it's a jump off. I know that. This nigga going head first. In fact, that's what the music's saying. Like, everybody either sucking or getting head. They're like, the men are saying, forget, they don't care what that pussy like. They don't care about that. They're not even trying to even get into that because they really don't like it. And you see what I'm saying? And the women are saying, huh, well, you ain't gonna put that D in me because they don't want no children, but you could give some head too, right? You could give some head. And now your lips gonna be falling off.
It's crazy because this is the same day I got burnt, day number 2. I was so happy that I took a post-game picture. Same girl that tried to pin a baby on me is the same one that burnt me. And
she pinning the baby on him, okay, and burning his ass. She making sure he gonna be hers, baby.
She's still blowing up my phone, even after I exposed her dumb ass. Hey, I need to understand this. I can have a baby, but I want to get married. First, it was, I don't want to have a black baby. And now I want to get married first. I don't want you to go home. Please call me baby. Bro, leave me alone. I'm not finna be with you. First you burnt me, and then you lied about having a baby. Anyways, back to the streets I go. I stopped at this little store to get some helmets because I'm not freeballing no more. But you know I had to stop and get a little thirst trap for the gram. This time
This nigga going to get, he going to get the condoms now. After catching the disease. Talking about he ain't free balling no more. Like as if he can get a disease twice. You know what I mean? Like, I guess he's saying, well, I already got the disease now, so let me protect myself so I won't get another one. Nigga, you got 2 of them already. The only thing you'll be doing is giving it out. So yes, protect the other people. But why are you still using that broken dick? That dick should be deemed dangerous. Okay? It needs to have a warning sign on it that says explosive. Like throw away. Dispose of. Something.
I waited for a Ling Ling to come up to me. 5-minute Google Translate conversation. Boom, back to my room just like that. You guys can't even be mad at me at this point. There was a little obstacle during my marathon, and
What was that? That's supposed to be a clip of him showing off the fact that there's a girl in the room with him. That just could have been the TV in the background. We didn't even see nobody. This boy here.
I tripped and fell.
Reese said free balling is wearing no drawers. Apparently he's so young he think free balling, or maybe the term to change. Y'all, you know how fast terms change. God damn, because I was wondering what free balling meant also, because I thought it was also where you don't wear underwear, you go commando. But based on the way he's using it, I figured that it must have changed. So he's talking about free balling, like his balls just free when he knocking her up. They slapping with no covers on him, no raincoat, no shield. He going in with no protection. Oh.
Fell, I ain't gonna lie. But I have to get back up and finish the race. I still got numbers to put up. I'm not gonna be here forever, so I'm still gonna have my fun. And like I said, I'm a star player that's injured, and my team still needs me. I'm LeBron James at 40 years old. My team still needs me. I cannot stop now. Stay tuned for day number 8.
LeBron James at 40 years old. Boy, you ain't even half LeBron James' age.
Day 8 in Japan. I woke up a little depressed because the news I found out yesterday. And it just now hit me in the morning after.
I know some of y'all are probably thinking, May 21st, this look old. This picture of him looks older before he got his hair twisted. Maybe he's showing a past positive result before he even went out there to Japan. No, y'all, I went digging. This junk is from months ago. All this stuff that we're watching is probably from back in May. This wasn't recent stuff that happened.
I slept on it a little bit. I didn't even want to get out the house today, but I'm still going to go hard for y'all. So starting off with some good eats that I had for lunch. I said, so I hopped in a taxi and went to the streets of Shibuya where all the trouble happens. Right when I got there, there was some weird parade going on. No, I had to stop and get my thirst trap. That's just mandatory. But I was really a dead man walking the whole entire time. A lot of y'all were saying to pack it up and go home. A lot of y'all were saying I'm the biggest L ever. Like, I was really sad, bro. I didn't talk to nobody. The girls that were approaching me, I was turning them down. I kept walking. I was not in my right element. 30 minutes before I was about to leave, this girl approached me and she asked if I wanted to go to her pool party / photo shoot. At first, I wasn't convinced and I thought it was some type of scam, but she showed me her Instagram and she had 100,000 followers. I'm not showing it to y'all because y'all the last girl that I met. At first, I told her no because I don't have any pool clothes, but she took me back to my room, which wasn't far. It was like 15 minutes away. And I went to change very quick. And she really had a live photo shoot. She was not playing around. Like, this was a real thing. There was all types of people there. I was networking. And a couple of people actually said that they see my series and they said they love it. So thank you to y'all. So yeah, I was a little lit. I had the munchies and there was hella food there. It went on until 2 a.m. and eventually everybody started fading away. Everybody left. And it was just me alone at her house. So she asked me if I wanted to have a good time. And me being my weak-minded self, of course I said yes. And then the conversation started to get a little weird, a little deeper, and she asked if I had any kicks. I said not that I know of. She said she had a special surprise for me, so she took me to this place and she said, pick whichever one I want. Now, I'm not gonna lie. I was looking for like 10 minutes and I seen a little schoolgirl outfit with a skirt. So I grabbed that. I say, here, this is the one. But then the weirdest thing happened right when it was about to get good, bro. I kid you not, I could not get up. I don't know what was wrong with me. This never happened to me ever. I never had this problem. I've always been young and full of testosterone. I don't know if it was the role play. I don't know if it's because I got burnt. I don't know, but it was just so frustrating and embarrassing. I ended up.
The little man is out of commission. He kept telling you to stop. He was like, you need to protect me. You got to go take care of me. You need to go and get that medicine so I can be healthy. Or we might not be able to have no children in the future. He says, slow your ass down. That's what happened. That's what happened. You slow nigga. God damn.
Up just going home and I sent her this message. She said, don't feel stressed about it. I hope to see you soon. I don't know, man. I understand every star player has a bad game, but this was not good for me at all. This really messed with my confidence and my mental. But let me know where I should go next after I'm done with Japan. And let me know if I should go live or make a YouTube or a Twitch or anything like that. I read every single comment. Stay tuned.
Bro, what is happening? It's just, God, can't even say the STD right. Man.
I've been in Japan for 10 days. I caught 2 STDs, chlamydia and gonorrhea.
He called it gonorrhea. 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 I caught chlamydia and gonorrhea. That nigga want to dance. Doing the gonorrhea. Doing the gonorrhea.
I have it.
This fool can't even say the STD right. It's gonorrhea. What did you say? Gonorrhea?
Chlamydia and gonorrhea.
Gonorrhea. This fool said gonorrhea. Why is he over here doing the Keith Lee impersonation about his little burning situation?
Chlamydia and gonorrhea. I have it. Let's talk about it and let's rate it 1 through 10. Starting off with side effects.
We could say let's rate it 1 through 10. This nigga think he doing a commercial for real. So is that what the Zers are doing? They looking at life like it should be a reality TV show. And so they putting everything out there. And then they want to they want to get a commercial, right? He gonna be the next dude to say, I have gonorrhea and and then some medicine gonna come up. It's gonna be a commercial about the medication to get rid of gonorrhea. He want to be the spokesperson for one of them goddamn medications. Now I can't tell you what medication gets rid of gonorrhea. I don't know much about gonorrhea, to be real with you. Like I would have to go and really look it up because I did the research on all the STDs. It was on my website. I was informing. I like to inform, but I don't know by heart. I've never had any STD, and knock on the woods, okay? But I'm not even gonna knock on the wood. Knocking on them condoms, baby. Condoms, okay? You got no condom? Okay, bye-bye. Condoms, okay? But, Jesus. He lucky he ain't got HIV. And you know what I'm saying? HIV. And look, you can live through these things today. But it is life-changing, though. And I don't think the kids know that. Like, to me, it's scary to catch HIV. Like, I would have known that, first of all, I would have been like, hey, do I even have to inform my family? I definitely got to inform my husband, right? Even if I had got married, let's say I had it before, and now would he have married me when I informed him of that? Would we have had children? Like, would I been scared to have children? From the idea that passes on to the kids, but then they found out, well, it only passed on to the kids through breast milk as long as you was on medication. But that, you know, by the time all the medications and things came out, I was already married with children. So, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Now today is different. You know, when we was talking about this discussion about HIV a few months back, when somebody came over here talking about how he was giving it to black women on purpose when he was a gay man, right? He loved gay. He loved men. And then as soon as he found out he got a disease, he started to have sex with black women. Remember, I called up on his ass, okay? If y'all don't believe me, y'all let me know. Motherfucker be like, Bomb, you just do a lot of talking. Yeah. I let him talk for hours so I could get that real information. And then when I got that information, I made a call to the public health department in his motherfucking state. Fuck out of here.
And symptoms. I have lower abdomen pain, which varies on and off, and it feels like I have to pee nonstop, but nothing comes out. And when I do pee, it burns like lava. And I also have flu-like symptoms such as headaches, sore throats, and dizziness. The pain is pretty bad, but
pray to God I don't never get none of that. That sounds all unpleasant.
I still function, so I would rate it about 6.5 out of 10. Let's break down the physical aesthetics. I have redness, soreness, and inflammation. And I've been waking up with a lot of discharge. It's very uncomfortable. It does not look pleasant at all. 10 out of 10. Let's talk about the only good thing that came from it, which is the exposure.
10 out of 10? What you mean 10 out of 10?
I'm about to ask that too. That nigga said 10 out of 10. Wait, isn't 10 the highest number? Is he talking about the pain or the discomfort or the grossness? Like, what are you giving 10 out of 10? What is this dude doing over there with that sick ass penis? He over there rating his sick penis and discharge and shit. And I don't understand his rating system. He should be like hurts, moderate hurt, you know, it hurts a little. This nigga talking about 10 out of 10. Oh, hell no. This is Z right here, man. I thought they were gonna do us proud, but it don't look like they doing be about shit. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
That's not good.
10 out of 10. Let's talk about the only good thing that came from it, which is the exposure. It's been putting a lot of people on notice. This
nigga said the only thing that came good out of it is the exposure. And so he can put people on notice. Oh, yeah, I'm glad I caught gonorrhea and chlamydia so I can inform you all about its effects. My leaky dick. I wake up and my dick is stuck to my leg, and that's because of the discharge. And when I pee, it hurts like hell. But I did it all for you. I did it all for you. Oh.
Can them do better, and it hit everywhere. Even hit Black Twitter, and my whole entire family has seen me in this terrible state. I've been getting made fun of a lot all across the internet, but you know what they say? All exposure is good exposure. So
I don't know if they say that anymore. That like people take things that they hear and they really take that shit literal. All exposure is not good exposure, baby. That would be on some business tip, right? And that's not even true anymore. People used to like the free press of something. So if somebody was getting sued, they didn't want that out there. But if it did get out there, they would try to spin it and say, okay, well, at least our company name is getting out there. But think about that. That's not true. All exposure, all press is good press. Hell no. That literally makes no sense. That's truly not true, y'all.
7 out of 10. All around, I would rate this experience a 5 out of 10. I hope it doesn't happen to me again, but it was a great learning experience. Nah, but all jokes aside, I didn't do anything for day 10. I'm not feeling too good. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. But I did go and get my antibiotics, which is a good thing. Tell me why I'm just not finding out that Japan is paying people $75,000 yearly just to have a kid and live there. This is my last chance. I'm crashing out. I'm calling out everybody. If you're a girl in Japan and you want to have a kid with me so we can have a good life, let's do it. Everything is.
Hell no, she ain't have no kid with you. Your penis is broken. And to be honest, once you put it on the internet, Anybody who sleep with you thereafter, without receipts of good help, they just really are really like to play Russian roulette with their pussies, okay? You playing Russian roulette with your pussy, ladies? No, I hope not, but maybe. Okay, some of you are. And what I would suggest is, don't play Russian roulette with your pussy with him. we know his little work ain't doing the job, okay? His lips, I wonder what's up with them lips. Oh, nah, if I was his mama, he couldn't kiss me ever again. Not even on the hand, not on the cheeks. No, sir. If I see some lips that don't look right, they look like they got rashes around them and shit, then, no. I'll be like, what's wrong with your lips? Hell no. It's not the lips that you kiss your mama with. No, sir.
For educational purposes, TikTok. I don't know what's next for me, y'all, but stay tuned.
This boy's still trying to get somebody pregnant. 19 years old. Boy, if you don't take your butt back home, this better be it. All right, y'all. I think this is the last day in Japan.
Day 11 in Japan. First of all, I went downstairs to get some towels, and she said that I had a few noise complaints, so I should keep it down. So I just switched hotels, and plus the new one is cheaper anyways. I've been in the house for too long, so you already know I had to get outside today. It was a very nice day, so I thought I could walk around with my shirt off. I didn't know that was haram in Japan. I tried to sneak in a quick picture for y'all, but as soon as I got in the store, I put my shirt on, but some law enforcement approached me. And I couldn't really understand what he was saying, but he just basically gave me a warning, I think. Shortly after that, I met this foreigner on the streets, and we went to get something to eat. I'm not showing you guys their face anymore because you guys lost that privilege. After that, we rode the Mario Kart go-karts in Tokyo. We were chilling in her car for a while, and she said that she wanted to have some fun, so she said, let's go back to my hotel room. But I already had some noise complaints from the last one, so I didn't want to risk it. So I said, how about we go back to your dorm because she went to school here. She said that she had roommates there, so she said, let's just do it right here. I did tell her I was burnt, but she said it's okay, just wear a helmet. I said, are you?
He said, I did tell her I'm burnt. She said it's okay, wear a helmet. Please tell me this ain't what's going on for real, y'all. How desperate you gotta be to want some burnt dick? That's like me wanting burnt toast. Like, I'm hungry, but I ain't that hungry, okay? It ain't like it's toast, because even if burnt toast, I might be able to lightly scrape off some of the burnt, you know what I mean? But this nigga is offering burnt dick, and she like, it's okay, just cover up the burntness. Apparently, she don't know how chlamydia and gonorrhea work. Skin on skin contact. That nigga about to give it to you if you kiss him. Okay. So how desperate she gotta be to want to take some sick dick? Okay, girl, that's what I say. We know he lying, girl, and look, he gonna show us something. See, because I'm a common sense type of woman. I know y'all. I hope y'all know that by now. I think y'all do, right? Common sense is more about the common sense. I don't care about what nobody say. I don't care about what's written on the website. We gotta think about the whole situation and then see if it's more likely that it is true than it isn't, right? That's the type of person I am. And something, he gonna show us something that gonna make me believe that most of the shit that he's talking about is fake. Okay? Not all of it. The nigga probably got with somebody, paid her, and raw, as he called it, free balled it, right? Raw dogged her. And then he ended up with a disease. That might be true. Okay? But watch, something else gonna happen.
Are you sure? She said, yes, trust me. Check out this post-game interview. This is the most I could get. All right, y'all. So I was about to hop in my bag, but I came hella fast. Man. How do you feel about that? About me not being able to keep up. Answer to the people. To the people? Yeah.
Look, he asked her that dumb question. I came too fast. What do you think about that? And she is saying nothing. He says answer to the people. And she said to the people? Like he putting her on blast like that. Look, this is why they say that we not submissive. Cause he putting on blast, and I would have been like, you little dick, broke dick ass nigga, cause he trying to embarrass her. So anyway, I'm gonna play it through though, cause I'm heated by this. The way he doing this woman.
How do you feel about that?
Wait, let's see what he said. Again.
Yeah, this is the most I could get. All right, y'all. So I was about to hop in my bag, but I came hella fast. Man. How do you feel about that? About me not being able to keep up? Answer to the people.
To the people?
Yeah.
A little disappointed.
A little disappointed. Fuck. Yeah, I'm finna go jump off a bridge. So yeah, as you can see, I suffered.
Yo, so that's it. He said, answer to the people. She said, to the people. Yeah. She said, I'm a little disappointed. You think I would have said that? I would have been, yeah. I'm a little disappointed that your dick is too small, that you couldn't keep it up. Like, this nigga got a broke dick and gonna offer her broke dick. Ladies, I want y'all to know that they notching, putting notches on their belts, and they're not giving no fucks about the quality of their work, okay? They humping up and down. They never really cared about the quality of their work. They don't really start caring about the quality of their work until they really care about you. When they care about you, then they care about the quality of their work, okay? But when they don't care about you, they don't care about the quality of their work. And if it's two pumps, then that's what it is. And then if you say anything negative about it, then he'll make it all about you that did something wrong. Oh, wait, I don't know if it was the outfit or the role play. Nah, it was your sick dick. You ain't healthy. Y'all hear when he said that earlier? When he said the first time he came too soon? And he started talking about he's like LeBron and he got to still be in the game. And he said, I don't know if it was the role play. He trying to blame it on everything except his sick dick. Sick dick. Sickly dickly. Sickly dickly.
From inactivity, but I was just happy to be on the court again. A lot of you guys were comparing me to Derrick Rose, but that is not true. I'm more like Kevin Durant after he caught that injury. Now I'm about to straight dominate. Also, why are you guys sending stuff like this to my inbox? Like, I appreciate the love, I guess, but I don't need you guys stressing out. I'm not good, but I'm good, bro. Like, it's my fault. Just let me suffer it by myself. I don't need you guys hopping in my business.
You ain't suffering it by yourself. You sharing that shit with other women. Sickly dick.
But yeah, guys, that's pretty much it for today. You know, I'm just happy. It feels good to be back on the court. I don't know what's next, but stay tuned.
Back on the court. Boy, you need to go somewhere and heal. You're nasty.
I caught gonorrhea and chlamydia when I was in.
Look, this is the part where he think he vibing, he think he fresh, he think, whatever y'all call it today. He think he the shit. And he talking like he the shit. So he's talking to some people in that area, and so watch how this shit work out. He gonna do exactly what we see a lot of men do.
Stay tuned.
Back on the court. Boy, you need to go somewhere and heal. You're nasty.
I caught gonorrhea and chlamydia when I was in Tokyo.
Still can't say it right.
We're in Tokyo, so I'm gonna do a little quick Q&A for y'all since y'all keep asking me questions. So starting off with the first question, I'm just gonna freestyle in my head is, do Japanese girls shave? From my experience, no, they don't. Every time it's been a jungle for me, but I like it. I'm a natural monkey. I like to climb in the jungle. So if you don't like it, stay home. Next question is, are Japanese people racist? Yes, they are very racist. They will stare at you, and as soon as you look at them, they will turn away. But it's not like I'm gonna kill you racist. It's like I'm scared of you racist. So it's not too much to worry about. And for the third question is, do I really have 2 STDs? Yes, I caught gonorrhea and chlamydia while I was here. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm low-key burnt out. But yeah, it is what it is.
Burnt out.
Is the food here overrated? No, the food is not overrated. If you like sushi, you pretty much will like everything in Japan. I think it's very great. I don't know why.
That's an accurate statement, though. The food is good, but I don't like sushi, so I don't like everything in Japan.
You guys asked me this, but are Japanese girls tight? Yes, of course they are tight. All of them are small and petite. So like, how much was this trip and how was I able to afford this? So I'm spending upwards of $4,000.
Sounds about
And
right.
I'm able to afford this through TikTok. So the more I post and the more you guys watch it, the more I can travel to different countries. Is it actually easy to get bitches in Japan? Yes, it is very easy. If you can say hi in the Google Translate, then your V card will go bye-bye. All you gotta do is say hi.
This fool said if you say hi, then your V card will go bye-bye.
And talk with them for 5 minutes and act like you're interested in learning their language. Now you good? Come on. All right, so what's your name?
I'm Natalie.
Taylor. I'm Sam. Nice to meet you. How old are you?
I'm 18.
18? And I'm 19. Are you single?
I am single.
You single?
Yeah.
How do you like it in Tokyo, though?
Tokyo's lit as fuck. We just
It's
had
lit.
some-
It's tight, huh?
It is tight.
Yeah, it was some
Hella
fire
bad
shit,
bitches
yeah.
and hella bad.
Man, there's hella bitches. I caught gonorrhea and chlamydia when I was in Tokyo.
You got chlamydia
How do you
and
feel about that?
gonorrhea.
How do you feel about that?
I'm not a fan of that. Never had it.
Would you still fuck with me though?
Nah.
You wouldn't?
Nah, you burnt out. You
No, I'm not burnt.
She said he made it seem like, would you fuck with me though? Like he tried for us to believe that he told a young woman he was burnt and that she was fucking, she still fucked it. And I'm saying that most women, I'm hoping that you're like this young woman here. She's like, nah, because you burnt out. He gonna get offended. That's how he about to be offended that she says you burnt out.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that?
I'm not a fan of that. Never had it.
Would you still fuck with me though?
Nah.
You wouldn't?
Nah, you burnt out. You
No,
burnt.
I'm not burnt.
You burnt.
It's ways to heal it. It can go
I
away.
understand that, but
I can fix it.
Bop City over here. Not
I ain't a bot, bro. Stop playing with me, man. I ain't no bot. I think you a bot. Chrome Heart, Vultures. Only bops wear Vultures merch. Yeah, come on now. Yeah, let's talk about it. What? You said Supreme? All right, so back to my video since these rude people want to fuck it up. You feel?
Yeah, these kids.
Y'all see that shit now? Okay, y'all. Damn, I don't want to restart. Okay, so look, I'll be right back. Nobody's up here, but I'm not gonna end it. Okay, y'all talk in the chat and give me about 5 minutes. I gotta run downstairs for something. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself. Hold up, because I don't want to end the stream. Okay, and y'all give me a second though. I gotta go. I don't want to end the stream. Okay, but I'm gonna mute myself. Okay, I'll be back. I'm back. Am I back? Am I back? I think I'm back. Okay, let me see. I gotta see because I think it's moving now. Sorry about that, y'all. Sorry. I was seeing if anybody else was live. I did put the link in, so if anybody want to come up to talk about what we talked about so far. But if nobody comes up, we're going to the next person. We're gonna talk about a little podcast with his dumb ass, okay? We're gonna talk about a little podcast. Okay, so little podcast is very much like these two young men who I just talked about, right? These passport bros, but he don't claim to be a passport bro. That's not why he's like them. He's like them in this fact that they want to talk about everything in their lives, and they have nothing to really offer. No, there's no when you tell a story, when they tell something that happened in their life, there's no story behind it, no message behind it that everybody can grasp up, right? I tell y'all a story, yeah, I make the story a little funny, right? I may even add a little something to make it even more funny, right? But the story will be true. And whether it's about me or someone else, it's still a true story. But I tell the story with a message behind it. Okay? There's a message behind. They tell story. They just talk about their dumbass lives, and they never have nothing. There's no substance in their story except, yeah, I went to jail. But do they want to tell you what they went to jail for? Not that nobody cared. And even if they did, like, would there be a message in that? Like, hey, yeah, I went to jail for doing something I shouldn't have done, and maybe you shouldn't do it. And this is why I thought I can do it. Because maybe, I just was raised thinking that it's acceptable. But I realize it's not acceptable. Nah, they don't do that. Because they don't really want to tell you shit. They really don't want to tell you the real details. The things that may make you think, why would I even deal with this person? Okay. So little podcast, aka Beanz. So I ended up with this nigga on the panel only to inform me that back in the day I was a baddie. He's like, yeah, Bob, I told these niggas back in the day I would have fucked with you. Right? And what do that sound like? Why would a man think he should tell me that? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not available now, and I wasn't available then. To him, especially, ever. And so to tell me that you would have dealt with me back then is only a fantasy of his. You see what I'm saying? That's a fantasy of his. Podcasts have never is not my type ever, never in my life. Like, you know what I mean? Like, even at my lowest low that I can even think of, even the depths of hell that I've never been, but if I had been, he still wouldn't be a choice of mine. So for these men to then start making it seem like, oh, back in the day, you was a baddie, and I would have, Nick, you wouldn't be with me. You wouldn't have been with me back then. You wouldn't be with me now, and you're not gonna be with me in the future, nigga. Like, why do they take everything about us as women and sexualize it? Like, I could sit on panels with men and be friendly and befriend. And when I think about them, I think of them in a friendly manner. And, even as far as meeting them and shit like that, it'll be on some, yeah, me, my husband, or yeah, if you come through. It's never, ever, especially on here on YouTube, I never come across a man where I thought, for real, that, yeah, you come through, I'm going to throw you something. I'm going to throw this coochie, you could catch it. But they do that to me and other women all the time, as if we are on some stage offering ourselves to them. They want to know what you look like. We don't know what you look like. Turn on your cam. And I'm like, why? Like, for what? So we can see that you're real. What do you mean? So you can see if I'm in real time, like you could actively talk to me what you are, and I'm actively responding, which tells you that I'm real. We just want to see what you look like, but we don't. Why? Because I don't care what you look like. And even after I've seen what you look like, I'm still not interested. Now, it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever come across here on YouTube. Because it's one thing in the real world, everybody see each other, right? You visually see each other. You can say, okay, they're not bad looking. Even when I say that a person not bad looking, like for instance, the young man and also Auston, Holleman, right? Those two men, I said they're not bad looking. But honestly, I wasn't looking from a point of view of would I date them or anything like that. Like, that's not even in my mindset, right? First of all, they're younger than my children. So when I'm looking at them, I'm looking at them as just young, really like young boys, right? To be honest. So when y'all hear me tell somebody that they're not bad looking, don't take that to mean that I'm judging their actual looks. I'm just kind of looking to give them a compliment, maybe sometime to calm them down, to kind of get them, so they can relax. Yeah. Hey, Brownie.
Hey, Bomb.
How you doing, sis?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
So I wanted to touch on this topic real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I had an issue with Beanz last Friday. So over the last couple of weeks, like the last 2 weeks, I had learned that Fatty had put me up on his channel and tried to either sexualize me or talk about my looks, but it was so bad that YouTube took his stream down.
What?
And then, yeah, and then when I tried to do a stream, when I was doing a stream expressing about how I feel, Beanz clicked the link. And he clicked the link and tried to make it seem like if somebody is zooming in on my body parts, that's not sexualizing me.
But what he said it was then. He tried to gaslight you.
He said technically it was, but in his opinion.
So technically it was, but in his opinion it wasn't?
Yeah.
That's his brain damage.
Actually, I didn't even get to the in his opinion part because I cussed him out once he said technically it was, and he said in my opinion, like I cussed his ass out like I don't give a fuck about your opinion.
See, so I'm not lying then, because I don't know what's up with these men and they're sexualizing us and then thinking that, like it's almost like he probably came up there. Did he come to tell you you're nice looking and it's okay? You should be happy that they're giving you a compliment and they're not really sexualizing it. They're just talking about your body, which, what the hell?
I was so hot. I ain't even get to him explaining because whatever the fuck it was, I knew he was gonna say some dumb shit.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't want to hear that shit. I didn't want to hear him try to tell me how it was the sexualizing me when it was. I didn't want to hear him trying to bullshit me or try to gaslight me. That was not the night.
Yeah, girl. So why you think these men, especially him, who we haven't, do he have a woman? He had one, but they lose their women when they get on YouTube. So I don't understand why they think we all want their attention in a sexual way.
Right. And then the whole situation was messy. I don't even know what Fatty had said about me because the stream got taken down. But I legit got calls about that shit. And then I'm like over here trying to explain myself, and he gonna hop on my panel. He gonna click my link. First time he ever clicked my link to try to tell me he won't really trying to sexualize you and you tripping. Like what?
Yeah. Do they know what sexualized means? I mean, could that be it?
Bomb, I don't know. Maybe I don't know what's wrong with these niggas. I think they've been on the internet too much. Like that shit bad for your brain.
Yeah.
You need to take breaks off the internet and experience shit in real life. And I think a lot of these men spend too much time in the house on the internet and not actually around women to be like normal men.
Right. You know, they like pitting women against each other too, right? So, especially in his case, so we was over there by Sharon, and he came up, and it was weird because he started talking about his favorite woman, and he mentioned Sherelle. Okay, I don't have no problem with Sherelle, right? But I don't fuck with her neither at the same time. So I'm wondering why is he saying I'm wondering if he's trying to be petty because I'm up there and he knows that we from the same area and I don't really, I don't have no issue with her. It's just that, I've seen the mammy and that used to be done. I haven't seen it in a while, right? Anyway, so he's talking about, yeah, that's the type of woman, and he kept mentioning her name. And so I was like, well, y'all always talk about people y'all don't know, but a lot of these people be lying about the whole situations. And but he kept saying, that's the type of woman, that's the woman I want. And so I'm thinking, but then he said he don't sexualize it. He never could be on panels with her. He don't even think about it in that way. So I kind of, did do a swipe when I said, well, I said, shit, I'm shocked. I said, because you sexualize me and you sexualize most women. And so I venture to say that the reason you don't sexualize her because you don't find her to be attractive like that. Nah, that's not really it. Right? That was me taking a swipe at him for what he was doing. And I guess when I look at it, it is a swipe at her, but not really, because I'm quite sure she don't want to be sexualized by him. So she shouldn't have took it as a slight towards her. But that was me telling him that maybe it's because you don't find her to be attractive. And I was like, dude, you sexualized me with my old pictures and my up-to-date pictures. And anyway, but I think it's more to put women at each other. Because why would he even, like, she wasn't even in it over there at the time. Why would he do that? And so they'll be talking about you're not even over there by Fatty. Why is they putting your pictures up?
And that's not the first time. Back when Daryl and MJ were like actually dating and all happy and whatever the fuck, Fatty screenshotted some shit and then made a whole community tab with me on there talking about how Daryl was flirting with me or some shit, and it wasn't even like that between me and Daryl. This shit crazy, Mom. Well, I think they be trying to fuck with them. They be trying to entice me to fuck with them.
Right. Well, I think maybe like with that instance, they're trying to get MJ mad and to break up with him because they're like, okay, look at Brownie, but look how cute she is, and he was over there flirting with her.
Yeah, but don't insert me in they shit, and I don't even fuck with y'all.
Right. No, I agree with you. They like, but as soon as they saw your picture and they like, okay, she's a beautiful woman, and they want to, like I said, they want to pit people against each other, especially the women.
That's not even the first time that shit happened. These niggas crazy. That shit happened before. Yeah. That's how I became friends with one girl, because she asked me, was I messing with some dude? And I'm like, girl, no, I don't know that nigga. And she was like, oh, he was telling me that he was talking to you. I'm like, y'all crazy as hell.
Yeah, girl. That's what them back chats to get you, girl. Them back chats to get you fighting some bitch you don't even know. She fighting you, and you don't even know. Because the men lie themselves. They be in the back chat lying. They be in the back chat doing the most, man.
Doing the absolute most.
Yes. Doing the most. Just like children, though. Like, are we surprised? I'm surprised only because they're men. But am I surprised at the action? No, I remember being in elementary school, and young boys will lie. By the time I was in high school, though, they had some who would lie, right? To bolster it up, make it seem like they getting something from a woman that a young girl they're getting, but they're not, just so they can look better to their friends. But I don't know about no 30-something-year-old men, 30 and in their 40s, doing this shit Beanz doing and shit, right? His ass, he admitted on Sharon's panel that he has had, he'd been in jail, and then he said he was locked up for a while. Then he said something about they was talking about it when they went to a carnival. I don't know if it was Six Flags or where they went, but he was on the roller coaster yelling like a bitch, holding his lady's hand. Then Sharon had mentioned that, and then he came up to clarify the story, which mean it was true. And then he said, "Well, the reason he's claustrophobic again is because, like, I don't know." He says he's mentally unstable, but he says he's the smartest dude on here because he want to have real conversation. I don't know what the hell he be saying. Look, I sound like I'm rambling, trying to say what he said because it's all fuck shit.
Yeah, I was over there telling people they need to critically think, and he like, yeah, so you need to. You was talking about critical thinking. So in my opinion, I'm like, nigga, your opinion don't matter in critical thinking. What the fuck?
Oh man, they don't know that. You see what I'm saying? They don't know, and when they don't know the meaning of words, and therefore they don't know terms, and so they don't know.
They don't know,
and that's messed up. Because when we try to even give them some education on it, then they don't want to listen because it comes from a woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you just gotta let them crash out on their own, and then they learn.
Do they learn? Fools learning from fools, like my title say.
No, fools don't learn from fools.
Yeah. Shit, that's what's happening. You said they'll figure it out, but if they're not getting the information from anybody,
they too damn old to figure that shit out. They stuck. If you like 20 or something, you got hope. You can figure it out. But once you get 38, 39, 40, like, nah, you stuck, my God. That's you.
These niggas got gray. Y'all know I don't have no gray hair. I'm waiting for the one to pop up. One time I thought I saw one. These niggas walk around with gray. It's a lot of them too. And they still think they're young though.
And they think that, Kevin Samuel sold that lie that men age when they get older and women look bad.
Right. Yeah, he said men age well and the young women want the older men. That's what Kevin said.
So you got a whole bunch of men out here thinking they cute. And they
Girl.
not.
They think as soon as they get older, they can then now go for the younger woman. And if they ain't putting out no money, why would a younger woman? And I ask them that all the time. Why would a younger woman choose you over a younger man, a man her age, except for money, right? But then they call them gold diggers when they end up with them because of that. And then when she cheat on him with the younger man, he gonna be really hurt.
Devastated.
That's why they call all women cheaters. All the women cheat. All they do is cheat. All them hoes. They gonna cheat. I'm not gonna marry her because she gonna cheat. She gonna cheat with the pool boy. That what was said on that panel. And I'm thinking to myself, these niggas know they ain't got no pool. So you ain't gonna have no pool boy coming around for her to cheat with. It's just the most ridiculous things. Let me see what they said in the chat. But yeah, so he came over that mess with Beanz, Bill podcast. Something is wrong with him. He
was throwing me off.
Yeah, he will. Like you will sit there and he'll say some truths, right? You be almost like Jay Prince, where they say shit that is true. It maybe even be shit that they shouldn't be telling, but then he conflate it. He'll say, yeah, well women, a lot of them was harmed when they were young, and so that's why they have, the thinking process that they have. And men need to, if they thought about that, they could handle it better. See, that could be true. But then he'll take that and leap it into something totally ridiculous. Like, see, since she need men to coddle her, she's like a child, and yeah, we're like her dad. Some shit like that. That's how he'll do it.
That sounded about right.
Yeah, that's how they'll do it. Oh, my sisters
Hop on
came
here
up.
saying anything.
Huh?
They hop on here saying anything.
Yes. What's up, Shazay?
What's up? I'm not dead.
You're not what?
I said, I'm not dead. You ain't seen me in a minute.
I know, girl. Look, I saw you in the chat like a week ago or so. And I was like, oh, my sister. But yeah, I ain't seen you in a minute. You're doing good.
Yeah, your nephew getting married in November.
Congratulations.
Oh, you what?
My oldest son. Yeah.
Your oldest, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, if he get married for my birthday, huh?
Yeah, November 29th. He getting married Black Friday.
Oh, yep, right after Thanksgiving. What you say? Yeah. Is it gonna be in your area or
no?
Is
It's
he
like
in Cali?
it's about 6 hours away. They doing the beach thing, like it's gonna be on the beach, and then
okay.
so I'm doing her bouquets. I made them like with seashells and all that different stuff. Her bouquets are full of seashells and
okay.
centerpiece and yeah.
So you met her? She black?
Yeah, she black.
Oh, okay.
But she got 4 kids. He ain't got no kids.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, if he up for the challenge, nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you met the kids and her family?
Well, her daughter, I had did something for her graduation. I had made her fan stuff. One of her daughter graduated, the oldest one. And then she got one 16, 17, then a 15, I think a 10. But she was married. She just.
Yeah. Girl, you got to explain all that.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, that's no, he like kids, so he ain't got no issue. So
yeah. That's what I see. I like when you tell stories like that because these men, you hear them tell it, men not stepfathers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they, in fact, was trying to convince men not to become stepfathers, which is the weirdest thing because most of them had a lot of stepfathers or some man in their life who helped raise them.
Yep.
But that's how we know these men are devious, and because even though they know that's a benefit, they want to take it from other young boys and girls, Talking about, yeah, I'm against stepfathers. And then be like, didn't you have a stepfather? Yeah, that's why I'm against it. Like, what? You against it because you had one? You said your stepfather was a great man. Yes, he was. But my real daddy should have been there. And I'm like, yeah, but your real daddy didn't want to be there, and another man stepped in. Yeah, but if he wouldn't have stepped in, my real daddy would have been there. That don't make no sense. Because your real daddy could have been there even with a stepdad there.
Mm-hmm.
All the real daddy had to do is come.
But of course, because men's only do that. Men's only call men simp. Women's don't call men simp. Them mean men's calling other men simps.
Right. Now, what do you think about that, Brownie? You see a lot of women calling men simps, especially the way the men do it?
A little bit, but not really.
Yeah.
I see some younger women do that. But they just be talking.
I seen some of the young, like I seen even back in my day, like there will be a simp, but that was a simpleton. So that's not the same thing that these men are calling.
They call
daddies. Yeah, they calling real
any
men.
man that treat a woman good, he a simp. That's all what that is.
Yeah,
you treat a woman good, you're a simp.
Right. A man who will take you out to dinner and not require that you give him sex, they call him a simp. You see, But a
You know
woman,
how
I
they
don't think.
down Russell? What's his name? Russell Wilson,
Yeah.
Sierra husband.
Mm-hmm.
How they talk about him?
Calling that man who's taking care of his family and another man's son. And the thing about that shit is, the dad is wealthy too, right?
Yeah.
Future's wealthy, but Future don't want to take care of his kids. And so, if it was up to Future, Sierra would have been having to continue to beg for help to take care of their son, and he wasn't able to put her in that line, because she ended up with another man wealthier, who said, "Hey, if you don't want to take care of him, hey, I'll adopt him." And them men call him a simp, the one who stepped up.
Any man that's not selfish is a simp.
Yeah.
If you're not being selfish as fuck, you a simp. If you helping somebody in need, you a simp.
Mm-hmm.
If you there for your kids, you a simp.
You're a simp. That's what I'm saying. You treat your wife good, you're a simp. You're a simp. Simp. Everybody a simp.
Right. They call my husband a simp, which is weird as hell.
Word
right?
is word.
Because they see me making clothes and cleaning and making wine, homemade wine. Like, I'm doing all that shit that they, that they claim that's what women need to be doing. But still in all, my husband is a simp. And I'll be like, why? And then they'll say, because you get to be online.
Okay. He ain't my goddamn dad. Shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, it'd be crazy, girl. It's crazy. Anyway, it's Friday. Shazay, what's been going on over there on TikTok, girl? Because I did play a video.
We call it messy TikTok. That's
messy
what it is.
TikTok.
They wilding out. They wild out every day. Something going on.
Any big stories going on? I just played a video where a young man, and this happened a couple of months ago, he posted where he went to Japan and came back with 2 diseases, girl. Chlamydia and gonorrhea.
From fucking with them women over there?
Yeah, in Japan.
And
they
didn't use no protection, dumbass.
No protection. He bragged about it. He even wanted to get her pregnant. He was okay. She'll be a good mother if she get pregnant. Hey, Brownsville.
Peace and love, Queen. Peace and love to all the queens on the panel and in the chat. How y'all doing this Friday?
Hey, feel good. How you doing? Because that was a small little, quick little hello. That wasn't the Brownsville.
Wait a minute,
that I know.
Bomb. What happened with Chaos and somebody I seen got Chaos had a meltdown or something.
Who?
Chaos. What's his name? Chaos the Truth or whatever.
Chaotic? Oh, he had a meltdown?
Yeah, I heard he had a meltdown or something. Somebody was talking about it.
Oh, I don't know. When they were talking about it today, yesterday? When?
No. I think it was last week. I was looking. I was flipping through YouTube, and then somebody was talking about it that he had a meltdown with something.
Oh well, I was over here talking about his ass because, he on that Trump stuff. He over there on that Trump train, and he knew nothing about what he's talking about. So the black men get over there, they get together, and they know nothing about what they're talking about when it relates to politics. They just, like J Hub was over here earlier. I saw him in the chat. I'm not sure if he's still in the chat, but I see him in other places, and they talk about Trump. They support Trump. Talk about Trump gave him this and gave him that. I'm like, no, Trump didn't give you nothing.
Right, Queen. And that's why my greeting was kind of cut short a little bit, because actually today I spent a lot of time talking on the R.I.M Brother Network. So I was talking with several R.I.M brothers today, and
over there by Ashton. I saw you over there by Ashton.
Yeah, one thing that's not really surprising is that the R.I.M brothers are also MAGA, right? I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? Trump says, well, hey, we need to grab them by the coochie. R.I.M brothers say the same thing, right? Trump is in multiple failed marriages, right? So he created single mothers. So do the Rim brothers, right?
Yeah.
Trump is emotionally unstable, right? Very defensive, right? He has no honor or integrity. Neither do the Rim brothers, right? So it doesn't surprise me that the Rim brothers are also MAGA. So what I did was I put both of those acronyms together, and now I call them Rim MAGA.
Wait, what you calling them now? Oh, Rim MAGA?
MAGA.
God
MAGA.
damn.
Rim
MAGA Rim. Rim MAGA.
Rim
Okay.
MAGA. Rim MAGA. Right. That's what we call them brothers now, Rim MAGA, because hey, that's who they align themselves with, right? And a lot of it is based on misogyny and ignorance, right? The ignorance part of it is just what you speak of. Because when I asked one of the Rim brothers, I said, well, what did 45 do with the economy when he was actually in charge of it? And they said, oh, well, he made the economy better. And then he pulled up statistics that showed that not only did he inherit a great economy, but he made the economy worse within his 4 years. Right?
Exactly.
But I thought that came from Obama, because the presidents, when they come in, don't the other president, they get lean off the other president till they been in 4 years. And then the other president lean off of them. So that was stuff that Obama already had done. He just came in.
You're right, Queen. You're right, Queen. See, what I explained to them is this, right? 44, which was Obama, he inherited a recession, right? The unemployment was at record numbers. It was like at 10%, 9.9% to be exact, right? That's the type of economy that President Obama inherited, right? By the time he was done with his presidency, the economy was booming. Unemployment was down to 4%. The stock market was booming. Gas prices was once again at lows, right? And then Trump took over and he inherited all of that.
Yep.
But these Rim MAGA guys, now they're thinking, oh, well, all of these things happened with him. But no, they were already in place. But then they also showed another stat which completed the picture, right? So if you look at the economy from when Trump took over, which was great, to when Trump left office, we went from a great economy to a recession in 4 years, right?
Yep.
So we went right back to a recession. When he was done, the unemployment went up from 3% all the way up to almost 7%, right? The unemployment rate. Everything was going downhill when he turned it over to 46, right? Everything. He didn't make anything better. He promised them that he was going to build a wall, didn't do that. He promised them he's going to fix the education system, didn't do that. Every promise that he committed to them during his campaign trail, he didn't fulfill any of them. But yet, these Rim MAGA brothers, they're feigning ignorance, right? Or what I call it, it's like an effect of the Willie Lynch syndrome, in which these brothers, right, they don't care about the results. They only care about the promises. So back in slavery days, it was okay for the slaves to be obedient to the master as long as the master promised them something. Master didn't have to fulfill his promises. All he had to do was promise it to him, right? They would stay obedient. And these brothers are staying obedient to Trump just based on the same ideology. He's promising them things that they know he's not going to fulfill, but yet the promise is good enough and it supersedes the actual deliverance to the promise.
Not even promising them anything. What is he promising them? What is Trump still haven't told us what his policies are, except Trump.
If you talk to the Rim MAGA, Queen, you talk to the Rim MAGA, they're gonna point you to Agenda 47. Right. If you notice, if you ever get in conversations with them, that's what they talk about.
Right.
Agenda 47, right? which has a list of all these different promises that he says he's going to do if they reelect him, right?
Right.
But in all actuality, what I told him is, well, he also had Agenda 45.
Exactly.
Now, what I told him was to go back to Agenda 45 and see what did he deliver under Agenda 45 that you could say, well, hey, he promised me this, he gave it to me, so now I can have faith in Agenda 47, right? And they couldn't do it. And then I said, it's tantamount to this, right? So if we understand that Obama had a recession, right, which means that the bank account was in a deficit, so it had a negative amount of money, right? In his presidency, he increased the account to $1 million, let's say, right? And he turned it over to Trump with $1 million balance, right? So now Trump takes it, and then in his 4 years, it's back to a deficit, right? And he turns it over to Biden in a deficit. And I asked them, Remaga brothers, I said, well, how do you equate that to be a good thing, right? When he took the account, it had a lot of money in it, but by the time he was done in 4 years, it had a negative balance. So now you willing to give him another account of yours? That is illogical. And these brothers claim to be moving with logic, but I asked them, how is it logical to trust the guy who's already failed to deliver on his promises? And not only did he fail to deliver on his promises, but he made the economy worse. He made our national security worse. He made our situation worse. But yet, just because he promises to do better, that's enough for you to put your support behind him again. It's illogical and it's ignorant.
Right. I agree with you 100%. 100%. They don't understand that, and he's not even promising them anything. And you're right. The agenda, Trump 2025 agenda, he tried to distance himself from that because he know that is harmful. When everybody got a hold of it and was able to read through it, and we realized that it's not going to be helpful to Black people. Most definitely, it's actually going to only help white men.
Right. And see, and this is the thing, right? And I also brought this up, and this flew over their head. Because when you're dealing with these RIM brothers, right? What I noticed is their attention span is really, really small. So you can't introduce so much new material or new information to them, because if you try to do it, they're gonna go into emotional overload, and then they'll start cussing and yelling and screaming and interjecting and interrupting. I dealt with that the whole day. So I had to learn, okay, I had to pick and choose when to introduce new information for them to absorb, because I know they're badly suffering from ADD and ADHD, right? So I told them this. We got on to education, right? And under Agenda 47, Trump's new plan, he plans on taking down the Board of Education, right? He wants to go into a voucher system, right? Which is he's trying to put the onus on the individual family in regards to education, right? And what I'm telling people is, if you look at that type of an agenda, if we get rid of the Board of Education system countrywide and we replace it with this voucher system that hinges upon homeschooling and charter schools, the people that's going to negatively affect the most is our people, right? Because when you look at the people in poverty, right, the people in the inner cities, whether it's Baltimore, whether it's New York City, whether it's LA, whether it's Chicago, whether it's Detroit, right? These kids are dependent upon the public education system, because some of these kids, they only get hugs when they go to school and they see their favorite counselor or their favorite teacher. Some of these kids, they only get to eat when they go to school breakfast and when they go to school lunch, those kind of things, right? So what I'm telling them is, Trump's agenda, he wants to stop all that, right? He says, hey, I'll give you the money, and then you can pick if you want to homeschool them or if you want to send them to charter school, right? The problem with that is, I'll meet you over there, my brother. The problem with that is this. The people who are less responsible, the people who need the most help, right? What do you think they're gonna do, Queen, when they get that voucher?
The people need to, what they gonna do with it?
Well,
maybe I misunderstanding your question. I'm sorry.
So 45 he's trying to promote going to a voucher system,
right?
To where he's saying, hey, I want people to choose how they want to educate their kids and what manner they want to educate their kids. So instead of having mandates of public school and we're funding these state board of education programs, we're going to take some of that money, and instead of giving it to the state and having them pursue education, we're going to go away from that and give money directly to the family and have them choose how they want to educate.
Okay.
And
so wait a minute. So does that mean that I could take this voucher and spin it up and still not have anything for the education of the kids? Or
well,
no?
that's a danger in it, right? That's the unknown, because what I was trying to get them to understand is right now with the states, because of the federal funding of the education system, they have certain mandates that people have to follow. So if you have a kid that's enrolled in a public education school system, they have to attend the classes at a certain percentage, right? And once they don't meet that attendance, then they become truant, right? And in which they're going to put penalties on not only the kids but the parents to enforce them to get educated, right? What 45 is trying to do, he's trying to take all of that out, right? He's saying, hey, we'll just propose the money, right? And we're going to say, well, we're going to give you this money and you decide how you want to educate your kids. So you can say, hey, you can take this money and decide to homeschool your kids, right? You can take this money and decide to send your kids to a charter school, et cetera, et cetera. But the problem is, in those inner cities, right, where the kids need the public education system the most, what do you think is going to happen with those kids?
Yeah, they're gonna get left behind and fall through the cracks, because a parent can make one decision that's not good for the child in the long run.
Right.
And so yeah, I can end up saying, okay, I'm a homeschool, even though I know I'm not capable of homeschooling nobody. Just so I can get the money. Right.
So they couldn't, you see how you was quickly able to divulge that and come to that type of logical conclusion and say, well, hey, this could be damaging to our people who are in need, right?
Right.
They were unable to do that.
Oh yeah, because they're stupid. Hey, Mr. Music.
Hey, good evening, everybody. Good evening. How we doing?
We're doing good. Hey,
Mr.
Peace and love, my brother.
Good. What's up there, Brownsville? How you doing? Good information, my man. Just not to really push back, but just to add on what you said. What Trump is doing, he's proposing Project 47 as it's not the same blueprint as Project 2025. Under Project 2025, they want to eliminate the Board of Education, period, to wipe out all of that. So it's not just the voucher system. He wants to completely eliminate that particular funding for all people. And as far as homeschooling for Black people, as I put down in the room there. 16% of us already homeschool our children anyway, so it won't have that major of an effect because we're already homeschooling our children as it is. So if that part won't have an effect,
You said
actually, it'll probably be
16%?
a lot better off. Yes, 16% of our children are taught at home now.
Yeah, but that's a small amount.
Right,
Well,
that's a
you
low
got-
percentage.
Well,
Yeah, that's low.
for the amount of children that's being taught at home, no, it's not. It's not a low percentage.
Yeah, but I'm
Actually, it isn't.
saying, no, for not the ones who taught at home already. According to white people are doing it even larger than that. But if we saying that we already doing it, well, we're not, because only 16% are doing it, and the other 90-something% aren't doing it. So yeah, that's a low percentage.
The
And
84%, right?
84%, yeah.
Okay, but
84,
84% of these children are going where? Public school. They're not going to charter schools.
No,
Right.
they are going. So I don't know about different states, but they have changed some of these schools into charter schools. Like all over up north, New York, Jersey,
Oh,
Delaware,
yeah, they're all charter
Philly.
schools now.
Yeah, they have changed those regular schools into charter schools, and they get this. I think they get more money when they turn them into these charter schools, where they offer more things. Like they can offer automotive and and dental and things like that. So yeah, they do have charter schools that Black people go to. In fact, even in Louisiana, like Mr. Cav, I think his daughter go to a charter school. So yeah, we got a lot of kids who go to charter school.
I'm not saying that we don't, but I'm saying the majority of our children don't go to charter schools. Am I wrong?
Yeah, in America, no, because there's a lot of cities still today that they don't have charter schools.
Right. I mean, up north, there's a lot of what when you hear somebody graduate, they say, I graduated from PS what?
Well, those cities who have enacted the charter school program, they're funded in a way that is beneficial for them to put kids in charter schools, right? So those would be a lot of your larger cities like New York, Philadelphia,
and Los Angeles,
DC, Los
right.
Angeles.
Yeah, huge
those kind
metropolitan.
of metropolitan cities, because they have the funding necessary to enact the program in a fair way, right? The problem with Trump's proposal, which is in that Agenda 47, is that what he wants to do is take the onus off of the federal government and the local government and put the onus specifically on the individual families, right? And we know, Mr. Music, that will be more detrimental to our people, because let's face it, right? Who's more in poverty by ethnicity?
I would agree with that part. I mean, there would be a detriment, but I think maybe I'm wrong on this, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think if they say if the government is going to give it back to the schools, wouldn't some of these Black folks apply for these charter schools and some of these homeschooling vouchers and different things like that? Of course, some of us will be turned down. Like H.D. Balt said, Trump ain't really trying to give Black folks nothing, but just in the interest of fairness, some of us will get it. So wouldn't that make that a little, dare I say, better?
No. The reason why it won't, Mr. Music, and maybe you just joined us, so you wasn't here. But the problem with it is this, right? He's gonna offer that voucher program to everyone, right? And then it's up to you. It's called the choice program, right? To where the individual family gets to choose not only where they want to educate their children, but how they want to educate their children, right? So you can elect as a father, whether you're a single father or a father with two-parent household, you can say, well, hey, I'm going to apply for the voucher so I can homeschool my kids, right? But because of your situation and circumstances, you need that money to pay the light bill and pay the rent and buy food, right? So you're going to get that voucher, and let's say you got a a 5 and 6 year old who needs early childhood education, you're going to say, well, hey, they're young enough, right? They could catch up. So maybe when I get the voucher this time, I could feed the family and I can pay the light bill and I can pay the rent for a few months. And then when I get the next voucher, then I'll educate my kids.
Like
but then
college,
all of a
right?
sudden,
When you get the loan, you get that little $1,200, $1,700 to pay, and you pay your rent or your car note instead of buying your books and shit like you should have been doing.
Well, you may be
In
right. I did
essence,
miss that part. I have to be honest. I did not hear that part. So what you're saying is they'll get the voucher, and they're having to make a decision on whether feeding their families or closing their families. If they use the voucher, then they're taking off the program. Is that what you're about to tell me?
No, they just won't
Right.
give them the education, right?
right.
They don't
Right.
take the money and act like they homeschooling the kid when they really not. That's more
Right.
lawful to our community because most of us not even capable of. I don't think I'm capable of homeschooling. Nobody past probably the third. I may go to the fifth grade. Right, my grandson know his. He could count to me. Right, he know these spots. He know the 1,000 spot, the 10 spot, the 1 spot. Like we teach him, and he love to learn. That's the only reason, right? But here's the difference between a charter school, because I think there might be some confusion on what's going on, right? A charter school and a public school are very much alike. The only difference is what they decide to teach and who's in control of what they teach.
The curriculum, right? The
Right.
curriculum, right?
So they have created many regular public schools were changed into charter schools long time ago. Because I remember when they changed it for my sons when they were in high school, and I was trying to figure out what the difference was. Like what was, and everything pretty much said the same, except they started extending other classes like automotive,
Right. The vocation.
Right, the vocational schools. And so that school that was then considered public is now considered a charter school. And that's the only thing that changes. So you might still look around and see these schools standing, but they may not be considered just public school no more. They might actually be a charter school. Because that's the only thing that changed. They still get the money from the government. They still have rules, no matter, even homeschooling have rules. They have to test. You know, them kids got a test to go to the next grade.
Right.
And if they fail that test, they don't go to the next grade. And so you thinking that the black community would be better without our kids going and actually?
It's always good to say. Sometimes you might have not heard. You might have heard something that you didn't hear, or you might have thought something, or you're looking through it through rose-colored glasses. In this case, I might have been looking at it through rose-colored glasses, because to me, I wouldn't mind homeschooling my children. As I'm reading the chat room right there, let me change that.
No, I get that. I get that.
Right.
But those who want to homeschool their kid can. They ain't got no fight from that.
Right.
They can homeschool their kid already. Right? You already said 16% of us already doing it. Now, this is my question though. The ones that are doing it, because I've come across a lot of them only because I had somebody in the family, right? Who in hubby's family who've been homeschooling their kids. And when they ended up going to school, but high school, they was far behind. They way behind. Where they didn't even graduate on time. So just because you're a parent don't mean you can educate your kids, right? Do we agree with that?
I'll agree 100% with that. I mean, of course, you don't. You're limited to what you can put out. Yeah, you are limited where you're going to a charter school or public school or a university. Of course, you are around people that stimulate you a little bit more. So there are drawbacks to homeschooling. I agree with that 100%.
I think it's many drawbacks. The main one is the children's safety. You know, during COVID when we were locked down, more
child
kids,
abuse went up.
Yeah, child abuse went up. Kids falling through the cracks and ending up dead. Some kids don't even get fed by their family until they go to school. The school feeds these kids. Imagine the parents decide to take that money so they could continue doing whatever they're doing, whether it's drugs or whatever, gambling or whatever, and the kid don't even have a place so people can see that they're hungry and get fed.
No, right. No internet, no laptop, no nothing. Right.
No
I
nothing.
understand exactly what you're saying.
And even when
Right.
they're on the internet, just because they got the internet don't mean they're getting educated, except they're getting their education through TikTok or through this
Yeah.
manosphere space, or that's not education.
Well, again, I'm looking at it through rose-colored glasses. I guess that's how I was looking at it. For me, the situation would be a little different. I'm one of those, staunch believer in the education, so I would take that seriously. Where, as you can point out, there's people that don't, absolutely don't. They only see the money. They don't see the education.
Like
well, Mr. Music, we gotta also understand that there's people who need money, right? There's people who are not only robbing Peter to pay Paul, but there's people who are struggling to put food on the table, right? So when you introduce a system that could possibly help them put food on the table, what do you think these parents are going to choose? Are they going to choose food or educating their kids?
Well, I would imagine the choice is obvious, isn't it? Gonna eat first. That's for sure.
This is what it says, y'all. Nearly 3.7 million students are enrolled in charter schools during 2021 to 22. 3.7 million students are in charter schools around this country. And they say, let me see what it says right here. 7% of all public school students are caught. Wait, no, I didn't read everything. I skipped some things. Yeah, so we have a lot of charter schools. I just think that, and who you say a charter school is better? Like, because it looks like the only difference is the academics, right?
Right, the curriculum. It seems to me it's what we want y'all to learn here. It's
right.
I guess like they're doing in Florida. So many books are being banned and different things like that. So I guess that is the difference between public school and charter school. But then again, they're after the books and public schools as well. So there's not too much different either, is it?
Well, I mean, even if it's public and charter school, if the government is funding it, then that's why that man could go in and ban them books. So the only place he can't go and ban books is in a private school. But if anybody's getting any money from the federal government, then he could go in and start banning books. So even in that case, it doesn't matter if it's public or charter.
Right. Right. They're exactly the same in that case.
Right. So and the idea that just do banning books is ridiculous. And it's not even so much about the banning of that's bad. But then they done took it up a notch where they want to be able to imprison the librarian.
For teaching a kid to learn something about their past, you want to put somebody in jail for that. Let it make sense, Bob.
And not even that, right? Even like if the book is on the shelf, she didn't even pick it up and read it to nobody. They want to imprison her. Yes, because
it's just there.
Yes. So, and she didn't make nobody go get it. She didn't tell nobody that it's even there. Like they had to seek it out in order to even know that it's there. And they banning anything and everything that deals with blackness, what they call wokeness. If you're dealing with black and brown people, LGBT people, anything with history that they deem to be harmful to them because they don't like, if I write a book, even though it's we gonna know that it's a fake book, right? But instead of me using pigeons, a black pigeon, a white pigeon, then I decide to use people, different type of people. They consider that wokeness. Ain't that something?
Yeah. It's all in the mind. Like Erica Badu say, wokeness is the new word for what?
DEI is the new word for woke.
Yeah, now they switched out now. DEI now, right?
Yeah, and woke is the new word, affirmative action.
Right.
Yeah.
So
they don't like it. Yeah.
Right.
So they don't like any of that stuff. And then we have people who benefit the most from it being the ones against it, like them R.I.M megas over there. they benefit from. Their children benefit from this, but they're against it. And there's some people who just against anything that the masses are for because they want to be so different. But most of the black men over there can't. And I know Brownsville called them ignorant, right? He used the word ignorance, but I call them stupid, right? Because there's a difference. Ignorance is something you just don't know, right?
Right. You just don't know.
Right. But I've had conversation with them. I've had conversation with every man he had on that panel, and I've already told them. Other people have told them, informed them. So if they still using their talking point, like Ashton, they still using the talking points, then they're just stupid. They're not ignorant any longer because somebody gave them the information.
Right.
And I verified the information. I showed them. I pulled up links and everything.
Like Brownsville said, you got to introduce something new to them, a little bit at a time. Because if you don't, then they call themselves the research kings. But some of the information that they talk about and they try to put out to their masses, it's easily disputable right there in front of them.
Right, but it don't even matter how you give them the information, because they don't want the information. You see what I'm saying? You prove it. Yeah, when you prove it to him, like he was over there for hours talking to him, pulling up the facts, showing them, they reading through it. I've done that already to him. So they should have already had the information. Before I did it, another person did it. You see? So it's just a repeat of them just saying the same shit over and over again. And they don't believe nobody, not even their own lying eyes when somebody pulled it up. They don't understand that Trump inherited something. Trump tanked our when he gave that massive cut to wealthy people. Where they think that cut comes from, when you cut something out to give to somebody, then you got to
away
hold
from someone else.
Exactly.
Right.
And so why don't they understand that? So who did they take when they gave to the rich? They took away from the regular American people, the hardworking American people go to work.
Yeah, the working class.
Yes. And so they're not saying that they got a tax break, because in fact they closed up what they call them holes, them
loopholes.
You hear them talk about closing up loopholes. Them wealthy people still got their loopholes wide the hell open. They close up the little loopholes once we figure out how we could benefit from it. Then they go and close that shit up.
Right. A lot of those tax cuts that they say they gave the middle class on this year's taxes, when you file, that's going to be considered income.
Yeah, ain't that something? And we told me and hubby was telling people that you got that break then, but now it's gonna hurt you the next year. That's how Trump had his shit set up. He had it set up where it looked like, I think you got money that first year, but the second year they took money from you, and then the following year they took even more. So you ended up actually not getting anything. You ended up giving.
That's right.
And I remember us telling people that, like, that's all they got to do to read. They gonna give you this percentage of cut break in year 1, but year 2 and year 3, and by the time he walking out of there, everybody's underwater.
Right.
Except the wealthy.
You're upside down. You're upside down now. Yep, absolutely. So for all those, like he calls them MAGA R.I.M brothers that believe that Trump gave them all of this, like the stimulus checks and all that. No, he didn't. No, he did not. No, he did not.
He fought against that shit. He won't give them a nothing. The only reason they got it was because he didn't control the House.
Right. And some lady, I can't think of the black lady's name, literally took the in black and white and showed it to him. That was another reason why I can't think of her name. I don't know why it escapes me. But no, Trump was dead set against giving folks a stimulus package. Dead set against it.
Right. I pulled up links over here showing him. He was against it. And then when he had no choice, because the House voted on it, then he decided he'll rock with it, but he want his name on the check.
Right. Did you speaking of Trump, did you hear the latest thing that he tweeted that he played football with O.J. Simpson and he was faster than O.J.?
No, what? That
This
he is crashing out for real.
this motherfucker tweeted that on social media that he played football and was just as good as O.J. Simpson.
Man, you remember he said that his crowd was larger than Martin Luther King
Martin Luther
Jr.
King.
He said that he's the one who made the Medicaid for the medication for the old people $35. He
Yeah.
said he the one who did that. Yeah, he's taking credit for everything that now he's looking to see people like. He's trying to take credit for. That's crazy, and he's lying
there's
too.
enough, right? There's enough people that believe it though.
Yeah, but it's crazy. Like I don't know
That's
how
the
they
problem.
they
Right.
believe in something that he wasn't saying all this time, and now he's saying these things. I think they had a lot of Republicans at the which come this week.
At the Democratic convention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
When other Republicans, and I like the way she's handling, the way everybody's handling, they're making it not against her versus him, but it's against the U.S., our freedom
It's,
versus
right.
Trump.
Right. It's democracy against that over there. It's just bottom line to it. And point out there for those folks, if you're going to look at that, forget the politics that's involved. Just pay attention to the crowd. Go look at the Republican National Convention and go look at the Democratic National Convention. Forget all the stars on the stage. Look at the people in the audience. Tell me what you see. You see more of a makeup of America at the DNC than you do at the RNC.
Right. There's all
Look for
kinds
yourself.
of people in the DNC.
All kinds of people. You got Indians, you got whites, you got blacks, all of them standing next to each other. But in the RNC, you got one or two of them, I call them loose niggas, hanging out. The rest of them is white.
Yep. Right. So which one is more, what one look like American? Like
Right.
America.
Right.
And they not talking about immigrants. You gotta go. You gotta get them out. Yeah, they need to. Like, what are you talking about? America is we are immigrants. But that's the thing they feed. That's the one thing I just like about black people, right? Us as black people, we're looking for something special. We sound like we whiny crying because a lot of them when it says for what's the word they use? Minorities, that includes us, right? So when they say, look what they did for the Indians, I think Mr. Kev had said something like, look what they gave for the Indians. And I said, what? Now, remember, we was talking about presidents giving something. And what he ended up showing me was a bill for it being when they harm one of them, remember them people was getting harmed.
Yeah.
And they put a bill for it and it passed, right?
Yeah.
And I said, well, see how he switched it up real quick. Where 1 minute we talking about giving black people something that only has black on it. Because that's what they're not saying that they're not offering us anything. They're saying that it needs to be only for us.
Right.
Where they gonna do that at? Who they gonna?
I don't understand it. And that's another thing they say about the VP. That she. They said the same thing about Obama, that he didn't do nothing for black people.
Right.
He's just not the black people's president, folks. That's the part we got to get past first. What is he going? If you take the president of the United States, what white president only did something for just white folks?
Nobody, because then we would like. That's ridiculous. So we asking for something that's impossible to give, and then we're holding them to it, and then we like, but what they gave us. And then when I tell them what they gave, they say, but Bob, that's not just for black folk. Yeah, because we are Americans.
You know how much hell Obama would have got from the United States of America if he passed a bill just giving black folk shit and nobody.
Yeah, he would have got held, but not only that, it wouldn't have upheld. They would have been able to strike it down. We wouldn't have got it.
It would have never got through the Senate anyway. Not long as Mitch McConnell was there.
But not only because of that, because it's unconstitutional for a president to just give one group.
You can't leave out folks.
Right. You can't leave out folks. So we are called a minority, and so all minorities, and then they get mad when they say, well, white women are minorities. Why are they so worried about what white women do? Go grab up what you need to grab up when it's available, because Obama had so much money out there, yo. Like they was not only giving you grants to go to school, but you was able to get paid while you going to school.
Right.
You know?
Right.
And
Yeah, you
so
know, but the thing about it is they say, well, Obama had a great economy. Okay, if he had a great economy, so that means you must have been prospering.
exactly. It was
Then
so
that
much
makes
money.
sense. Right. Then it makes sense.
Yeah. We have the
Folks talking
Angry
about it.
Black Woman podcast came up. How you doing?
Hey, Bomb. How you
Hey,
doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm
Hello.
good. Well, what's the topic this evening?
Oh, well, we're talking about a few things, but you mean right in
Right.
this moment we was talking about politics a little.
Oh,
What you
I think actually let me go back to it. Because I had to take a minute to figure out how to get on Zoom.
Mhm.
So let me go look at the title again. I can't do it on the phone, but I
Oh,
can.
okay, but you want to say anything
Lessons
about what you
learned
just heard?
by and from fool Auston Holleman. And then what else did it say?
Yeah, I can't remember what my title was.
It
But
says
was it anything?
learned lessons
Oh,
from
just by Auston
fools.
Holleman.
Yeah, Austin
I
little
saw
podcast.
his little video that was he was he was basically talking about how he's not really desired, and he's like, yeah, he can pick up women in these different countries, but at the end of the day they still desire white men or other men who actually have money, who have assets, who actually, not
Mhm.
like someone who's just coming to spend, their rent money for on pussy. They and I commend the women, like okay, do you got to do what you got to do, like if that's how you got to make your money, because there's not really jobs available in your country and these dudes are just handing it to you. You do what you got to do, sis. Like, I'm not gonna bag on you. They're coming to get it and you got it to sell, so who cares?
Right.
Yeah,
No,
and
no.
yeah, they go back what you just said on when he was talking about whoever the kid was talking about in Japan. Let me tell you, brothers. Let me tell you right now, we get no real play in Japan. I'm gonna tell you that now. I've been there. Been to Okinawa, been to Tokyo, been to Hiroshima, been to a few other Masao, been a few other places in Japan. And they don't give it up like they don't get a rhythm up like that in Japan, like he's telling you. I can tell you that right now. No, sir. It don't happen. Not like that.
Yeah, I was stationed in South Korea, stationed in Japan, and they do not give it up. Now, you may be able to go get those juicy girls, of course, because they're prostitutes, duh.
Right.
But
Right.
you're not going to be able to just walk up to some Asian girl on her commute and be like, "Oh, can I?" Oh, you're going to say, "Can I get to know you?" But they're going to say, "No."
Oh no.
No.
And chances are they're going to speak to you in their language. You're going to hear just a quick sentence, and they're going to just politely walk away from you.
They're very nice, very kind, very polite,
Yep.
and but they'll kindly tell you, "Oh,
No.
no, thank
Been
you."
there. Been there, done that. Believe me.
You know.
Oh, that. And another thing, for all of you fellas out there taking advice from a cat wearing holes in his jeans with a purse strapped around his neck, you get what you deserve.
You talking about Kevin Samuels?
Yeah, you're getting exactly what you deserve. If you taking dating advice from that, you're getting what you deserve.
But you know
Like that.
what? I had an epiphany about Kevin Samuels. I believe that the men took his word, like, instead of actually seeing what he was trying to do as helping the men who don't really have access, who can't really, they're not really the pick of the litter. He was trying to get women to lower their standards so that you low level niggas could get women. And what you low level niggas did was You got your head hyped up, piped up, blown up, and you said, "Oh yeah, I'm too good for these bitches." And now the women really don't want to mess with you now. Kevin Samuel was trying to get the women to lower their standards by you low-level niggas saying, "Oh no, we want 50-50, we want this, we want that, da 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 da." Instead of just taking the women that are going ahead and acquiescing to lowering their standards. Now you raise your standards and you can't even get no women at all. Now your dick is dry, rotten, and falling off.
Mama said, "Mom,
So
don't argue with no woman." So, all right, she's right.
Welcome back, Brownsville.
Yeah, peace.
What's up, Brownsville?
Yeah. So we went a little backwards, which is okay too. But we weren't talking about the politics. But Kevin Samuels, that's political too a little bit, right? He was. I do agree. He was trying to get the women to lower their standards. That's what he, telling us our standards too high.
That's
You
exactly
gonna
what
die
he said.
long. Yeah.
Yeah.
But then those group of men decided to smack us down with the information. So, Kevin said, "Yeah, I am the pride. You ain't the pride. I'm the pride." And then he decided to go in other countries with a little money and get prostitutes. I don't think
But
Kevin was telling them to do that.
that's what they're showing. Though, if you notice, all these passport guys, they never show you any place that they don't show you the someplace like Denmark or something like that. They always show you. They'll use the word them dirty foot countries where they're paying 50 pesos or 100 pesos for these chicks, and they think they're doing something. They never know that they're always showing you some fucked up part of the world. The big guy, the big guy on campus.
Right.
And another thing that I did noted, I kind of took note of is that, or I was questioning instead of note of, it's like, are these like the way that they go and treat these women, is that what they want from American women? Like they want us to be just cum buckets.
Yes.
Yes.
That's last ditch alley over there. They can't get no cooch here. And they saw a video saying, "Hey, with a little bit of money," so they save up their money. They go over to they start in Mexico, like Boys Town or something like that, something that's close to the boat over there in San Diego. They test out the waters there. Then they make up enough money to go to someplace like the DR or something like that, and they find themselves, what enough about the money? I'm getting treated like a king. The world's my oyster, and a lot of them believe that. But when they come back to reality over here, it's still the same thing. Listen, go ahead.
Look, nothing wrong with men or women going wherever they're going,
sure,
and having fun. But to come back and then trying to throw it out there. Remember that Auston dude he got banned out of Brazil.
Yeah.
Right, but talking shit.
Yeah, and they were going.
Women.
He lucky he's alive.
Right.
He snuck out of there in the middle of the night.
Alive. Right.
Yes.
Right. He lucky he alive, because some folks don't make it. Some folks don't make it out of there.
Right.
At all. It was just what kind of like I feel like this passport bro thing really vindicated a lot of women, not just black women, but just vindicated a lot of women to show like the world, like, hey, they can say they don't like us, but what is it that they're going over there to do, like that they aren't getting over here? And you see exactly what they do when they get over there, and it's like, oh, okay, now we understand why the women don't want you, because you're treating them like pieces of meat.
Right.
Right. And I was having a conversation over on Aaron O's network, right? And these brothers, it was Aaron O and Eden Van Williams and another brother, I can't remember his name, right? But they didn't understand why objectifying women is wrong, right? They didn't understand that objectifying women is dehumanizing, right? They were thinking that, oh, it's normal things that men do, right? And I had to tell them, no, listen, that's abnormal. Matter of fact, that's dangerous to promote that type of behavior or that type of a mindset for a man to have for a woman. Because what you're doing, you're just reducing that woman down to her sexual organs, which means you're not caring about her heart, you're not caring about her mind, you're not worried about her opinion or anything, right? You're just looking to get sex from this woman, and that's all you're saying she's good for. And when I'm having these conversations with these brothers, they act like they can't distinguish between a real relationship between a man and woman versus the pretend relationship that some of their forefathers, like Kevin Samuels or Tommy Sotomayor, and those type of guys has instituted in their minds of a way a relationship's supposed to go. And they can't even understand that the brothers that's giving them this information, they either couldn't find that type of a relationship themselves. It was all projection, right? It wasn't reality. And some of these guys don't understand
that. I can't say I disagree with you on that, because again, I mean, if you take a dating advice from Kevin Samuels, don't be surprised at what you get, because he was basically saying, go for the, and I'm not sounding disrespectful, but he was saying, go for the bottom feeders, go lead with your wallet, make that money first, and then you can get all the women you want. That seems to me that was his teaching more than anything else. And a lot of women fell prey to that. Every time y'all went up on these panels and the first thing he asked you, what's your dress size? Click. That's what you would have got from me.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just like someone asks you like what you bring to the table, and it's like, yeah, I mean, it's kind of a redundant question, because if the men are saying that they don't care about what your attributes,
right,
then
right.
what do they care about? They only
the
care
only
about
thing they only
and
care
then they'll
about
turn
sex.
around and say, well, if that's all you have to offer, then you can't offer anything at all. Well, I thought you said you don't care about their career, you don't care about, so which one is it? It's like a double talk all the time.
Right.
Right. And a double-minded man is unstable in all of his ways, right?
Right.
And we
put that on
was
the t-shirt.
having a conversation. We was having a conversation over on the SBG network where Sharon, well, I wasn't in the conversation. Sharon was having a conversation about the 4 tenets of divorce, right? I think Queen Bomb Cherry, wasn't you a part of that conversation?
Yeah.
Right. And when he brought up those 4 tenets of divorce, right? And then Black Man Unfiltered, or BMU, came up to have the conversation with him about it, right? Do you remember that part?
I don't think I was there at that point. I think that was farther to the beginning. I didn't get there until after that.
Okay. Well, so Sharon laid out the 4 tenets to avoid to not get a divorce. And then BMU came up there and he said, hey, so I want to talk about the scripture, right? And I was saying, okay, I want to hear what BMU was saying, because he's saying he want to talk about the scripture. And do you know the first thing he talked about when he brought up the scripture is, well, woman can't deny her husband sex.
As they do. That's the go-to.
That was the only thing he brought up.
How am I not expecting?
That was the only thing he brought up.
Right.
Yeah, I was about to say, clean it up.
This brother is married, right? So are you telling me that within your marriage, the only value that you can think of when you think of your wife is sex?
Yes.
Now for all you super studs out there.
That women need to. I think women need to accept the fact that men only see us as sexual objects or domestic laborers. That's it. Okay, they don't see us as nothing other than someone to make their life easier. Okay, like appliances, Well,
that might be the single men, but once if a man,
Let's put a disclaimer on that, please.
Yeah, a man who loves you will see way more than that of you, right? So if I deny my husband sex, I mean, he ain't gonna like it. Just like if he denied me of it, right? I might not like it in that moment, but I'm not gonna die, and I don't
Might
get
have pissed you
upset,
off, huh? Might have
right?
pissed you off about something, right?
Hey,
So my question
I
is,
just think it's almost like if I go to the store and I want a bag of Doritos and they out of Doritos, I'm not happy about it, but hey, I'm gonna live.
Mm-hmm.
And so,
my question is, Mom, to all these folks that just think with the tallywhackers. Okay, for all you super studs, at best, say you're a man that lasts an hour or 2 hours. How many hours is there in a day?
There's 24.
What you gonna do with the rest of them?
Exactly.
But don't they
see, that's
say
the
that
thing.
men think about sex like every 45 seconds? Like that's the average.
You can think about it all you want to, but that don't mean you can do it.
I think
But
that,
that's
that
the
like
problem. See, AB Dub. See, you're absolutely right about that, right? That's why in my message I call for these men to recalibrate their value system, right? Because you're absolutely right. When it comes to these RIM brothers, which it seems like the percentage of RIM brothers is growing rapidly every day, right? But when it comes to those brothers, they value sex, lust, and degeneracy number one, right? In their value system. So every 45 seconds, they're thinking about sex, lust, and degeneracy, right? And what I'm saying for those brothers to do is to remove that from their value system, at least from the top, put it down a little lower, replace it with God, add some loyalty, add some honor, integrity, some self-reflection, accountability, some good values that will lead to a successful life. And then pick up the sex. Once you
Let them say
start,
that's being a simp. That's being a simp right
wow.
there. All those things that you described, that's being a simp.
in their eyes,
right? But what's happening is, and that's why.
Hey, can I address one of the comments real quick? This guy said he just said something that I said, like, men only think about sex or women as appliances. He said that's like saying all women look at men to only pay bills. Well, then why are women asking for men to have more emotional maturity?
Yeah, because
And
women
most
are
women don't get their bills paid, so
right.
yeah.
I
But
mean,
most men don't they get sex?
I'm
So
gonna slide back in the
that doesn't
corner.
count.
Yeah, because
Back
most
up out
of
the way on that.
yeah, because they they got a lot of women who work. They work with they work. They're in this relationship with this man, and she working. So this idea that these men really truly think that they're out. There's all these men paying women bills. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to say that's kind of outdated, fellas. If you still under the osmosis
Especially
that
man.
we as
That
men
is,
pay all the bills, no, we don't. We
I
don't.
can
Come on, fellas.
understand
You
now.
got to
I can
have a
Especially
dose
a
of
understand
black
reality.
man.
if like the Asian men, the Indian men, the white men, I can understand if they said something like that. But hearing that from a black man, these black women been working since you sold them into slavery. So
But
I'm confused.
yeah, I can't even understand it from the Asian man, the Latino, because they just as broke as we are. It
Yeah,
seems
they're
like in
going
our
50-50 too. So I'm
yeah,
wondering why any man is saying it. None of y'all got
right,
no money. Like, what earth are y'all living on?
and yeah, because
They're
they got
living
Asian
through
women work.
I'm sorry, Miss Baum. I was just saying that I think they're living through the delusion or trying to live the life through who their idols, because they're always bringing up like these men who do pay bills, and they're trying to live like subconscious, like they're trying to live through them, and it's like that's not your life. Like, come back to earth. That's not you. You're broke. You take the martyr, okay?
Men
Okay,
men they like because they shit on Russell Wilson. I know he pays the bills.
Hell yeah, he
Some of them
paying
anyway.
me.
Some of them
I
anyway.
think that those men, because I'm differentiating here. I think that
Yeah.
those men who think like that, I think that they get a kind of like a kick out of like abusing women. Like, not all abuse isn't like physical, but like being able to
Yeah, I
use
hear what you're
women
saying.
because
But they're getting
they
off on
want
it.
to be able to do that. So when they see someone with that status, the status that they would abuse if they had it. That's what they would do. They wouldn't take care of a woman. They wouldn't go for trying to have a wife and children and create assets and generational wealth. As much as Black men in particular talk about generational wealth, that's not what they would do with their money.
Right.
No.
So
They would suck it off.
Brownsville was saying something when he got interrupted, and so I'm
sorry.
I forgot where.
Let me go on mute.
Brownsville, you remember? Oh, you gotta go on mute. He was saying something, and I wanted to respond to it. I can't remember what it was. What you were saying, Brownsville, at the time?
Oh, I was listening to the Queen.
Is it me or is it him?
No, I think it's him.
AB Dub, and she
You're Morgan.
spitting back. So I was just enjoying that conversation. So I was, can y'all hear me?
You coming in and out. Try it again.
Yeah, in and out.
Yeah, can y'all hear me now?
Now, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was enjoying AB Dub, her commentary.
Who's AB Dub? You got what?
ABW.
Oh.
That's not the angry Black woman?
Yeah.
When you said Dub, I didn't know.
AB Dub.
AB who?
AB Dub. ABW?
Oh, BW. Yeah. Sound like you said Dove. I was AB Dub. I was like, who is that?
He don't like he don't
W
like to
starts,
say angry
a
Black
W
woman,
starts
so
with a
he
D.
just called me ABW. AB Dub.
Oh, okay. Oh, instead of saying W, he's saying Dub.
Yes.
Okay, I got it. Girl, I was confused. I was like, who is AB Dub?
This guy, Sac Posey or whatever. I'm not sure.
Oh, Sac Posey.
He's going. Yeah, Sac Posey. Okay. Oh, just like he's Haitian or something. Okay.
Yeah. I
so
know
that's
his comments. His comments kind of read bad. I don't think he be understanding that. That's why But no, he's not.
I think he does.
Don't think them
Huh?
Haitians
I
are
think he
stupid.
does.
Don't think they.
You think he does what? You think he does what?
I was just saying that this guy.
No, wait,
he just keeps talking about.
wait. Yeah, too many people talking. Somebody said, I think he does. Does what? I'm not sure what. Kira, you say you think he does what?
Yeah, you said you don't think he knows what he's doing. I said I think he does.
Oh, okay, I got you. Okay, see that I didn't know what you because so you and yeah, that could be true because he comes up and he'll be like, "Nah, Bob, I didn't say that," but yeah, you don't think he just asked like, well, I guess he could come up and speak for himself. I don't know, but yeah, some of the questions, like for instance, he does kind of be on the men's side for things, sometimes, and I'd be wondering, like, what is he trying to say? Like, if he really think that, because it's almost like that manosphere talking point, right? Because I know he was upset, Charles, when you called him a rim brother last time. He thought I didn't. You called him a rim brother, right? And
right, because see, the reason why I called him a rim brother, Queen.
Wait a minute, babe. Wait, see, I keep losing my thought. Hold yours for a second, sir. And I was telling him I didn't call him that. And I did say, though, based on some of the things he was saying, that's why you ended up calling him that. Like, for example, when he just kind of mentioned that women are out here looking for men to pay their bills. And I'm thinking, like, what's the percentage of that? Because if women work, like, if y'all know that women are working, just like men are working, even in relationships, that means that this man is not paying just her bills. And I think the lie about these men say, well, my wife worked, but she could keep her money, right? What's the chances of that happening? Where she can literally just keep her money. Now, she may keep it in her bank, but she paying a bill too, which means if she paying a bill too, then that means he ain't paying the bills. That means they are paying the bills. Am I right about that?
Yes, you definitely right about that.
That's 50-50.
That's
But
true.
you
I
know
can't
what? I
argue.
think that a lot of men do not, the ones that do have like wives or women who live in the home, like, you know, they're coupling, they're living together. I think they discount that that domestic labor part, and they don't see that as part as like um labor. Like they just see it as like a gender role. Like that's what she's supposed to be doing, and that's what she's supposed to be doing it. She's so
Right. No, I get that. But even with that, let's set that to the side, which we shouldn't because it's a lot of work, right? But these women still have some type of job. I see women creating their own careers from home. Am I
Yeah, they
breaking up?
got
Or
side
is it me?
hustles. No, that's
Yes.
Angry Beta.
Okay, I wasn't sure if it was me. Yeah, so a woman, she starts making her own soaps and her own this and her own that, and she selling those things. She bringing in income too, and she helping pay bills too. These men are delusional.
Yeah, South I say I'm not. I went back and I read some of what you're saying. I'm listening. I don't think. Well, I can't speak for them. I'm speaking for myself. I'm not shitting on brothers. I'm just speaking in reality based, bro. It's not like it was back in the 70s, 60s, and the 70s, and probably into the early 80s, where if you said something like that, well, women only want men for what they can do for them. You might have a legitimate argument, but these days that's not an argument anymore. We can't use that to say that because we see women having businesses, black women in particular, they're the fastest growing entrepreneurs in this country. So to say that women need men to pay their bills is kind of a farce these days.
And when I met my husband, I didn't even have look, I married a man who already had bills, and guess what I didn't have? Bills. Right? And so a lot of times you men come with bills already because you wanted that nice car, right? Because you got to get you a car so you can attract the women. But that comes with a bill. That's not just one bill, that car note. How many bills is that?
Gas.
Car note,
Gas,
insurance,
car note,
gas, car
insurance.
maintenance.
Right.
That's right.
It's a
So
bundle.
Getting your tires
Bundle that.
changed.
Right. Bundle
So-
that shit.
Right. And so where a woman, she may have a vehicle and she may not. Right. But I guess I think Safa said don't be well, Kira said she think he does.
But Miss
And then
Beanz,
I think somebody said that he said attacking men. These men are always attacking women. So if we are saying something that's true, then that's not an attack. And we're not attacking all men either, right? Because if somebody said, well, these black men, and I said, well, it's not just black men,
y'all
Asian
said
men.
all men only see
Yeah.
women as sex objects. And well, I said that. I said it's like saying all women want men to pay bills. It's not everyone. That's not what you said, sir. That's not what I said either. I made a general statement, but I did not say all.
Right. She didn't say, oh, no.
And
I
whether go ahead,
Go
Bob.
ahead. No, go ahead, girl.
Now I was gonna say whether we like it or not. If we literally did a poll online, if we did a poll of women, and you asked them how many men have asked you for sex, you and I all know good and goddamn well the majority of the women are gonna say, yeah, all of them have asked. So come on, we ain't gotta lie about this.
So then what was the point? What was the point of making that assertion or trying to make apples to oranges? Like it didn't equate, because it's true that most men do see women as objects. That's a fact. They already did studies on it based on the way that you the way that you talk and the way that you treat and the way that you take away women's rights, the way that you subjugated them back in the day. It's true. It's just true. It's a historical event. It's history.
Yeah, that is true. That's 100% true, by the way.
You
And
can't,
then
you can't argue with that.
But yeah, and I came in with until a man is it, when he got feelings for a woman, that changes, right? Because now he really likes this woman, and now he starts seeing her for more than just her body parts. You know what I mean? So but I think all men, that's all I've heard all my life is that they're visual. and
including from men themselves.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, all my life. And then they mention, yeah, you got to look this way and look that way, whatever way a particular man likes a woman to look. So I hope we're not arguing the fact that men, when they see a woman that he's attracted to, and he's thinking about sex, because he ain't looked at her face and say, "I bet you her brain is sexy." That come, you know what I mean? That may come later where he says, "Damn, she's smart too," and
Yeah.
she makes me laugh. That's when he start caring about it. Yeah, like I don't think my husband look at me just for sex, but I ain't gonna lie. Sometimes I do feel like, sometimes I feel like he's rubbing on me and shit, and I'm like, I don't even feel good.
Right. Unfortunately, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, yeah, as men, we think that's part of our makeup. Say, hey, I want to see my woman dressed a certain way, but then sometimes, women, y'all dress in a certain way. It's like, okay, who are you dressing for? So I mean, it makes it sound kind of chauvinistic, but
But y'all think for some reason y'all assume we dressing for y'all. I made this very clear a long time ago. The women say they dressing for themselves, but truth is,
but we don't know that, right, Mom? We don't know that. We don't understand that.
I know, but women are dressing for each other, right? They may dress for themselves, but they might be trying to outdo the other chick. They're like, oh, they're gonna be these women. They go,
competition.
I like this dress. Because we get mad if we see another woman in a place with the same dress we got on. We don't like that shit right there. We be in the bathrooms complimenting each other. Be like, girl, your shoes. You know what I mean? So we be up in there. It's almost like a whole, what they call it?
A club in the bathroom.
A club just in the bathroom.
Like a meetup in the bathroom. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I can tell you from personal experience, like even today, I compliment women on like their hair, their makeup, their dress, their outfit. I compliment women like that. They compliment me too. And but a man, and I'm not trying to say like, oh, I don't like men, but when a man does it, it kind of make me uncomfortable, make me want to get out the way, because I'm like, okay, he probably like just trying.
And that's what I mean by that double-edged sword. Okay, which one of your women do we know that, okay, a compliment might offend you?
Well, you know why? Because of what y'all.
The ones that try to get. I'm sorry.
Y'all been online and all over telling us that that you just looking for us for sex. So you see, when a woman compliments another woman, we know they ain't nothing sexual. That means if I tell her dress look good, then she knows she looking damn good with that dress on.
She looking
and,
good.
Exactly. And she know that
okay?
Right. And she know I ain't saying it because I'm trying to get in her panties and shit. But when men now, the men, you've already told us your secrets, and you
should be looking for the women that y'all mad at.
Huh?
You say y'all women saying we should be looking at the women y'all mad at?
Looking at the
mad
women you're mad at?
Yeah, that's far as how you dressing. Like she's dressing better than y'all. So
no, we're not mad. We never said we're mad. We said
we're not in competition.
We're not competing. We saying she look good. We're not mad at her. We might ask her, hey girl, where you get that makeup? What type of what you doing? Why your face look? We compliment each other.
Beat, sis.
Exactly.
Yeah,
like I wish I did my makeup like you. Like how you do that?
Yes. I asked the girl. She clearly had a BBL, but I was like, girl, you work out, you look good. Your body is bodying.
See, that's what I'm saying. Like, so we know it's not
the esteem of other women, especially Black women. Because I love Black women so much, but I just want to build the esteem of other Black women, knowing that there are all these adversities out here, especially with these men talking down on us the way that they have in these recent years.
Right. So I know it's confusing for the men, right?
Yeah, it is. Absolutely, it is. Because if you can see me, my mouth is open and I'm scratching my head. I'm kind of confused.
Yeah, but the women are not dressing for men. Like, even go to the club today, Mr. Music. Women are dancing with each other. When I go to clubs, but they got a lot of men around. So the women are at the club, they're complimenting each other, having fun with each other, and they can have fun without thinking, oh, this woman is trying to take me home to get in my panties. You know what I mean? So that is, I guess men got it. So giving us a compliment, that's a good thing, right? But it's not always warranted. Like she may not.
Explain
she
warranted.
Don't know you.
Yeah, explain warranted.
Well, if she, so I know you're not gonna understand because I know when you say you give a compliment, it's different. But have you ever seen the way some of these men give compliments, Mr. TJ?
Yeah. Cause the way they say when they say, "Hey, what's up, dude," or when they refer to a female, they say, "Hey, what's up, man?" I don't understand that and follow. You looking good today. That don't make sense to me.
Now, or they come up and talk about you how you look good enough to eat. Like some of them go real perverse right off the
Yeah,
bat.
understand. Yeah,
Can I
yeah,
eat that?
yeah,
And
yeah.
so I guess when we even use the term compliment, we gotta come up with what compliments are we talking about? What compliment? Because I'm quite sure you telling a young lady, "Oh, you look nice today." She's not taking offense to
that would
that.
be that's what I mean. That would be the extent of the compliment. Hey, Miss Lady, you
Um,
look nice today,
no,
and
these
walk
men going
away from.
way. Oh, they going way beyond that. Oh no, yeah. They'll follow you for a couple of blocks just to even before they even give you this extreme what they think is a compliment. And sometimes it just be it's just way out of line. So I know when you hear these men say, "Oh yeah, she mad at me because I gave her a compliment." He didn't just simply give her just a "you look good today."
Yeah, what else? It should be followed by what else you say to a man.
Exactly. Don't just let him get off with that. Ask him the follow-up question. What did you say?
Right.
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 What did you say? What is it exactly was your compliment? I've heard things like, oh, you pretty for a big girl. And
You
then
pretty
be
for a
mad
black girl.
That
for
one,
a
you pretty
black
for a black
girl, for
girl.
a dark-skinned girl, for this, for that. And then they
Had a
mad
dude tell
when the
me.
woman look at him like, what the fuck? And just walk away. How is that a compliment? That's not.
Because they are so okay. This is how I understand it. As being a dark-skinned black woman, attractive dark-skinned black woman, is what they do is because they have beat you down so much, they expect your self-esteem to be so low that you don't think that you're desirable, right? So when he gives you a compliment, you should just take it because you know you're not desirable. It's like, it's not true though. Once you break the programming, it's like, it's not true. And that is actually demoralizing to say that I'm pretty for a black girl. I think all black girls are pretty.
Sorry, just a second. I
I
was
mean,
reading
it
the
could be
chat room.
subjective, yeah, but because I am a black woman, I believe that all black women are beautiful in my eyes because those are my group of women.
That's
So
a
I'm not
fact.
going to denigrate them at all. I can't.
But again, let me just refer to this comment. Listen, if Bomb Cherry says something that I disagree with, Mom, do I disagree with you?
Yes.
On several occasions. Have we not had disagreements?
Yeah, they mad because we're not going to, even
Because
if we
I'm not
disagree,
right.
we're
I'm
not
not
going
going
to
to
go.
call right. We're not calling each other out our name. We just can
Right.
move on from the disagreement. I don't call you the B word, and you don't call me the loose nigga. We just
That's
had
right.
I don't agree with you. Okay, well, let's move on.
And
Even if we come to a stalemate, what do? Move on.
move on. And see, that's what they'll understand. See, that's the man that I'm used to. The men who they not arguing with no woman. Mr. DJ is not gonna argue with no woman. In fact, he
Won't do
said
it.
it a couple of times. He said, "Let me go in the corner."
Right.
Didn't you
Won't
say
do it.
that?
That's right. Won't do it.
He said because would it benefit him or gain him? So when
Right,
you
to have an
become
I have a excuse me, Mom, I didn't mean to cut you off, but what's the benefit to me to have an open argument with a woman on a public platform? Who would I be demeaning? Not the woman, I'd be demeaning myself, nigga. What's wrong
That's a
with you?
fact.
they don't understand that. They like being up here arguing with us back and forth. Even Brownsville, like I remember studying when he first came over, and I was pushing him right just to make sure that he's standing on his square and he's gonna remain there. And I would give him pushes and nudges, and he would get like you, Mr. Music. He would just get quiet,
Right.
and then he'll rephrase his question or something. But he has never. And I pushed Brownsville too in the beginning. And I think he might attest to
agree.
that. And I did it on purpose, you know.
I agree. There's some people out there I have seen will test Brownsville to see if he's true to his character, and to me he is. Whether I disagree or agree with Brownsville on some of the things he is, the man is true to his character, and I'm not going to let anyone fault me for being true to my character. From the first day I came up on your panel till now, one of the things I say, I'm not going to have no argument with no woman. Period.
Right.
So
Especially a woman not your wife, huh? And your,
what for? What for?
Right.
Well, see, Mr. Music,
No,
you're
not saying.
You're an exemplification of a man with a strong mentality, right? The problem is a lot of these men, the men who are going back and forth with you right now in the chat, they have a weak mentality, right? So they only see winning an argument versus falling back and de-escalating the situation. That's a win within itself, right? Because you've shown some self-control and self-discipline. But they see self-control and self-discipline as weakness.
As weakness,
and
absolutely.
They see aggression. Wow. They see aggression towards women as
a strong song, right? As a strong suit. Like
and
his question.
If you watch these Rim Brothers, right, Mr. Music, just 1 second, I'm gonna land.
Sure.
If you watch these Rim Brothers and you listen to them talk, right, one of the first things they talking about right now is fighting each other, right? So they say, "Oh, let's go and we're gonna do this boxing match and we're gonna fight and we're gonna see who's physically stronger." That's the only way they can comprehend strength. They have no idea, right? No comprehension of mental strength or emotional strength or spiritual strength, right?
Absolutely.
They only see red. They only see one color. Wow. And it's a dangerous mindset with some of these guys, right? Because they're thinking that there's something that they're not. And what they're doing is they're representing themselves in a horrible way and they just can't see it. And it's sad.
Absolutely. So to get to this question here, well, I guess it's a statement there, Cox Riley, and I think Baum attached a link up there. So if you want to come defend it or speak to me and I won't say face to face, but verbal to verbal, you saying so basically, I'm saying that I'm better than women. How did you derive to that? By me saying I'm gonna argue with women, how's that? How do you equate that to me saying that I'm better than them by saying that I want to argue with them? How is that?
They're trying to start an argument because you didn't say nothing like that. You are different than a woman though, because we women could be. We like to talk, and I think every man knows that, right? We like to talk. Sometimes my husband realized there's no look. Like she's not gonna end it, so I guess let me stop it right now and go downstairs.
Right.
Or let me.
I got to deal with this tomorrow. Right.
Right. Because
sometimes discretion be the better part of valor. That's all I can say about that. Discretion be the better part of valor. You got to pick and choose your battles. If you're gonna have a discussion with your woman. I've seen some of y'all folks will air it out online. That's not the place for it. But if that's what floats your boat, that's on you. And that goes on both sides. I see some of y'all women airing out your differences with your man online. If that's what floats your boat, but don't, when somebody comes back and gives a comment on it, you can't be mad, whether it's for you or against you. So this comment here, young man, that you're talking, that you're referring to me as I'm saying that women, I'm better than any woman because I refuse to argue. When that tells me about your character right there, that says all I need to know about you. If we were in a barbershop, the next time I saw you in the barbershop, I would have 2 words for you. See you later.
That's
or
3.
I think Sapa
Hey,
said
Bob,
came
you
up.
can hear
I
me?
think,
I really do.
Wait a minute.
You can hear
Wait
me,
a minute.
Bob? I'm just trying to.
Sapa said he wanted to come up and say something good.
Okay, I'm going mute.
Oh, no, y'all got it. I was just making sure y'all my connected. Y'all can hear me. I'll jump in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I don't even know what to say right now.
Oh, okay. Well, never mind. So, because I wanted to, somebody said, I am saying something in the chat that I want to say real quick. He said, if a woman is attracted to the man that complimenting them, they would be cool with it. But if he is ugly, then it's a problem and they don't receive it. I'm not sure what you mean by they don't receive it. Like if you give me a compliment and all it was a compliment, you shouldn't even be wondering or worrying about did I receive it or not.
Right.
Right? Right. Because you get if I walk by and say hello to somebody, I don't expect them to say hello back. But if they say it great, we kept going. I kept on my way. But I don't stand there and see if they received my hello or my good morning. And I think what's going on is men are giving compliments expecting something back.
Right,
Because
Mom.
they
And
feel
I
like
think
they're entitled to women's autonomy. Because if like we can't go out into the world as just to run errands and be just who we are, we have to acquiesce to
and give
men.
them our time.
And if we don't, there's like consequences. Like you could get cursed out, you could get bricked up, you can, it's different, it's consequences. So like me, I don't deny men when I go out at all. I don't at all, because I know I am a dark-skinned Black woman with the saying that she can take a licking and keep on ticking. I don't want to be a part of that. So I just give them my text-free number and keep it moving. I'm trying to make it home.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, man, so how do I get a number, Bob, if I don't give her a compliment, Bob?
Huh?
I get her number if I'm not giving her a compliment.
Nobody said nothing about you not giving her a compliment. Nobody said don't give women compliments.
Can
We
I
just
answer
said
that,
okay.
Sock I think that's a legitimate question. I've been thinking about that. I think what the ladies are trying to say to us is the difference between a compliment and approaching somebody expecting reciprocation. Am I wrong?
Right.
Facts.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Like me, if I'm calling at somebody, I'm hoping I'll get the number, whatever. But the vibe off, I'll just go about my business. So I am like, approaching her, for a reason. But I'm not gonna hound her or nothing that she, deny me.
Right. So
also, I think that men don't really take in account the setting in which they try to holler at women, because sometimes a gas station, it's like you already know that's like I'm already like if you're at a gas station trying to holler at somebody, like that's that's some bum
Sure,
activity.
one of my exes I met at a gas station.
And she's an ex.
Yeah, well,
it's an ex.
Yeah, shit happened though.
She's an ex.
That wasn't a good example.
Now see if she probably
No, but my thing is, the reason I said that is, the reason I said that, right? I'm not saying that you have to holler every time you see somebody, right? But I do have a mindset like I might not ever see this lady again. So I'm just gonna say hi, and depending like her demeanor or how she looking will let me know, if I can get at her. But yeah, she's my ex, but if I ain't, say hi to her that day, I never probably would have had a chance for her to be my girl.
Right, and
she probably regret it,
Well,
wait a
minute. Okay, come down. We're not gonna make no
trying to throw a little petty shots, dog.
Okay, that's what we're saying. We're not gonna take no assumption that she regretted or anything. But what I understand. So what she's saying though is y'all heard her say that she gives, like if you would approach her at a gas station because she's concerned about her safety, she would give you a number. I've mentioned that before. I think y'all have heard me say that I would be so nice, right? To where I first mentioned I'm married. And then they start looking for the ring on my finger. Then now I must be lying. And even if I have the ring, can't you have friends? So y'all, I think some of y'all just not considerate at all. You only think about you and you only. Because what women have been telling you is that this shit is dangerous. They got men out here for real attacking women. Soon as he give her a compliment, if she don't act a certain way that he expects her to, he goes on the attack. And then y'all want to sit here when women are explaining this, telling us, well, how should we do it? Y'all not be fair. Yeah, like all you gotta do when you see somebody at a gas station in the middle of the night and you approach her, you don't see how scary that could be for her by herself getting gas.
I agree.
And so for a man walking up to her,
it's not their experience, Miss Baum. It's not their experience. Right. They don't have to worry. They can go outside at 3:00 in the morning and with no worries because they know that they can defend themselves.
Mm-hmm. But a
But
woman,
so they don't understand that perspective of like how a woman can perceive a man as dangerous. It's like, but like
at 3 a.m. So we don't
at
know
3
if
in
you
the
met
morning.
your girl at the gas station in the middle of the day, maybe, and that would be different, right? But let's say it's 11
Look, this is my way
p.m.
to work.
Okay, but 11 p.m. and hardly anybody around. She had to stop and get gas, and now this strange man just walks up. She don't know if she about to get robbed or not.
I would be shaking in my boots.
Yeah, and I'd say, with that said,
But
it,
bro,
and
I'm not denying. I'm not denying any of that. Like, I witnessed it like that firsthand. Like, especially like for example, like, it'd be a lot of things going on during the holidays, right? South Beach, everybody go out and shit. And people see what goes on when, be a group of dudes trying to holler at somebody when she say no, and then, you'll see them try to break out the pack, following her and shit like that. So I'm not denying that women don't, it's not dangerous for y'all or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? So that was my argument. That was my argument.
Question, my brother.
But y'all need to keep that in mind when you're approaching women.
Right. So can I ask
I never said I didn't though. Like y'all saying y'all putting extra words in my mouth.
We're not talking about just you.
I'm not talking about just you. I'm talking
conversation.
to everyone, the masses. Like, you're not the only one listening. There's other people who are listening to this. They may need to hear this.
Go ahead, Brownsville. I think you wanted to say something.
Right. So, Sapase, let me ask you this question, my brother. So you mentioned that when you going out South Beach and you seeing these men when they're making advances to women and they're getting rejected, then they're turning to actually, sexually assaulting them by fondling them and things like that. When you see those men operate in that manner, what do you do as a man? Do you do anything
about his business?
Break shit up or be police around. Like, you talking about, like, if we around, like, especially if I see somebody or whatever, like, you can see somebody uncomfortable, y'all be like, and then you'll go to them dudes like, man, y'all chill off, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times what I notice, when somebody do say something to them, they tend to calm down. It's like another dude approaching them, or a group of guys or whatever. Yeah, like people don't let shit like that happen. But once it happens, you can't stop. You don't know people's intentions or what they're gonna do, so you don't know that's going to happen. Is what I'm saying. But people don't sit around and let shit, let that shit slide. I know I don't.
Oh, okay, good. That's what I wanted to hear. I wanted to hear that when you are actually out there and you're seeing these men be aggressive with these women in that manner, that you're not just sitting there not doing anything about it. Because if that's the case, then to me, you're complicit with it and you're part of the problem, not the solution.
So
yeah,
it's you. Go ahead, Mr. DJ.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Bum. I was just agreeing with Brownsville on that one. And he's right. For those men that walk away from those situations like that, you're complicit to it. If you got a bunch of buddies, that walk up to a woman and say, hey, and start calling them the B word, and you sit back chuckling and laughing and all like that. Again, some women might remember your face, or you was with that crowd of niggas. I'm not fucking with you. So you're just as guilty sometimes when you don't do anything. So.
And these men today, they in groups. Like, I rarely ever.
Yeah, they do hang in. They hang in packs. Yes,
I rarely see a man by himself. So a whole group of men, and now this one guy decides to come over, with his friends, to ask for my number. That is scary.
Right, and Bum, you said something earlier that kind of stuck with me, of course, because I do parties and stuff like that. And you mentioned that women be dancing by themselves, and I have noticed that when I do parties and stuff like that, or go to a club or something, I do notice that the women are dancing and the men are just standing by or sitting at the table with a beer in their hand, looking. Right. There's no interaction anymore.
Now, what you think happened? So the men standing, the women want to dance, but the men not even approaching. Because I don't know why, it don't matter. But then after the end of the club or the venue, the event, then now they walking up to women in the parking lot.
They say women have low self-esteem, but that's what I'm gonna put it on. I don't think they think or well, I don't really have a chance with that woman. And when they see the club out the closing, you're about to get in your car. Let me make one ditch effort to see if I was right, if I should have approached her. That's how I see it sometimes.
Yeah, but
No, that's
the
funny
way
because that
we
is how
see it,
things be for real now.
no, the way we see it is, oh, he really not interested in us. He trying to take us home to have sex with us. Because if he was interested in me when I was on that
He
dance
would have
floor,
spoke to
he
me.
would have
He would have
approached.
spoke to me in the club.
That's
Right.
right. He would approach. He would offer me a drink, or even not a drink, dance or something. He would have tried to get to know me. But now he don't want to go home alone, and so now
But he
he's
don't come
approaching.
holler at me now.
Yeah, and
Or how about this,
That's
Miss
fair.
how about when you're in the club, you're just chilling. I don't go out very often, but I go my Caribbean spots. So how about when you're in the lounge and then you've been there for a while or whatever, and then you start dancing, and then that's when they approach. They don't approach you before. They approach you now. You start winding up.
Oh yeah, they ready to wind up on
Oh,
you.
cause you start dancing, yeah.
But at least he trying to come
That was
see if he
not your
could dance.
invitation
I'm
there.
gonna
Your
go. I'm gonna go
invitation
in the,
would be like, hey, stick
I'm
your
going in the
hand
corner on that
out.
one.
Nice to meet you, sir. Like, duh, like greet yourself, not like, oh, I see some ass, I want to go follow it.
I'm going in the corner.
Yeah. So we women and men think differently, but the women are thinking like if she respects herself, then she's looking for somebody who's gonna respect her. And so the men who successful in being able to get these women, they handle that accordingly in a respectful way. They don't go talking about I love to eat you up, you look tasty. Like that's disgusting. Like, look, I can't even imagine, even if he was nice looking, telling me he'd like to eat me up. That's I would be like,
Gross.
what the
Like, how
hell
many
is going
women have you
on?
did that to?
That's nasty. Ugh.
I would call him a slut.
Man, I wouldn't
Well,
look,
that's why I
him a
call
pervert.
that's why I call them loose
Skank.
niggas. That's my term. They just either giving ass or trying to get ass anyway. Don't make no difference.
Yeah,
That's
you're
why
a
I call them
skank.
that. Yeah, that's why I
That
call them that.
you just your body count is so high. I use the reverse psychology thing, the thing that they use on women, like, hey, you're a slut. What's your body count?
That don't work. That's some of us consider. Notice I'm saying us. Some of us consider that a badge of courage, body count.
Somebody named TNL Q Bonafide said men are infatuated by the sight of women, but as men knowing our nature, we have to be disciplined and compose ourselves to be respectful to the ladies. And I don't know about this thing where they keep saying it's in our nature. They must mean like I always ask them what is in your nature because men keep saying it, the other men keep saying it, So before you know it, there's this bullshit about men's nature. When y'all say men's nature, y'all mean human beings' nature. That must
But
be.
I think what they're trying to say is that some men are hardwired to act that way, and that's not necessarily true. Not all men go out and approach women a certain way, as y'all described. Not all men do that, and I'm sure I can speak for several of the men that's probably listening in the chat room. Not all of us do that, but there's enough of us that it's obvious that we're having this conversation about. So
Right,
I
but
think that's
is it in your nature though? Because I
no,
think
no,
that's
it's
what
not.
these
No,
men. Right, so
no.
that's
I
what.
think that they make the patriarchy part of their nature, so
Yes,
that's why
right.
they use those
They get
attributes
in
or the actions that that attributes to patriarchy,
right. They get
to
indoctrinated,
to say that that's
basically.
part of their nature,
Right,
because that's how they live, that's how the society is wealth.
right, exactly.
Is it though? Because they could go to jail for some of the shit they claiming is in their nature. They're
Yeah,
literally
but
saying things like,
it's not gonna
"Huh?
stop them. I said, yeah, they are, but it's not gonna stop them, and they believe that because they can't be stopped, that it's in their nature.
Yeah, but
Well,
they are
because
stopped." So what are we talking about again? Because now are we saying that all men are,
Not all.
well, something that's in a man's nature that means it's in
That
men's
would mean
nature?
all of them, whether they like it or not.
Yes.
You could say that.
Well,
That's
what
what
I'm
that
saying is
implies.
they believe that because it's part of the patriarchy, that it's their nature, like that's their nature. Their
yeah, they
I
use
don't know
they
how to
use
break
what
It is
it
some
down.
instances.
They use what again? I use the word hardwired because some men are hardwired to do certain things, as some women are hardwired to do certain things, and that's what they use as it's in a man's nature.
So what is an example of something that a man and or a woman is hardwired to do?
Okay, women. So, let's see. How do I say this? Women are hardwired to be natureless by virtue.
No, that's not true though.
Huh? What did you say?
I'm saying nurturers. That's what the best word.
Yeah, nurturers, but that's not true. We are taught to be
That's
nurturers.
not true.
They give us baby dolls from little girls. They teach us to clean up. We get kitchen nets and pots and pans and baby dolls as little girls. And so that is something that is taught
Conditioning.
to us. Right.
About to say
So
that's
that's not
conditioning.
nature.
Well,
So
okay. I don't mind being corrected because I've always heard that it's women are hardwired to be naturers, natural nurturers. Yes, that's
yeah,
all
but
what
that's
I've always heard. So
yeah, I know.
right.
Yeah, but that's false because men, when y'all become dads, y'all can also be just as nurturing if you was
Yep.
taught to be nurturing.
True.
Or
I
if they
agree.
just tap in to their, like you said, their damn, I can't even talk today. But if they just tap into their femininity, then they will have access to be nurturing, just like women have the access to tap into the masculine or survival mode in order to, but it doesn't
But to tell
necessarily
a
mean.
man that he needs to tap into something called femininity, we're gonna scare them away. They don't want to hear nothing about no.
But you know what? It's not really femininity though. Like because that's
right.
It's not really femininity. It
not.
is just nurturing the
Right.
nurturing nature of humans.
That's why we got to use our words correctly.
Aren't you nurturing to your parents? Aren't you nurturing to your siblings? Aren't you or do you bully them?
Right.
I'm
And
nurturing to the people
they have
that I
lots of
love.
women. They have lots of women who aren't nurturing at all. We see it all the time, right? We see it today on the internet. You'll see a woman who killed her daughter, or her boyfriend killed her daughter, and she's protecting him. Like, is that a nurturing nature? No. There's no nurturing in her.
Well, again, like I said, I don't mind being corrected, and from what I've heard, and I guess in my circles, that's when I hear women say that, that we are those, those primary things that we get from our children. We talk to our babies when they're in our stomach. We do this and we do this. So maybe I'm under the assumption that that's where I'm getting that from. That women are hardwired that way. So
Well,
I
I mean,
don't
if
mind. I
men
don't
could
mind being
carry
corrected.
babies, wouldn't you be nurturing too?
Of course.
Right. So it's not just in women's nature. It's a human attribute.
It's a human behavior that all of us should have. It's called being a well-rounded human being, and everyone should be that.
And so that's why it's important, because these men are actually using this. It's in our nature to be aggressive. And is it? Because all men aren't terribly aggressive to everybody.
No, that's definitely not in a man's nature to be aggressive. No, that's definitely. So for those who say that, I would firmly disagree with that. No.
But that's what these men say. And so that's why I asked for an example of what on the man's side and what on the woman's side will be considered a woman's nature and a man.
Okay, so the other part of that, when you ask about the men, I heard a lot of men say, and I've even used it, that men are hardwired to be protectors. What say y'all women?
Yeah, but
again, human attributes, because women are just as much of a protector, if not more, than
women are more known to protect than men.
Yes. Yeah. So and remember, and go back to when you're a little boy too, right? They gave y'all guns and bow and arrows. They had you running around. That's conditioning. But if you mean that, right, as far as that, but little girls also have access to those little toys. So no, so it's not it's in human nature to protect that in which they love. And so it's not just a man thing or just a woman's thing. It's in humans.
Fair.
So, and I am just as much of a protector of my family as my husband is. And in fact, and because I had the kids even more than him, I was the one standing by mostly to protect them when they were growing up. Some people be at work. I'm the one at the household. You know, I'm the one to go to the grocery store with them. So I think that's the issues, the words that we use and how it's put out there. And these men really think they claiming that they're protectors when they're not. Because there's a lot of men who they admitting today they're not protecting nobody. Like, why should I protect my wife? What make her life more important than mine?
Well,
Is he a protector?
Correct me if I'm wrong. I heard was I listening to your panel yesterday? I'm not sure who it was. Somebody said that if his moms did something or somebody did something, that he wouldn't stand in the way.
That's right, Ashton. He would not protect his own mother.
And we saw
Hello, what
how
happened?
everyone attacked
Hello,
that
what happened,
woman,
boss?
Kalisha Hood. Remember, we saw how everyone attacked her and her child for him standing up for his mother as he saw his mom assaulted. And I'm like, wouldn't anybody in their right mind defend their mom? Like, that's my mom.
They said no, that was her fault. So yesterday, Sapa said Ashton was up here, and somebody asked him a question about, protecting the woman around him, and he said somebody asked him, would you protect, I think it was Ruth asked him, wouldn't you protect your mom? Would you allow somebody to just come? And he said, nah. He said, if my mom could be wrong too.
She had.
Yeah, but I'm still but you know what? I don't know. Maybe it is in men's nature not to care. Maybe it is. Because now I'm questioning, is it
can't be his nature not to care, because they got men who do care.
Now I'm back on Prince Ella. Are they capable
No.
now?
No. Please.
I'm not saying all. I'm generalizing, because clearly Mr. DJ is, he has morale, very demure. he clearly has some sense. But for the other ones that do not, that would say that they would let someone sacrifice their mom even if she's in the wrong, like, that is right, insane.
Yeah, but for you to then even try to generalize that based on the few who won't protect their moms, when we know that most of these black men is protective of their mothers, sisters, even that bullshit they talk about. We know you better not say nothing about their mom.
I don't care if my mama dead wrong. You better not say nothing. Yeah, I don't care how wrong she is.
These like, we got the younger ones now growing up with this bullshit that they're hearing from idiots, and now saying, well, my mom could be wrong. And the point that was being made yesterday was, even if your mom is wrong, you don't let strangers deal with that, right? You don't let a white man outside of our community correct your mama. You tell him he better step back. And he said he'll let that white man attack his mama because she could be wrong.
Okay. Oh, okay. Now I kind of remember the conversation now. Now that it was about I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I couldn't. I'm sorry. I just couldn't.
Oh, no.
I couldn't let nobody sit there and attack my mom. I'm sorry.
Neither me. We women, we ain't putting up with it. We about to fight with our mamas.
Right.
With other aunties, look, a whole group of women might jump in there. Right? I've seen women jump in fights helping their dudes. And these men talk about they were only protectors. We've seen women jump in.
Miss Bombcherry, can I tell a story real quick? A couple years ago, about a year ago, I was in the American Deli getting some chicken wings, and there was a young girl at the cashier, and there was an older black man in front of me, and he was trying to return some food that was already eaten and it had not came from that store, and the girl basically said, like, oh, I can't give you a refund for this because it didn't come from here and the food is already eaten. And she just went on and like, I just can't help you, next customer. He went ahead and threw the bones, empty bones, at the girl, and then and I told him, I'm like, hey, you need to get the fuck out. You need to go. He started pushing me. The girl come from over the counter. He picks up a chair. I turn around, grab my pistol, and pointed at him like, hey, you about to meet your maker. And it's like, that's an example right there. It's like, where you have these men that were, you know, looking, these two Mexicans in the kitchen looking all like, oh, what's going on? A black man ready to attack two women, and I'm the one that stands up.
Right. Ain't that something like that young boy, like you mentioned earlier? I'm so sorry I don't know that woman's name because I should, right?
Felicia Hood.
But
Alicia Hood,
yeah,
yes.
but you know I remember that nigga name because he dead and gone, right? But none of them men, these protectors by nature. See, a protector by nature jumps up without even considering the ramifications, like a woman standing up for another woman, not even taking into account that this is a man who might be able to beat the shit out of him.
Right.
A protector stands up and then, you know, and they deal with the consequences after the fact. And these men, I watched them men in that video, and then afterwards they were claiming how scared they was. That little boy went to the car and did what he had to do without any fear.
Any thought, because it was love, it was nurture in him.
Yes. That's love. I think Bomb. Oh, go ahead, Miss.
The same thing about that is Bomb. They say, you know, they taught about he did that because he was raised by a single mama. Okay, his single mama said, "Listen, if you see me in trouble, you know what to do."
Yeah. And she didn't even have to say that, right? She could have. He just could have loved him.
Right.
He could have seen that she's protective of him, which in turns that love he bestows on her, which means he too will protect his mother. But they was trying to make it seem like she taught him, and it's her fault because now he could kill somebody. And I'm like, they was trying to embarrass her for what her son.
Like she was the one in the wrong. She was the one in the wrong.
I think that's why they're trying to condition the young boys to not protect the women so they can be easily attacked.
I've always said
them niggas pussy though, because I don't really know too many niggas or too many men boys that's gonna let somebody try to play with their moms. You know what I'm saying? Like even all the bullshit they were saying especially when people kept saying like the stuff that was bothering me was what people kept saying, oh why was he talking back? You know what I'm saying? Like my thing is you got somebody like, going back and forth with her and she just supposed to shut up, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like when I didn't hear people say stuff like that, man, that shit just
yeah, because they kept saying she talking back to him. You know what they trying to tell women that we can't say shit, but the truth of the matter is that woman was talking to the people about her food, and he is the one who told her to shut the fuck up.
Right.
Say something else, and I'm gonna do this.
On Granny, and he found Granny that day, didn't he?
Huh?
He found Granny that day.
He sure did.
And it is just so crazy though when I'm hearing people talk, right? It's like y'all trying to point out what y'all feel like she doing wrong, but what dude is really bucking up on trying to buck up on women? Like that's the one y'all should be focusing on. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I don't feel like no real man's really out here trying to buck up on women like how he did, or just kind of shut up and they swing on them. No, that should be the focus right there.
Wasn't he a woman beater? Wasn't it found out that
it's called Knockout King.
Yeah, he had just gotten out of jail for beating his girl and shit.
Yeah,
the one he was with.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think they're talking about. I don't think they're what the men that they're talking about up here now. I don't think they're talking about men like me and you. I think they're talking about men that there's enough examples of them out there to where, like the one lady that went to the store to get a bottle of wine because she refused. She didn't want to do the pay for the wine. Right. But she got bit in the face and beat up. So there are plenty of examples up there of men that just simply can't take rejection.
And that was double T. They triple T. No, it was 3 men on that woman, and she didn't say nothing negative. She was like, "No, thank you, I got it." And they
thank you.
Yep, no, thank you. She said, "Nah, I got it." And they beat her ass, and they fought like bitches at that, because they tried to scrape her eyes out. They was scratching her, you know what I mean, and bit her.
Right.
Fucking man bit her in the face, wasn't he?
Right. Yeah, he bit her. He definitely bit her. So I don't. When they're talking about those men, Southway, I don't think they're talking about. I don't think, and I'm sure, and they're not talking about me, and I'm sure they're not talking about you. But there's enough of these men out there that they're speaking of that I think that's why Brownsville asked you that question if you saw that going on, because one of my first encounters with some of these Rim brothers or Manosphere guys, the same conversation, that if you saw a woman getting beat up on side the road, what would you do? And I said, I would stop them. Hey, man, what you doing? Well, what if he pull out a gun and shoot you? Well, at that point in time, I'm not thinking that. All I see is a man beating up on a woman. So my nature gonna kick in and say, hey, I got to stop that.
Right? I've seen men fight with their boys, but they claiming they ain't gonna protect no woman. You know, they
Right.
look. I watch. They'll claim I don't know her. They don't know her, so they're not getting involved. But they don't. They just
I
because
can't.
they know their
Right.
boy, who is a
I can't let
grown ass
I can't
man.
let my boy get jumped.
Yeah, they can't let their boy get jumped, but they can let this woman get jumped by men and stand by and claim, well, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I don't know her.
Right.
Like,
Well,
damn.
because I also do believe that I think that it's like this. I think the term is homosocial behavior, because it's like, I'm not saying that they're gay. It's not. That's not what it's saying. It's saying that they have relationships with men and sex with women.
Yeah.
Y'all excuse me for a minute, please.
Those particular men, not you, Mr. Music.
Right.
No offense, no offense taken. None at all. Believe me, you know, as the old saying goes, hit dogs holler. I ain't been hit yet.
Yeah. So that sounds about right, right? I think Sharon had a conversation about are men needing relationships. It was something about dealing with having relationship with other men. And I'm like, if you need a relationship with a man just so you can have a better relationship with a woman, that sounds gay to me. Okay, I'm gonna call it gay all
I
day.
never heard that. But that sounds weird as shit.
Yeah, because it does sound weird, but I understood when I listened to him closely. It's almost like the men who didn't have a dad, and so if you didn't have that dad son relationship that you missed, then and you're still seeking it as a grown man. You know what I mean? And that's why I guess he's saying that some of y'all getting these good friends, and these friends are more important to you than your girl. You'll break up with a girl over being with this guy over here. That's what's happening a lot. Women are competing with other men for men.
Yeah.
And
they do prioritize their homeboys over the girl. And I've even heard one guy say, like, hey, I can't do anything for you that your woman is doing, so why are you neglecting her?
Yeah. Like, your man should be like, he should think that's weird, right? That you came to his house when your girl was mad at you, and he's thinking, well, what, dude, you better go back to your girl. Like, I can't give you what she give you. But wow, men are doing that. They'll break up their whole families for a dude. These men losing their wives on the internet, sitting on panels with other dudes they don't even really know for real. So, and people are listening to them, you know. Like remember we saw Angry Man over there when his girl was yelling at him and they ended up broke up. He was on here crying and whining, right? Mr. Music over some internet shit. Okay. We watched some of these men get married. They were married, they got divorced, got remarried, and divorced again in a short period of time. Because they asses won't get off the internet and go live life with their wives.
That gotta be crazy though, man. You losing your family over YouTube?
Man.
Shit. I couldn't imagine.
You must be living under a rock, Bookie, because this is real
so
life.
much.
I mean, why do you think I mean, you have all the talking points. Isn't it close to 80% of the women divorces are filed by the women? Clearly, it's clear. It's obvious.
I don't have no talking points.
Happy people
Shit,
don't get divorced now.
That's
I
right.
say, but I don't do them talking points though. But what I'm saying is, I know it happened though. I'm just saying, like, it's crazy that people is letting that happen over YouTube.
Yeah,
You know,
but
like, I
you
can't
you
imagine
do
put
hear these
myself.
men say that, right? You hear these men say that women are the ones filing for divorce. And like she said, why would a woman file for divorce from a man if she's happy? And but they try to mix it up and just say, well, she the one filed for divorce. She
No,
destroyed the family, but they never said, well, yeah, she's unhappy for
yeah,
some reason.
yeah, disagree, cause be disagreeing with that too, right? Because a lot of time, you know, I do hear people say that, like, even if the person cheating, you know, that shouldn't be a reason to divorce or break up a family. See what I'm saying? So they use the break up the family part to try to put it on her for the family, you know, getting broken up when it was a husband who was outside, who was cheating.
Right. But they don't even want to consider why did she break it up? Even if it's,
Yeah.
you know, whether it was cheating or maybe his ass not giving her no attention because he's sitting in a room online all day or playing video games.
It's usually neglect.
Yeah. Like we could be neglected, but the men don't make it seem like we being hard that we want to spend time with the person we married. Like you, besides just getting in bed, like that would piss me off and have pissed me off that all day. Like let's say it's a weekend and he off, I'm off, and we got all weekend, and then he's downstairs, I'm upstairs, all goddamn weekend, and on Sunday night he didn't want some sex. Now he wants to pay me some attention, but it's only because he wants some sex. And
see, Miss,
that is a problem.
Oh, go ahead.
For me.
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a problem for me. That's a problem for women. Like we're thinking, wait, we had all weekend. We could have sat and watched a movie together. We could have had some conversations in between. You know what I mean? We could have done something. And the only time you want to come and give me some attention is because now you want sex. Now I'm beautiful only when you want sex. Well, look, we dropping gems right now for you men. Like this is information that if you listen, you can have a great relationship. But women do not. At first, she might put up with that shit, but after a while, she starts realizing, nah, you only tell me I'm even pretty when you ready to have sex. And but you,
Yeah. And that's why I was saying earlier that sometimes I believe that some men, generalizing here, they only see women as objects or domestic laborers, and I do believe that they only get married. Not only, well, I'm gonna say sometimes when they neglect you in the marriage, they was only getting married to you because you were doing that domestic labor, the labor that they don't want to do, that make their lives easier.
H.T. Ball said,
that's just my observation.
H.T. Ball said, how many mothers do you know that wouldn't delete a mother effer to protect their children in a heartbeat or less?
Every last
Yeah.
one.
Yeah. He also said men's
That I
nature
know.
is he said men's nature is to be selfish and self-centered unless they're taught otherwise. I was raised to be protective of women and children. And he said
y'all really this a live tonight.
Yeah.
The men nature is to be selfish and what?
And
he said selfish
self-centered.
and self-centered.
And I would like to pick it back on what Bomb said, because what Bomb's
That's
analogy of what she
interesting.
just said is the equivalent of a woman, of your wife, not talking to you, not giving you any emotional support, but the only time she wants to talk to you is when she's holding out her hand for money. Same concept.
And that would be so mean, right? Like I ain't talk to him. I don't let him touch me. I don't hug him. I don't kiss him and say nothing to him. But then right when I need some money, I tell him how good he
That's
looks.
when you wanna cuddle up to him and tell him you beautiful, or he handsome and he does so much, and because you got your hand out waiting for some man.
Eventually he will get tired of that, right? Yeah. He'll get tired of that.
Very quickly, because men have more conditions for love than women. They wouldn't tolerate that shit at all.
Yeah. Well, that's true. As far as I like that the way you put that the other way around, Kira. That was cool. Because I do think, when we talking as women, the men may not understand what we're saying. And I get it because we speak differently. But you gave him a different perspective on the men's end so they can see what that means. I don't think any man would want to be used when he realized, wait a minute, does she love me or am I just here giving her a check? Like she go out with her friends, you know what I mean? She ain't even giving me no loving unless it's payday. And only because she expects that $800 that she about to ask me for her car note and things like that. So you only get sex once a month, or if you get paid twice a month, then you get, huh?
Oh, my bad. I thought I was muted. My fault.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you only getting sex from her when you got some money. See, yeah, and then I hear some of these men also say, well, you get sex less, when you get married, yeah, the sex go less. They don't, and then they'll mention the kids only because some woman will say, yeah, there's kids involved, you're getting these quickies because the children are around. Then they start talking about how the kids done ruined the relationship and how she take care more about the kids than him. He want the bigger piece of chicken. So I can't take this big piece of chicken and cut it in half so the two kids can eat? No, because he says he gets the big piece of chicken.
Wow. But something earlier that was said and about the differentiation of the men who can perform places like this, we get to see who is who do have morale and who don't, and it makes it.
Wait, I can't hear you.
You're breaking up.
Even though it's a majority, it's still a lot of men. It's like you still get more information on how to navigate through these different people.
We couldn't hear you because you were breaking up in the beginning. You got to start all over.
Oh, I was saying that I appreciate the space of and how we were talking about earlier, the differentiation of people who have morale, and he was saying something about how they look at strength or abusing people or dominating people as like that's what is masculine, that's what is to be accepted, and at the men who actually take care of their family, don't bully them and actually listen, have emotional maturity, them as weak. I appreciate spaces like these because it makes it a lot easier.
Anybody picking this up?
No, she's still going in and out.
You're going in and out. We're getting parts of it. Excuse me.
You must be driving. Are you driving? Because you're in a bad area.
No, I'm not driving. I'm in Family Dollar, but.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Family Dollar got that dollar store internet.
99 cent, $1.06 with tax.
Because I was listening
I noticed when you out though, I know it works better to call instead of using your data to whatchamacallit to connect when you out and about. Because right now, I'm driving from work. But if I would have went through the data, whatever, that data mode, yeah, I probably been breaking up. You know what I'm saying? Using my cell phone signal shit.
But I think what she was referring to, Bomb, is a statement that Brownsville made earlier, that some men see their physicality as a strength. I think that's what she was talking about, though. But I picked up the bits and pieces of it.
You don't see these men hopping, ready to meet each other, to fight each other?
Yeah, that was going on. I think that was part of your panel yesterday. There was a couple dudes up there inviting each other out to get beat up. Me personally, I'm not getting on the airplane to think that, especially the possibility, a chance of losing. Now, I don't know what's his name, Momo.
Mumu, yeah.
Mumu.
All right, I don't know him well, but he don't seem to be a small brother.
No, he's
Mumu.
into this.
No,
Yeah, so
he fights.
that's his sport. Yeah, that's his
Right.
sport.
But I think if they find a way to turn it into something to where it's like not people not fighting in the streets, like it's something like some type of professional setting. You get what I'm saying? Like that boxing ring, that boxing match recently. So I think that could probably be a good thing.
Nah, ain't nothing good. I don't see no. So what did we say that men got to? Because these are men who.
No, well,
most of the. So Mr. Fantastic, who talked all that shit, I heard that he quit and got knocked the hell out.
He should have. Nothing else. Oh boy,
And
was
that's
light
what
on
he
him.
get.
Nah, he looked bad doing that though. Like,
Right. No, he
I
really
wish I
looked
could
bad.
see that shit, man, because
He
he
really
was
looked bad.
boisterous.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
they
he
were
really
friendly.
looked bad.
Now, suppose
Yeah.
they were like two guys who really going at it online. Then one of the dudes not gonna be light on the other dude. And then now you get beat down. You so embarrassed, guns gonna come out. See, this is a dangerous game.
that's the thing I do worry about. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, Ashton mentioned it. Oh, I could.
It's going to escalate sooner or later, Mom.
Yes.
You're absolutely right. It will escalate.
It
I
will
think
escalate.
what these guys
I
are
wouldn't deny
referring to.
that point though, because some people can't lose a fight though. That's why that's why more people shooting these days.
I wanted to go see the fight. I asked him where it was gonna be at. He told me, and I wanted. And then he said email him, and I was, I ain't sending no people no email
That
who I
man
don't
was out
know.
of shape, bro. Oh my.
It was right here where I live. It's not that far from me.
Oh, what? Oh, you could.
And it was in Philly. Yeah, that was right there. I think it took me 20 minutes to get there.
Do any of y'all know, was DJ Hamp ever in the military? I don't really follow him that much, so I don't really know. Was he ever in the military?
Not that I know. I don't think. I don't know about that. I don't know. I know he was a coach, like a football coach or something like that.
So y'all saw the fight online?
Yeah, I saw some of it. Like when people like was reviewing it for a little bit. Cause I know at first GMT had was reviewing it, then it got taken down.
Yeah.
And then I forgot somebody else channel was reviewing it, but you really couldn't see like. Well, I think that you couldn't see the last round, but in the first two rounds or whatever, you was able to watch it though, man. But
yeah, Mr. Fantastic looked quite winded. Yeah, I don't know how long. I don't know how long many rounds was, but if that was a real fight, not a love tap spar match, he would have got knocked the fuck out. And that's just bottom line.
That bad?
He would have got knocked the
he
fuck
was
out.
tired like the first 30 seconds.
Yeah.
God,
the thing is, like people, but you gotta realize boxing and fighting is two different things, right?
Two different
when you
things.
Fighting, if you fight for more than 20 seconds, that's a long ass fight. Like we're talking about two fights. You know what I'm saying?
A 3-minute round could seem like it's damn near an hour.
And I think that round was only a minute 30 seconds, or maybe
Yeah.
that boxing shit is like.
He didn't take into account the adrenaline that would be taken over. He thought he just was going to go in there and say, okay, this is it. But the real he knew it was planned. He knew his body told him, no, you're in shape. You're not in shape. As much as you preach that you are not in shape. That boxing match that we saw on GMT's channel said it. Out of shape. Physically out of shape and mentally out of shape.
They're like they think they're smart. They're not smart. They think that it's all imaginary shit that's going on in his face. Like most of these men don't even go outside for real. Like except if they go to a job. So but they think, hey, I'm big and oh yeah, and they got all that talk with their mouths. But if somebody really, especially our generation, we about it. Like we were outside. We were doing all this shit. Like we were
doing things right.
We was even bouncing around like we were boxing in the ring for real. We were real fighters, like because
we used to call it slap boxing.
Yeah,
right. We used to call it slap boxing. Right.
So I grew up and I used to fight boys. You know what I'm saying? So we did that, but we got another generation who never did that. It's all in their imagination. They was playing video games, and so they think they got that because they could play video games. They could box in the video game world.
Right, the do over. I'm good because I play. I'm a good athlete because I'm good at Madden. I'm 25. That don't equate that way. No, it don't.
Man, I venture that I will beat some of these niggas in basketball. I know volleyball is my forte. I'm talking about some of these young niggas in their 30s. I'll beat them in basketball. And I'm not talking about basketball players now.
That's what I was trying to set up, man. I was trying to set up like when they was on a panel. I've got somebody else panel.
Mm-hmm.
Which call this talking about the boxing shit. I was like, man, why don't we do a basketball? Somebody like, if y'all really about that. Like, right. I'm willing, like, I ain't fly. When it comes to balling, I'm willing to put up whatever.
But see, you play ball. See,
you too.
Stop I said you go out in the world though. We watch you, we see you, we know, right? You go bowling, you play ball. You told me your girl used to come and just watch you play ball. But I'm talking about these other dudes though. They're not doing that.
They can't say they're out in the world when they're on panels for 5 hours at a time. They can't say they're in the world when we see you up on panels 4 or 5 hour streams. You can't be out.
I was just trying to collect a free check from them boys, man. And they willing to put on money for that shit, bro. Man, do that shit.
I say you're gonna start a 3-on-3 YouTube league.
That'll be cool.
Hey man, that's up, man.
Where you meet in different states.
Meet up in different cities. That's right.
Yeah. I seen a video where
that could be a good idea for real though. Thank you for this space.
It is.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie.
That's if they play basketball.
Run with it. Set you up a league.
Yeah, see, I used to play basketball. I taught my sons how to play. They play, but of course, I ain't been out there in a long time. But what I'm saying, I'll beat most of these goddamn niggas who will claim that they gonna beat me because they think just because they're a man. And see, that's the thing I fight against, right? Because they'll make it seem like, well, I'm a man. And I'm like, okay, tell me what you better than a woman at. And they go straight to sports. And then you know what they'll do? I'll say something like, but there's lots of women who play sports. Then they'll start talking about LeBron. But we're not talking about LeBron. We're talking about you, right? I'm talking about
you're not LeBron.
Right. So I'm like, I'm like you. There's many women out here who could play ball just as good, if not better than you.
I just take them to the track and field and let them get dusted by a few of these women track stars out here. They'll shut them up.
Man, even then they don't like that. They didn't like when that white girl was good at playing. They was on her.
Yeah, you talking about Caitlin Clark. Yeah, and then now they're on Angel Reese. They state that this is the argument that they have. They say that as a basketball player, she dresses too sexily before her games.
No,
she's a woman.
That's my question to him. How is she supposed to dress? Is she supposed to come to the game in overalls and dungarees?
They want to come in a suit and tie.
She's a young.
I'm not. Hey, speaking of that though, because WNBA get more coverage now, right? Especially like on ESPN and stuff, and they're always showing them like walking through the tunnel into the locker room. Man, I didn't know there was that many fine ball players like this. The thing is, they look good when they on the court, but they in uniform. But to see them dressing up, I'd be like, God damn.
Angel Reese and a few of the others, a few of them other
NBA even Angel Wilson tall ass. I ain't know Angel Wilson look like that, man.
Yeah, she's not a very attractive young lady. She is. She's a very attractive young lady. She is. Well, I'll say she brought class to the WNBA. She did. Like it or not.
I like when they feminine and could play anything, like the runner, right? For the Olympics, the woman with the nails and everything. Her hair was flowing while she was whipping the air. Her long weave was flowing in the air. I was like, look at her, go.
The woman looked at her opponent and then took off on her in the Olympics. Do you understand? You understand that?
That was some goat shit right there. Before crossing the finish line.
He looked at her.
She knew she had it.
Right, you're too close. Bye.
She looked at her and then said, "Okay, I got this. Smooth sailing.
Finish this." Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Damn.
So when I hear, and again, it may seem like we're beating down brothers, but I'm not beating down men. Understand this, fellas. I'm not beating us down because we don't talk like that. We understand that there's women out here in sports and in business and in all aspects that are better than us. So we do know that. But a lot of these men that we hear in these circles,
you know, when they say us, they always talk about white men. And and my point is, hey guys, look, you can be just as good as anybody, but why are you putting yourself against women instead of other men?
That's the point.
But isn't that what they do in this space?
competition.
Yeah, they want to compete against women, the black woman, and we're like, hey.
A couple of years ago, Obama, one of YouTubers that we have friend in common, Char Willie, said we was having a conversation. She said, "Music, I think the men are in competition with the women." I said, "Nah, sure, I don't think so." But I'll be damned if 2 years ago when she told me that she wasn't right.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, I'm starting to see it more too these days.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm here, Queen. I'm here.
What you want to add? I know you was up here earlier, but you wasn't saying nothing, so I assume you was busy.
No, I was listening. I'm just enjoying the conversation. You know, I chime in, you know, when I have something to add. I'm just enjoying the conversation. See, I'm waiting for the Rim brothers to jump on here. You know, those brothers that normally come up here, I'm waiting for them.
Well, the Rim brothers don't come up over here because they know it's
they
not
don't.
as simple.
Well, you know,
it's not that easy.
You be having the Victor Harts and, you know.
Oh, yeah.
Other brothers
They have rim brother tendencies there by Brownsville. They have rim brother tendencies. When
he said Victor Hart.
Well, you got Rim brothers, right? And then you got Rim brother sympathizers, right?
Mm-hmm.
The sympathizers are the brothers who they don't consider themselves Rim brothers because they feel like they're not living that way in their real life, but they don't have enough courage to go up against the Rim brothers. So they just go along to get along.
Right.
So we call that one to be in part of the it crowd, right, Brownsville?
Right. They have a follower mentality, still a weak mentality, but they not as weak as the Rim brothers. They just a little bit stronger than them.
Right.
I be thinking they weaker than them because if you
because you can't stand 10 toes down on your own shit. You need somebody else to do it. You weak as hell.
At least the Rim brothers are standing 10 toes down in bullshit, but the other ones they just going wherever they go, wherever the wind blow, they fly with it.
And them's the worst kind. The wishy-washy ones. Those are the worst kinds. Right. Yeah. Those are the worst kinds. Stand for nothing, fall for anything, and get mad at you when you point it out to them. And it's like, I hate to keep going back to that guy earlier, but again, this is probably about the third or second time, Mom, that somebody says because you and I don't argue, it bothers them, and I don't get that concept.
That's ridiculous. I don't even argue with everybody, but I do.
Right.
You know,
I don't get that.
Hey, can't hear that. So, damn, I was about to say something.
I be disagreeing with Barman. I haven't argued with her once.
Yeah, we disagree, and it's just it. And you men,
right?
You know, because I get when I say something, I think people be thinking I'm yelling. I don't be yelling. I just be standing on my point. And the men, though, y'all back up. Y'all kind of the men, right? Y'all don't argue back and forth. You might ask questions, oppose it, so we can come to a conclusion. And then if we disagree, we just disagree.
Right. Even no disrespect to Mr. Baum, but I think there's been a couple of times where you and him have been online, talked about something and disagreed. And I noticed instead of him pushing the issue, he'll just say, okay. And I'm guessing, but I'm sure that's part of how y'all live in real life too.
Yeah. And I'm glad that y'all noticed that because I'm not yelling at my husband. That's the way I speak. So that's the way I speak. And so I speak that way to him and everybody. And so if people get to know me, they realize, okay, oh no, she's not attacking me or she's not yelling at me. That's just the way she speaks. You know, especially when I'm making a point, I kind of lean in and I'll be like, nah, you understand what I'm saying? And you know, I kind of do that. But I'm not yelling at nobody. I'm having fun. I enjoy these conversations. I promise you. I'm not over here with no high blood pressure, nerve bursting out the side of my head, yelling. That don't happen.
At the end of the day, it's not that serious. Right. It's not that serious, is it? To where you go to sleep and you think about, some of these guys think about, you know, I'm gonna make a stream about that motherfucker tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't know why you think there's got to be a fight though between, you know, the man and the woman. Like when they be, you know, like for example, like when that dude made that comment, it's like if Mr. DJ not cursing you out or some shit, you know, that he's pandering or kissing your ass or he's scared of you or some shit like that. No, it just some people can actually just, you know, talk with each other. You know what
Right.
I'm saying?
Listen, listen.
Everybody here
I'm
cool.
blessed. I'm blessed, but it don't reach that far.
You know what's weird though?
Okay.
Over here, right? My link is always posted. And I'm not making no requirements. You don't have to have your cam on. You ain't got to do this. You ain't got to prove this. You ain't, just come on up. And they scared to come on over here. And they want you to fight me, Mr. DJ, instead of them coming up to fight.
Especially when they
Yeah,
point
that's
me
really
out.
what it
I
is.
say, hit the link. You know, come explain. Come if you have a valid point. Listen. I don't mind being wrong. I learned from being wrong. And shit, that's how I got to where I'm at. Sometimes you got to be
We all
wrong.
do.
Yeah, we all do.
Right.
But it's not even
I don't
about
mind.
being wrong, right? Because when women have one perspective and the men have another, we're just explaining to the men our perspective because we listening to y'all perspective. So it's not about being right or wrong. It's just about learning a different perspective, right? Because we understood everything that you men are saying. We've heard it forever. We always heard that, hey, men are, you know, women are the nurturers and the men are this. Those are things we all have heard. And then what we were doing was giving a perspective from a woman and saying, well, you know, that's not necessarily true
that's right. And that's the part, as Brownville said, that the Rim Brothers is not willing to receive, where guys like me and Brownsville and a few others, we are okay. I could have been wrong about that. I've heard it for okay. Now that I'm actually talking to some women and they're showing me, well, I see where you might have thought that, but here's the reality. Don't. It's not right here in a case like this. Not being wrong. It's just being okay. No, what you've been told is not right. They told us Christopher Columbus discovered America. Come to find out he didn't, right?
Right.
No, it was discovered way before him.
Right. Ask him who America's future is before you go any further to Christopher Columbus.
Right.
It's deeper than that. It's deeper than that too, Mr. Music, right? Because if you notice when I come up on panels, right, and I go to the Rim Brother networks, I go have conversations with the queens. I'm kind of all over the space having different conversations. And one of the ways that they always mock me is they'll say, well, they'll laugh and joke about me calling the women queens, right? As if it's immoral for me to give a woman a term of endearment. It seems like it's foreign for them, right? It's almost like they don't even do it in their real life. They only really give men compliments. So when a man is giving a woman a compliment, it's like a joke, you know. And if you notice that, you'll hear them say, "Well, you know, you're pandering. You're calling a woman queens, and we don't understand that. We want our flowers too." And it's really, really, really weird.
They want you to give them their flowers, Brownsville. They want you to give them flowers.
Right. They're looking right, Brownsville. They want them to give them flowers. And another thing is a lot of them take, when you use that term of endearment or grace, or show women grace, you know, they look at the word, the term queen as in the literal sense, meaning she don't have no subjects. She don't rule no lands. So why would you even think to call her a queen? But they don't mind a woman calling them king. What land do you own?
Yeah, they take everything literal when it's something. So they understand what you're doing when you call a women queens. They just don't like that you're doing it.
They just don't like it. Exactly.
Yeah.
And they vocalize it. Right.
Yeah, because even most Black women don't use the term queen. So, but they don't care about none of that. They just care that you are giving women, you know, that you speak to the women. You're giving them, you're being courteous.
Right. It just seems to me when again,
because
not. Go ahead. I'm sorry, lady.
Oh no, I interrupted. I'm sorry.
I'm just to get again. I'm not something like I'm patting Brownsville on the back, but like he says, he goes to these different panels, and it seems to me the panels that I do see on, it usually comes to pack mentality. They don't come there to prove you right; they come there to prove you wrong. Agreed, Brownsville?
That's a fact, and not only that, but they mock me in a way as if I'm kind of like an outlier for if I'm calling a woman queens and I'm giving them terms of endearment, right? It's almost like they look at me as if I'm like abnormal, and I look at them like they're abnormal. So we kind of see each other. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like that's why I
Right.
see them as rim brothers, and they see me as a panderer to the woman and all of these different crazy things that they say.
Can I ask you a question, Brownfield? So I noticed that there's some issue between either man and you, like, and I'm confused about because he'll pay to get you all, make sure you're not there on your own cousin's channel. Is there? And I noticed that either man also he'll pay to see if he can destroy your cousin's channel. Do you think that's what it is or no? Is it maybe some camaraderie? How the word is? I'm confused about what's going on with that.
Well, you see, Queen, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
So when it comes to Ida Man, right? If you notice when I first started speaking, he's one of the first guys that I identified as a rim brother, right?
Oh.
Because remember when we was having the conversation about the autonomy of a woman, and he said, well, women shouldn't have autonomy, and that they have to take all of their learning from a man. And remember those kind of conversations we was having with Ida Man Williams months ago, right? And he said, well, as a man, you should only have to spend 2 hours with your family, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
And I said, well, no. Right. So he was talking real crazy, right? Like a rim brother early on. And he was one of the main ones that I identified as a rim brother. But then he switched up his rhetoric, right? And he started getting on the Brownsville program, right? So he started speaking as if he wasn't a rim brother for a couple of months, right? And then what happened was I kind of fell back when my cousin went to the nighttime, right? I don't have much time in the nighttime to speak, so I kind of fell back, right? And then I would listen though sometimes and notice that Ida Man he reverted back to talking like a rim brother, right? So that's the issue. It's like he understands now. I see that he's very flip-flop in his conversation. One day he's a rim brother when he's on a rim brother network, and then the next day he wants to, give the woman flowers and go up against the rim brother. So that's what it is.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
He's absolutely right. I was in the chat room when that conversation took place, and I think that was the very first time, Brownsville, correct me if I'm wrong, you used the term rim brothers. That's when it started catching hold. Am I right? From Ida Man?
That's correct.
Yeah, I was there. So
Yeah.
I don't know the brother, but everything you said he is. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's married. So I think a lot of what at that point in time where he was defending the virtues of women, where he was defending more of his wife, but when it comes to mine as his wife, when he started talking about spending 2 hours a day with your family is enough, he wasn't expecting pushback because normally he don't get it.
Shit, he got it from me. Listen,
Right.
They all know me for Fight Club, and I don't know if you remember this, Mr. DJ.
You was there. You was there, Bomb, too. You was in there too.
Remember, I ended up having to drag him and what's that lady? What is her damn name?
What, unsolicited security boss?
Yeah, it's unsolicited. So that's the first time I came across. Remember, and I shared. We dragged their asses for a while because
forgetting her name.
Yeah. She's not important. I haven't seen her in a while. I know, like when they insulted her.
You too.
Remember what I told you they do with women who like her? when you on their side, they love you. And her channel was booming for a minute. But as soon as they decide to tell her that she's not worthy and she need to sit down like all the other women, that's when she gave pushback, and then her channel kind of slid off the radar.
Yeah. Yeah.
But remember, she was a mammy. So I remember when I went over there, I was over in Fight Club, and she was over there. She was bragging about being married 20 years. And when I got up there, essentially, she was telling me, well, it'll probably be hard for me to be married. And, and that's what they started telling me. And I was like, yeah, I was over there embroidering them Chanel pillars. Y'all remember that? And anyway.
Yeah.
And then, anyway, Either Man was one of them people who I went at, because he was the one questioning me. It was him and a brother who was an airplane. He flies airplanes for a living from another country, in another country. But anyway, and they was asking me, well, Either Man is the one who said it don't matter if he's driving and he wanted to go the long route, and his wife gave him the information to take a shorter route to get there. He said it don't matter. He would go even if it's 2 hours or 2 days out the way, because he's the man and he makes the decision. That was ridiculous. You remember when we came over there?
I remember this conversation. Yeah, I do. Y'all dragged the fuck out of him that day. Yeah.
It was great because it was silly. But since then, he's had a child. Cause I think they got a young one now. I'm not sure. Claims he had some children before that, but they lie so much, right? When they first come on and tell a story, we listen to it, but then the story changes, and I'll be like, wait a minute. I remember when you said you was married with no kids, but he just recently told me he got a kid like in a teenager. I'm like, wait, what? Anyway, it don't matter.
You're right. They act like the internet is an unforgiving place that remembers everything. We can go back 6 years and remember when you said this or when you said that. We can go back. We can go back 10 minutes from now. You didn't say that. Wait a minute.
That's right. We do it over here, man. I'd be like, you did say that. Or people say, Bomb, you said this. I'd be like, I didn't say that. And we'll rewind it. And Rude still owe me. Rude, how much Rude owe me? I forgot to tell him that.
How much Philly Boy owe you? You got so many. You got so many things out there on the books that need to be paid off.
I know, but I think Rude owed me. Wasn't it $2,000? I kept telling him, was it 1,000 or 2,000?
I think it was $2,000.
It was 2.
Oh yeah, it was
why he owe you $2,000?
Because he wanted to place a bet that I said that I brought up younger women first, and I kept telling him. So he started talking about why can't I be with a younger woman, and so he kept saying that, and I said, eventually I kept hearing him say younger woman, and then I said, Rue, why are you talking about younger women? He said, you the one that brought it up. I said, I didn't bring up no younger women. In my mind, I know. Look, I might not know exactly what comes out, but I know my mindset, what I'm thinking about at the time that I'm talking. At no time did I even think about younger women. And then he kept saying that you the one who brought up younger women. I said, no, I didn't bring up younger women. So then he rewind, and what you heard me say is, Rude, what if you get with a young lady and, and whatever I asked the question. He said, see, you brought up younger woman. I said, no. I said, I didn't bring up younger women. I said a young lady. I am 54. Rude is in his 30s. So a young lady to me, especially if I'm talking to him, would be his age. A younger lady, though, would be somebody younger, like he was talking about.
In their 20s.
Yes, and that's what he kept saying, right? He kept saying 20s, and I asked him why.
Yeah, he kept saying younger.
Yeah, I said, why are you talking about a woman in her 20s? Why are you talking about a younger woman?
No. He did refer to her a couple of times as in her 20s.
Yes, but I never did that. I never mentioned that. I'm thinking, based on what I know from Rude, I never really heard him talk about younger women like that. He's talking about women his age and maybe even older.
But I believe that's a talking point of the Rim brothers, right?
Yeah, I told him that. He ain't like that.
It is.
Remember,
I don't know
I was
why
like,
they don't like it when they hear the guy talk like that all the
you remember
time.
that?
So
I
they
said,
should
I didn't
know.
know you would like that. I said, damn, like you
Exactly. I
man
didn't know
spirit.
you had red pill in you. Yeah, that's what you said.
I'm gonna go.
You said you sounded a little red pill. Yeah.
Remember, I was engaged in a conversation with a rim brother, and I asked him. I said, "Well, why do you say you prefer women, 10 to 15 to 20 years younger than you?" And then he was honest and admitted. He said, "Hey, I want this woman inexperienced. I want this woman to be on a lower level mentally, so that I can shape and mold her in the way that I want her to go."
That's one of their
That's
creeds.
what he said, right? But now, right, when you ask the Rim brothers, well, why do you want a younger woman? They won't say that, because once he said that, and then I went and I made him seem like, the predator that he was. Now if you ask them, they're hesitant to tell you the truth as to why they want this younger woman, right? Because they look at a woman as like ABW said, and as you also said, they look at them as an object, right? And we know that objects don't have autonomy, right? And they want women, but they don't want them to have autonomy, right? They don't want them to have an opinion. That's why they get so upset when you have a woman that's willing to get up and share their opinion, right? It upsets them. They're like, why are we allowing the woman in our space, right? And they get aggressive and they get angry and they start getting aggressive. It's because they believe that the woman should be docile. They believe that the woman should be barefoot and in the kitchen. And they believe that the woman should not have any types of opinions whatsoever. And when they say jump, the woman should say how high. They have this complex, some sort of weird gratification, to where if you really dig deeper and peel back the layers of the onion, you'll see that a lot of these guys, they probably idolize Eddie Murphy's role in Coming to America, right? Where he had the ability to choose between the woman who was docile, and once he said bark like a dog and she barked, if you ask any Rim brother, that would be the woman that they would want, right?
He was a damn fool for leaving that behind.
Prince Hakeem, right? Prince Hakeem, he wanted the woman that actually had a mind of her own, right? That's why he went to New York. That's why he went to Queens, right?
Right.
So we have to understand the mentality of a Rim brother, no good sucker. That's why I call him that, right? Because they have that type of
He said them no good suckers.
No good suckers. He took us straight back to the 70s with that one.
Oh yeah, them no good suckers, man.
No good suckers.
Now, but you're right, and that's what I told Rude. I was like, damn, I knew you had that man spirit in you, and he was like,
I hate to say it. Right, it's guilt by association. Sometimes I mean, if you speak some of you speak some of the words that either tell me you agree with them, some of the things that I don't, whatever they problems have with Rude and whatever. But when you say that, I got to take the part of it that I might know you. I got to focus on that comment that you just said. Wait a minute, I heard them niggas over there saying that. You agree with that?
It was funny because because he didn't understand, and I'm. It's not so much that men like younger women. Nobody care about that. But not only do they like younger women, but they got a particular age, right? And that's almost weird because suppose a woman shows up in his space. These men are in the space, and a woman shows up, and they see each other across the room. He's like, damn. And she looks at him, and she's like, yeah. And then they get to getting to know each other at these events and swap numbers, right? But when they start talking on the phone and, getting together, he realized when he asked her age that she's only 2 years younger than him instead of 10. And he said he is not going to treat her a certain way because if she's not 10 years or plus younger than him, then he ain't helping her with no bills. He ain't going to take care of her. They're not going to really, they can have sex and vibe and all that. But if he meet a younger one and find out that she's in between that age, he going to treat her different than this woman. And that don't make sense. Does that make sense to anybody? That once you find out her age, everything matters on her age?
I mean,
well, it makes sense. It makes sense, Queen, when you think about it in the way that the one Rim brother described it, right? Because it's all about the woman's autonomy, right? These Rim brothers, these men with weak mentalities, they want to be able to mold a woman's mentality and shift them in a way that would make them comfortable, right? Because if you notice, Queen, men don't like when you challenge their ideology or when you challenge their intellect, right? Or when you prove them wrong. They can't stand that. See, they wouldn't mind if Mr. Music did it, but when Bomb Cherry gets up there and do it, it's a problem, right? So
Brown, let me jump in.
Imagine these brothers at home with women, right? They don't want that type of correction.
Right. So, Brownsville, let me jump in on that, Brown Cherry. You can attest to this. I said that if you want to know the difference, go over to any of these manosphere, red pill spaces, whatever, and dumb yourself down. See how welcoming you are, and then the next day go back and offer up your opinion. See if they ain't trying to get rid of you. How many times I told you that?
Oh yeah, you're right. I know it. Look, I used to be on all their panels. Remember, I used to be over there with O'Shea, but I never lowered my
What's the first thing they say? Bomb Cherry, I didn't know you was like that. What the hell you mean you didn't know I was like that? You must not know me, baby.
I guess when they first heard me and I was giving advice to the women, I still have that channel. I was really talking, to one person mostly, and I understood the men's what they was talking about, but I didn't understand what they was all saying because I wasn't listening to all these channels. And these women used to call me a mammy, which I see their point now, right? Because I just didn't know. I wasn't looking at the channels they thought I was looking at. I wasn't. So I see when we women are battling, because I'm battled these manosphere for years now, and somebody come in and they pro man. So then I look at them and then I say, well, maybe she don't know what these men are saying. But then when I see her on the panels with these men, hearing what they're saying, then now I know that no, she's a man. It's even some of these older women, they wouldn't dare go against these men until they heard me do it. It's a few of them still living, and then there was one who passed away. Remember, I used to be on her because I'm like, lady, you older than me.
Yeah, right. And see, that's the problem. Again, these folks like going tit for tat. You point it out to them, they'll come up and say, first of all, you're a simp for agreeing with the women, or you're a mammy for agreeing with the women, or if you go against the grain of them, the first thing they'll say is they'll point out something that somebody else said. Okay, do we want to play tit for tat? We can do that. Yeah, Ruth might have said something that we all didn't disagree with, but if he was paying attention to the conversation, we called it out. But do we need to take it further for you?
No, yeah, we don't have to take it no further, right?
Right.
He got a right to believe what he wants.
Right. We don't need to take it no farther. We're not individualizing this. We're talking about the behavior as a whole. Now, because we speak of a name here or speak of a name here, it's necessary to speak somebody's name to bring the point home. But we're talking about this whole manosphere movement, this whole MGTOW movement, this whole movement of thinking that women don't have autonomy, this whole movement of men sitting on a panel for hours at a time talking about it's okay to date a 12-year-old, 13-year-old girl. Speaking of that, I don't know if you folks are familiar with Ringo, but I just found Ringo TV. I just found out the other day that this man has 4 daughters. But ain't this the same guy that says as soon as a girl has a period, that she's a woman? You got daughters. Yes. How's that going to work for you?
Oh, you didn't know he had daughters when he said that? That's what.
No, I did not know that.
Oh yeah, that's what was so disgusting for me. And I
no, I didn't know
was
that.
like, yeah, when I jumped on his ass, it was like this nigga, because he even said, I got daughters. And then he, because he knew that people were gonna give him pushback, he just didn't know how hard, because that's when he changed his name. Right. He was like, I don't care what age she is when she start her period. I stand on what I stand. She is a woman now. And he said, and I got daughters. Yes, Lord. I was like, this man, I never knew his real name, but if I did, I would have tried to see if he
And
has.
that's what I'm pointing up on that old theory that it seems like the only conversation that you want to pinpoint is what somebody else did. We're not talking about Rude Imp. We're not talking about him as a person. We're talking about the overall behavior, my man. So if you want to, the link is pinned up there instead of being a jukebox hero and typing your shit in, putting a quarter in the slot. Just come on up here and explain yourself. Maybe you can explain it a little bit better. That goes for you and anyone else. I think we're having an adult conversation because we're not up here screaming at each other, because I'm not using the B word, or Brownsville's not calling one of these women a garden hose. That's unusual for you because you're not used to that.
Okay, first of all, so I just got to the chat. So when Rude said 10 years younger, Rude is gonna be 40 soon. So he wasn't talking about no kid dude. I think she would be 28 and 29. That's nowhere near no 16, 17, 18-year-old. Okay? So that's what I hate when they start conflating shit. He said 10 years younger than him, and he's like 39 years old.
Right.
10 years younger than 39 is 29 every day.
Right. And having an adult conversation, that we should have had to stop the conversation to explain the difference to you. It's obvious that we wasn't talking about a man that's in his 30s dating a woman in his 20s. We're talking about these men that are grooming these young girls at a young age, 13, 14, 15 years old. Why do we have to explain that?
Right. And we didn't even mention no young kid, until Ringo was mentioned. But I try to keep the kids out the conversations and things until some of these men bring it up. Right. But no, Rude didn't. And then even when I was talking to him, I mentioned, hey, some of these men go 10 years younger. Then they go younger and younger and younger. I wasn't referring to him.
And as you said, Mom, as soon as he said it, you called him out on it. As soon as he said, she stopped him dead in his tracks. If you remember the conversation, she said, wait a minute, that sounds like one of them R.I.M brother talks right there. Am I correct in saying that? So you did.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
No, yeah, I asked him, I said, hey, why you keep mentioning younger women? I'm the one who stopped the conversation and asked him why he was saying that.
Right. And that was the premise of the bet. Even though we got away from it, it was the point to prove it that you didn't bring it up first. He did.
Right. Yes. And so, because I just want to make sure people didn't, like, by him saying because he said younger women. I said young women. Like, hey, you young. I always mention the young women. Then you young men, right? You young people, you young this. Or I might say y'all generation all fucked up. I just say generation, But anyway, when I realized he said younger women, I halted everything and asked him, hey, Ruth, why are you bringing up younger women?
Right. So how would that be hypocritical if she called him out on the spot? It's not like she called him out 2-3 days later on it. It was almost instantaneous.
Immediately. Yeah. As soon as I picked up on it, and he said that I was the one that brought it up. And so when we went to do the playback, I did say, hey, if you date a young woman, I didn't say younger woman. I said a young woman, right? And that I'm talking about a woman his age because he's a young man. But anyway, I don't know what, like, that's all that was said. I didn't, I was like, oh, you on that manosphere shit.
I don't understand what else could we say about it. Okay, whether you agree with this explanation or why. I don't know if I listened to the whole explanation of why you said or how you said it, but that wasn't the crux of the conversation. And I don't think any of us was trying to personalize it. You did.
Yeah, like I don't know. And y'all say that we didn't call him out on it, even though there's a whole screen that showed everybody.
We did call him right. We called it right. We called him out on it immediately. What else do you want?
Yeah.
What is it? What is it?
They'd be like, you let so-and-so get away.
Right.
They'd be like, you let so-and-so get away with things.
Is that the problem? Right. Yeah, I
don't know. And even then,
Right. What is
they
the
heard
problem? Is it right?
had that person
Go
come
ahead,
up.
Bo.
No, I would say even then, I told him, "Hey, I'm used to him talking about older women. Like for those of us who know Ruth for a while, he talks about being with older women. Like he'll show me. He's the one who showed me all these women on Instagram. You know, he'll be like, look at Bob, this 60-year-old with all the muscles. She fine as hell, right? He just showed me 50-year-olds and all kinds of women of all ages, but mostly Ruth points out older women. To
Right.
me,
For me,
anyway,
I
and
think
maybe
right.
because I'm
I
older.
think I do. Right.
Yeah.
Maybe for me, I don't know. I don't know. I don't claim to know your and Ruth's relationship, but I don't think me and Ruth have a relationship. But every time I see him, I think it's the same energy. So if I don't agree with everything he says, and I'm sure he don't agree with everything I says, but what we're supposed to do? What am I supposed to do? Invite him to catch a flight because I don't
Cox
agree with
said.
him? Is that the
Cox
whole
said.
point of the conversation?
Cox said. Rue was talking about women in their 20s, like around 26. Okay, a woman 26, that's a woman. You don't think a woman 26?
Right.
You know how many years that is away from 18?
Right.
Most
And
of
that was
these
right. That was the point. That's what we were talking about. We weren't talking about a 26-year-old woman.
right. He said 10 years, and 10 years from him is 28. But even if he went to 26, that's still a grown ass woman. I don't think you're gonna run across any 26-year-old woman who thinks she's a child. She's gonna be able to talk, she's gonna be able to speak and say she's not a child. Now, to some of us, like to me, I'm not even considering her a child, but I would tell her, well, yeah, I'll just call you because you're young, right? But no, women just like
Try to
men
tell a
don't want to be,
26-year-old woman. Try
huh?
and tell a 26-year-old woman that she ain't a woman
Oh no,
at
you can't do
26.
that.
Shit.
I don't think anybody up here. I don't think anybody up here would have
Shit.
gone for that if she's a
Right.
woman.
You ain't
Kira
no
wouldn't
woman at
go.
26. Shit.
I know she gonna be like, I'm a woman. What the hell you talking about? By the time she 26, there's a lot she's learned in life. Unless she's living with her parents only, and they hovering over her, not letting her do things.
At 26,
Right.
right, a real sheltered life, lived as a nun or something.
Right.
In a
Shit, when I was
commune. I
26,
can understand that.
I'm having my first child at 26. We were married 5 years.
Right. I was in the Marine Corps at 26. I knew I was having a ball. Shit.
Right.
Yeah, right. I was dating 26-year-old women, okay? So they was out having a ball with me.
Hell yeah, shit. It's something how this person, whoever this is talking about 26 years old. Like when some of these men are talking about 16-year-olds.
Right. We wasn't talking about the 26-year-old. I don't know. Again, maybe Brownsville interjected, Rue, but he was trying to make a point that what he said was a Rim brother saying. He wasn't implying that Rude was after young women. As this maybe is that what you're trying to say, that we don't hold Rude to the same standards we hold the Rim brothers. I think we are doing that right now by the virtue of having a conversation with his name in our mouth.
Yeah,
and then like Ruth did get some pushback though. I'm not gonna lie about that. Like even when I came up, I had some questions about that. So like I don't get what dude's talking about, man.
Right.
Hell so yeah, that was a whole bet made and everything in that whole circumstances.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want, and the reason I brought it up, I knew people, like when I heard him and I heard him say it again, I knew people gonna be like, oh, he's over there talking about younger women, and so I was like, well, what you mean by younger? That's why I asked him that. You know what I mean?
Right.
He was like, I don't want
That's
people
why
saying that mom is over there letting these women talk about being with younger.
The chat got his ass. That's when the folks up on the panel got his ass. He did not get away with that conversation, man. So what else do you want from us? A whole another stream about it?
Oh man.
I guess they want you to control. They want you to control and baby shit.
Right. Why? Right. Why is it that every time when a hit dog holler, the first bone that you throw back is Rude Imp's name? Why is that? How many of y'all do that? Somebody did that the other day, and we're talking about you want to go fight somebody, but you want to bring up Rude's name. What the fuck for? What do you have to do with you and going somewhere to get your ass whipped? Is it guilt by association around here? That's the game we play.
Yeah, you know, they don't like certain people, so
Right. Right.
soon
I'm
as
not
they
supposed to
say
like.
something,
Right. I'm not supposed to like Bomb Cherry because you don't like her. I'm not
which is
supposed to.
some
Right. Right.
which
I'm
is
not
some
supposed to
weird
go
high
and
school
listen to.
shit.
Right. The fuck. I'm a grown
y'all
ass
heard what?
fucking man.
Look, I was mad the other day when I because I realized y'all know I like certain people, but I promise y'all I never tell y'all gotta like them. In fact, you know, if y'all come up and talk about them, I don't stop you. You know what I mean? Um, so, but you know, when some information came out about Jay Prince the other night, y'all would not believe how many messages I got. Phone messages, text messages, phone calls. But I wasn't concerned about that. You know, some of the people who I rock with, they reached out and like, hey, Bomb, you saw this. But I'm talking about other people, right? Non-Bomb Squad members and shit reaching out. Oh, you. And then somebody sent me a little clip where somebody even mentioned my name. They blaming me. Like, what? Y'all,
Right.
I don't even be over there with Jay Prince
I,
like that. But I
I
do.
wasn't around. Please fill me in. I know it's. I hate to sound like I'm missing something, but what happened to my man Jay Prince?
I don't know all the particulars, but I'm gonna tell you what is he's being accused of. Okay, that's all I know. So they said that now he started this shit. To be honest, it's all on him, right? He came to the internet the other day. I was on the internet and I saw him go live, and I clicked on it. He was talking about something about relationships are good when they last, and you know, for the time being. But hey, there's a time and a place, and nobody's mad. And I was like, wait, what? And he never said they broke up or nothing, but the way he was hinting, right? So I was in the chat like, dude, you got to be joking, right? You trolling, right? Because he never said they broke up or anything. But anyway, long story short is he started another stream, and I was up there with him, you know, and I'm telling him, hey, y'all married. This ain't no joke. You can't just break up. Y'all just got married a month ago. Like, you can't just break up. This is this is real what y'all have done. Anyway,
This is an
the
internet
assumption
marriage.
is he hit her that weekend and went to jail, and that's when she left. She called the police on him, got a police report. He went to jail, and then she left him. Now, is that true or not? It sounds like some of it's true. The accusation, at least, is there. We wouldn't even know it if it wasn't for him, right? Because the second stream when he came on, he had the thrill is gone, the thrill is gone. The beginning of that stream is music that basically saying that hey, we're not together no more, and the thrill is gone. And that that's kind of vile.
Right. I'm not here to shit on Jay Prince because that ain't my business. But again, it just goes back to what we're talking about now. You see folks over there that follow those twin brother tactics that think that was going to be a healthy relationship. That y'all know that shit was destined to fail you, but you fell into it. So I don't know what anyone else was expecting. You fell into that bullshit over there. That was just another way to get cash apps and shit from y'all. Some of y'all fell for it. That was just more content for fatties. Y'all fell for it.
I don't even know if people fell for it. I think what's happening is most black people, we are like when we see people get together, you're gonna have two groups of people. You're gonna have the groups of people who sitting there to watch it fail. You got three groups of people. You got the ones who sitting there, they already know it's gonna fail because because the chances are it probably will. They're gonna have those who hope that that they didn't, it just wasn't about Cash App, right? And this wasn't just about views and shit, because they really got married. If it was just like a fake marriage, or they claimed that they went and got married, then we can all be like, yeah, we don't even know for sure if they married. But no, they showed us them get married, right? So we actually know for a fact that they married. So they're gonna be the people who say, well, damn, they did that, so we hope that it lasts, right? Especially for the children. And then they got the ones who not giving no fucks. They gonna just look, and no matter how it work out, they don't care. That might be you, Mr. DJ. You're not giving no fucks.
And Queen Bomb Cherry.
Go ahead. Finish. I ain't gonna say nothing.
Right. I root for healthy marriages, right? So I was one of the people that was kind of rooting for them to get it together and to make it work so that they can add some positivity and productivity to the space, right? So I wanted, so they did a stream one time where they was in the gym together, and I actually gave them a super chat for that. I was like, hey man, this is good content. This is what I want to see from y'all. I want to see growth. I want to see those kids in a good situation, right? And I'm all for healthy marriages, especially for our people. So I was rooting for success, and still to this day, I'm hoping that those allegations are false. I'm hoping that it's all some type of discrepancy, and that really secretly they're still together, and they're moving towards positivity and productivity. At least that's what I'm hoping.
Me too. Like I'm with you, but you know,
too.
Me too.
Wait.
Y'all, nothing wrong with being on the opposite side. Nothing wrong
Listen,
with it.
I see one category that's over there that wasn't uncovered yet. See, I told you category. That's the one I'm on.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, because I think a lot of people kind of like, we might be hoping, but the truth is they didn't know each other long enough, at all. And they got married. Like, I got married fast, and people be like, nah, Bob, you can't tell people get married within a year. Remember, I was telling people, don't be going over no year. I got married within 6 months. I'm like, okay, I understand now 6 months, but don't go over a year. But I ain't never tell nobody in a month.
The hell would you
a month?
They knew each other a month. It was like a month.
I was a woman. If I was a woman and I knew Jay Prince for 6 years,
But I do, because they are married in the Black community. He got daughters. Like that, I think that's what sold me. Like the daughters and a woman in their life who gonna take care of their hair. But that's not what's really going on, though. Like I even,
hell no.
And we be honest, Browns. Some of them will be honest, but I be watching. I be like, damn, like it's not what I thought it would be. Like, why would you join in and you not helping them little girls keep their hair up? And the way they even got it, I don't know who doing the oldest hair, but if you ain't got enough hair to put it up in a bun, we women know that you don't do a struggle bun. You bring the hair down and you just have a low ponytail. Find somebody not a braid. Like, it got to be something that you offer. And it's just over. Look, I'm not trying to be mean. I should change the top. But I do better.
I was about to say, who was that laughing? That's DJ.
Oh
man. See, y'all know I'm too nice. I do not.
Listen, I'm just that. Listen, I'm that guy that'll say what y'all don't want to say.
I know.
Who wasn't catching the visual of that shit just now?
He over there visualizing his head and laughing.
He visualizing that ponytail that I'm talking about.
Exactly.
Hey, boss, said a struggle bun, dog. Like, you wild,
hold still.
Exactly. Mr. DJ Music thinking about one of them TV movie moments where the baby trying to get her hair done and she's sliding all over the place. Like, come on, get over here.
Got a little neck.
No, you know why? Because she is 11, y'all. That's like she's a teenager, and hopefully, I'm thinking at that age she does care about her looks and appearance. But that's why the woman being in the house, because the man apparently, like when he found out that she liked the boy, the way he reacted, that was too bad.
Yeah, that was bad.
He called all kinds of names.
On live too, like why not just cut, like at least cut the live off or something though, like that's the shit I just be saying, like certain things you shouldn't be doing on the internet though. Like we know how parents be though, but don't display that shit to the whole world to see.
Get mad at me if you want.
Now see, if somebody had told me that he got in trouble in jail because of that, I would have believed it, because I'm gonna be honest, that is abuse, and everybody who's seen it, that's abuse. And now, even though he said, hey, that's not abuse, I'm a father, nah, Yeah,
Listen,
there is mental abuse.
I'm sorry. I don't have no problem talking shit about this dude, whether he was on the panel up here or not. I don't have no sympathies in the dictionary between shit and syphilis. This is a man who sat behind one in the courtroom to say that a man that ran over and killed 6 people, injured scores of other folks, was justified by doing it because he was mad at a black woman. This is the man that you decided to marry. You want sympathy from us? For real? Be honest. You want sympathy from us? This is a man that told you it's okay to beat a woman, and you want sympathy from us? This is a man that will sit on a stream that has another grown ass man has screenshots of his young children unclothed, and you decided that that's the best nigga for you to marry, and you want sympathy from us? You gets none. It's in the dictionary between shit and syphilis. Which one you want? Not from me.
R.I.M came up. I know he got that because R.I.M is the one that got me in trouble. R.I.M was up here talking about him, and I ain't gonna stop y'all. Y'all grown, right? But I do have sympathy for him, but because I can't reach out and look like I'm the enemy stabbing him down the back if I'm trying to give him advice. You know what I'm saying? I would never. And I want to give advice for the sake of the daughter.
Right.
Like he need help.
Listen,
but somebody
man.
mentioned it yesterday. What man who have daughters don't have women who's willing to help? That's so. If I would lived in a community and I saw a man had daughters and I knew how to do hair, I would be like, oh yeah, bring them over anytime. You know, that's how our community is for real. But you got to be the type of person that welcomes that. But if you are against black women, if everywhere you go, you dissing black women, then black women not offering no help. And I think, his belief systems on black women
right.
not getting him help.
What black woman in their right mind would offer Jay Prince some help?
Apparently, Flora.
Abandoned lover. Abandoned lover.
The
naked slayer.
The question was,
right.
What woman in their right mind? Is you say Flora in her right mind?
Listen, abandoned lover wanted her back blown out, and that's what happened. Okay, so she fell in love with the type of man said she didn't want, or that she talking about. This shit is crazy. But I mean, I will say it's JP's fault though, because you married a woman who was not qualified to be in the life of that man for what he needed. Let's just say he was an okay dude. She still wasn't qualified. What I mean by that is she didn't have, as y'all was saying earlier in the stream, she didn't have that woman's nature, that nurturing fact. Because she don't have no kids.
Don't say that here.
And she's still, well, I'm just saying what y'all was saying, she's still young. So she didn't know how to do hair because she didn't know how to do her own hair, even though she's African. And she didn't know how to do
African and
another.
she don't know how to braid?
Right. No, she don't. So that's what I'm saying. So she didn't grow up like that.
Or she
grew
just
up
didn't want to braid.
Americanized.
I never seen no
Well,
African who
I
can't braid.
don't know. I mean, my thing is when you see it with the kids, it's like you thought she was younger than what she was. You know what I'm saying? And I get it. And so he married a woman.
How old is she?
I think she in her mid to late 20s, to be honest.
Really?
I think she's like 26.
What?
Yeah.
20s. Yeah.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Well, okay. It makes sense with the talking, but it don't make sense when I'm mind. I'm sorry.
So that's what I'm saying. So even him, he picked the wrong woman. He picked the wrong woman to be in his life. He needed a woman with experience.
Well, that's the history of him. That's the history of him. He always picking the wrong woman. How else would he have his own children? Shit, think about it. They over there the man has been screaming that we can't have our children. JP is an exception to the rule. You know, I realize how fucked up a woman got to be that he ended up with the children.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's
come on, man.
yeah,
Y'all
What
stop
is
making
he
excuses for
do?
motherfuckers, yo. That's what
No
the
excuses.
problem is with
Just
y'all.
I ain't
holding
making
our
excuses for
Y'all
tongue.
scared
him.
of the
I'm
truth.
just saying
Right, yo.
I ain't saying
I'm
him.
sorry.
I'm
I don't
saying
know
that
about
he
you,
married a
yo.
Yeah,
woman.
I'm
That
just
just
holding
think
my
about
tongue.
that.
No,
Think
wait,
about
wait.
that.
What
I'm
I'm
not
saying
gonna hold
is,
my tongue. Think about
Be
that.
like, DJ
What
needs to
kind
give
of
her
let me
her
finish this
woman?
though.
just get to the facts.
Let me finish this. What I'm saying
Shit,
is,
what the fuck?
he married a
Wait a minute.
woman that didn't fit what he wanted in life, and so he was trying to have her go cook, clean, take care of the kids while he go out and make the money. But that's not the type of woman that she was or was trying to be. And
Mhm.
I'm trying to understand, like, he must have fucked the shit out of her for her to think that she can come in and be the mother figure to three girls, and she still need mothering.
Well,
You
let
know
me
what I'm
read,
saying?
Mister. Let me read Genesis. Genesis said he was live. He was on live one day and noticed his daughter missed school. He said, "You forgot to go to school." Genesis said, "I was like, it's your job to make sure she go to school." But remember, she's the oldest. She's the one who he's always said always changed the other one's diapers. I don't know if y'all probably don't know him when he was on here a long time ago.
He
But
doesn't
he's
change her
always said
diapers.
that he had his oldest
His
daughter
oldest change her
change
diapers.
diapers of the young
Right.
ones.
Right.
Yeah.
So y'all wonder why I brought him up. So that goes back to the conversation, back to what I was having with this cat in the chat room. Don't call out when we're talking about since you want to personalize it, let's personalize it. I'll give you a prime of example of what I call a loose nigga. Let's talk about Jay Prince. This nigga talking about he didn't change his baby's diapers. We didn't ask for that information. He told us that. Was nobody on the other end of his stream choking the shit out of Jay Prince while he said, I slap the shit out of a woman if she don't do right by me?
Y'all, Cassandra said, "Bomb. Not every African can braid." Cassandra, I am a braidist, like a racist, but a braidist. I think all African braid hair girls.
Well,
Hey, I've
and
never
then
met an
somebody in the
African. I
chat
never
talking
met an
about she
African that can
doing.
breed.
Wait, hold on. Somebody in the chat talking about she doing the best she could. First of all, the best she could would have been not getting this fucking situation. Well,
She
you know
don't
you
want
ain't
much.
ready for this.
Right. She don't
Okay,
want
so
much.
y'all need
I
to
am.
stop trying to
Right.
give her grace. A
Right.
woman going around
No,
calling
she ain't
people
got no grace. Right.
bandits, and she
Right.
get with a bandit, and then get with a man with three kids, three girls at that, knowing that she gonna have to be the role model. She gonna
Right.
have to be the one that right, and knowing how he is and how he talks to his kids. Matter of fact, you thought that he wasn't gonna talk to you the same way that he talked
Exactly.
to his own goddamn kids.
You
So
thought,
come on,
right.
man.
You thought you
What the hell? She thought she was
to all
different.
these other women on these panels. You thought
Well,
you
not
were gonna
even the
be different.
women.
You
No,
thought you were the woman
Miss
that could
Music.
change. Right. Get the fuck
Miss
on up out
Music,
of here.
forget
I'm
that.
sorry.
Not Miss Music,
Nigga.
forget other women. We talking about how he talks to his own goddamn daughters.
Yeah.
If he
So,
talks to
hey,
them like
I
that,
am. That's a good point you made, right? Real quick. So, Bomb, I'm gonna ask you this: since you a woman, do y'all look at that like if you see a single father, like do women look at like how he treat his kids, and we're like, and do y'all like feel like okay, the way he treat his kids is possibly like how he'll treat you? Like for example, how if you seen a dude that always curse out his kids, would you like in your mind would you expect that you wouldn't be the one getting cursed out as well?
Okay, so men with children, y'all really got more choices than y'all know, right? Like I am, and y'all got lots of choices. Once a woman find out that this man is taking care of his kids, and then we find out their daughters especially. But then, as far as the way he treats them, I don't know. I can't tell you. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's fucked up. But unless she is used to that, like they got families who do the cussing. Remember? So if she's okay and she realized, oh, my family does the cussing back and forth and he just cussing and he just a dad, then yeah, they'll accept that. Now me myself, I would feel
no,
sorry for the
listen,
daughters. I ain't gonna lie. If y'all want me to be real,
listen, that shit,
wait, let me be
that
real.
shit
Let me
get
be wait.
okay.
Let me be
Be
real
real.
right now.
Because I'm
So
about to.
me being a single woman, let's say I'm single and I saw Jay Prince in it, and I was interested in him, right, from afar, and then I met him and his daughters, I would be okay with that. And then though, the way he treat them, I ain't gonna lie, y'all, I would call CPS. That's like, cussing them girls like that, have them scared like that. I would call CPS. I would have called CPS. That's the truth. If I tell the truth, and y'all see me call, like y'all see me call the health department on the motherfucker, and if there's a few people, I'd have called CPS on a few people, and for less than what we seen him do to his daughter, and he do it on camera, and I don't think he understand. He lucky he not on Twitter, because them clips that some of y'all they got. If that shit was on Twitter, that man would be in jail. The Black Twitter would have got a hold of that shit.
Kids, Twitter.
Had those girls taken away from him.
Yes.
You're absolutely
Y'all
right,
know
Bon.
that
So,
shit.
right. So I don't know why folks would try to give JP a pass, because let me tell you something. Unless I tell y'all would know nothing about me or my children, would you?
No.
So how do we know that Jay Prince disrespects his children? Because he don't turn his damn camera off. Jay Prince is who he is on or offline. The way he talks to his children online, could you imagine how he talks to them when the camera ain't on? Think about that for a second. But no one calls CPS. I see all them folks in the chat room all the time talking about.
They have.
I don't give a damn if you're mad at me or not, Jay Prince. Yeah, I called on you. Shit, I don't know what this dude is, but check out this YouTuber JP. I sure have. Get mad at me all the fuck you want to. I don't care, because if that was me, I would expect somebody to do it to me. Wait a minute, there's a dude that's online right now, sitting in the chat room with someone else that has basically what we would call child pornography, talking about it on another stream, and you up there buddying up with him. No one said nothing about it. Oh, Jay Prince, you just mad at Fatty. Shit, that was me. That would be one time I'd be catching a flight. I don't give a fuck to where it's at. But you gonna give me them?
But let's be. We got to be real. We talking about this. The man is broke. He ain't got no money. He barely can pay his rent. Like I heard Baum, I think it was yesterday, saying
I don't give a fuck.
he said he makes good money in 2 days, but he don't want to go and make money in 5 or 7 days and have more money. So he has a broke man mindset. Okay, so like she said, he is a
you've seen that hot dog cart.
He is a house husband.
You seen that hot dog cart? Would you?
He driving his truck now. I think he dropped. I saw the day he got his truck.
You seen that hot dog cart? Would you have ate something off that motherfucker and next not expect salmonella?
No, I ain't seen the cart, but what I can say though is when him and Flo was doing their streams though, they was setting out. Now I don't know because the people was drunk or not, but they saying the food is good. But what I'm saying is a real hustler and somebody about his money is, if I know I'm making $500 to $600 a night doing some 2 nights, I'm working 7 nights. Okay, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna bring in $3,000 a week. But he doesn't have that mindset.
Right. YouTube is his hustle, because that's an easy hustle for him.
Well, he ain't even doing that right. So right. I mean, at the end of the day, the man got it broke. But back to the thing is that, like I said, he talked to his kids fucked up. I don't know how, be honest, how he still got his daughters. And like you said, the mothers must be, they either don't want the kids no more, or they even worse than him.
Right.
And it's gonna scar them little girl. That's why I was hoping that she was gonna bring some calmness to their life.
We always hoping that.
But then I know that she probably couldn't deal with the way this nigga is. And then she was saying like, oh no, you're different offline than you are online. So I don't know if he's bringing this YouTube persona offline and he really is different. But the thing is, to me, I think he fucked up the bag, no matter if she's perfect for him or not.
Right.
He should be perfect for those girls though.
I am, my brother.
What?
My brother. Would you think that JP is not the same nigga on or offline?
Well, I don't know. I don't even go off what the woman said.
He is.
She said that
he's the same motherfucker. So,
no. I guess she found out.
Right. I don't know.
I guess she found out he is.
Right. I don't know how she didn't see that. I don't know how any woman would see that.
Well, he says it.
I don't see how any woman would not see that.
Yeah, I think
he says it though, and that's the conundrum. He keeps saying, "Oh, I'm not like that offline." So
he does?
all they can do,
right.
yes, he does.
But you say it enough. Right.
Oh, I know.
Right.
He said
He's
that,
No,
but
saying what you're
no.
saying
Yeah,
is
he
I
does.
didn't know.
right.
I never heard him say
I
that.
never heard him say that.
She
I
was
always hear him
saying
say, "I'm the
that.
same. That I'm real. This
Yeah,
is
she
real.
was
I'm real."
saying that you're not that way offline, saying that he was more
Shit.
soft and this and that. So
Right.
Oh
I
no,
don't
he
know.
said
I
that. He
mean,
said that in other places when it's a room
oh,
full of women. He says
When
that.
it's appropriate.
Oh, okay.
Right. He said I think he said that I think he said that when he was on that fucking dating show. That wasn't enough for you? That
Because
wasn't enough for
look,
you?
Jay Prince is a nice guy. Like, he's nice, right? But he does show us who he is, and so I think maybe that it could be some confusion. I don't know why, like, because he show us who he is, right? But if he's
He's
dating you and he take you on a
he's
trip, she might have thought that was nice. That
he's funny.
men don't really do that. Yeah, he's funny, but then that funny
He's
shit
funny. That's it.
becomes tiring, right? If the camera's always on, you
That's
want to
it.
show everything. You'd be like,
Right.
shit.
Right.
Even I was tired. Like, people saw me sleep in front of
He's
the camera. I'm like, I ain't
some
got
of
to
the
get it.
but see, it's the thing though. Like, and this is where like maybe his upbringing or the dude just not smart. He still could have showed his life, but you don't show, especially when you got people after you. You know, see, especially got people clipping you, wanting to, get you arrested, get your kids taken. Why would you show? Why would you give them what they want to then laugh and say, "Oh, well, nothing happened to me"?
why
When
because
something can, you still could have showed your family, but you could have showed it in a positive way, and still would have got more views and people to buy into it. And I think that's
Yeah.
the thing that
right.
Floyd was saying was like, you ain't got to show all this dysfunction, dumbass. You can show us, but you ain't got to show the argument, the fighting, yelling at the kids, you taking your daughter into a bathroom and scolding her for stealing candy. Like, come,
That's messed
okay,
up right there.
prime example. Okay, so, a little bit about my situation. I adopted an 8-year-old. We was in the store the other day, and my nigga pocket some butter gum. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, look, you ain't gotta steal. But if I say no, I'm saying no for a reason. Like, why did you pocket the bottle? So I made him walk back in there and get a bubble gun back to the store. I put him on punishment, but I had a talking with him. I didn't yell, scream, or nothing. I'm just like, look, if it's no right now, that don't mean it's gonna always be no. But you ain't never gotta steal anything. I got it, but if I tell you no, it's for a reason. And then I was like, do you want to go to jail? You want to be arrested? But I wasn't screaming at him. I didn't beat him. I didn't do all this. You know what I'm saying? But it's a way to handle shit. And for some reason, he don't know how to handle it, and he don't know how to take people telling him how to handle his situation. But then you put it all on YouTube for everybody to talk about it. You
But
giving them tips to make money off of your situation that you ain't making no money off of.
right, I am because but if you listen to him, he tell you that his life has been completely a life of dysfunction. You've heard him lambast his sisters. He doesn't speak highly about any of his relatives. So that goes back to what Baum was saying. You mean you don't have no female relatives that you could take these children to get their hair combed? None. Your sisters hate you that much?
And that's very
And
telling.
Flora
We know
walk
you got
around
them.
with her hair done. Why she don't know how to brush?
Right.
It looked like the
Looking
little
like
girl
rat,
doing her
looking like
own
rat.
hair.
The
That's
whole
messed up.
right. Stop it. The
No,
whole damn
Flora was
house
getting her hair done by
no,
somebody in JP
no,
family or some other
no.
person was blurring for her hair.
Right. The
She didn't do
whole
her own
damn
hair.
house hair
She wear
is
wigs
looking
too.
like rat
Well, they could
shit
get that
and
little girl
syrup.
wig
Say
too.
it. Right.
Hot mess.
Say it again. The whole damn house hair is looking like rat shit and syrup. Pour it around and tell me what it looked like.
I don't think so. This is what the men, because the women gonna know what I'm talking about, right? It's very, very important at a certain age that we feel good about ourselves. And for Black women, our hair is one of them things. Yes, self-esteem.
Self-esteem.
If they go and get her a weave, they could get braids. Braids could stay
And
6 months.
that oldest one hair texture is rough. Okay,
But
baby
that's what
girl
I'm talking
hair is
about.
wrong.
The
Is rough,
little
so
ones
they
are
need to make
good.
her feel beautiful
Well, the little
about
ones are good.
herself.
Okay, the little one's
Right, as we
hair
say, the
is good. We
older
don't
one,
care about that.
right?
The oldest one though,
Right.
she can get some braids, and that will last 6 months. You know, when he had that money, he could have went and got that little girl hair done with braids, and it would still be done now. Now it would need a touch up and maybe redoing, but they could
Squandered it.
last 6
Just
months.
as anything.
And
Right.
so yes,
Just
and
squandered
He could have got her hair locked up, and she could have still looking nice. He could have got her hair
And he
locked up
squandered
with some
it.
sister locks.
He did nothing for his
You know what I'm
children. We saw
saying?
that. He did absolutely nothing with that money that we know that he got, that the money that we see him collecting on the streams, it does not reflect in the life of those children at all.
Well,
Not
we
at
saw
all.
him go. He went and took them shopping. He got their nails done, things that they really didn't need, but okay, he went and got them done. And then that's when he took them all on a trip with Flora, and that's when it was in a hot tub. And that's when he got his hair cut too. But then ever since then, the little girl's hair ain't really been done. And the oldest, she need her hair done because she's older and school start. She need to, and it's so important, y'all. I remember being that age, and you just want to look.
I have sisters, so I have sisters, so I understand exactly what you're referring to. I have sisters, so you can't tell me that part of growing up especially as a young dark Black girl, because my sisters are dark skinned, that their hair was not. If they walked out, as we called it back in the day of growing up, if they walked out the house with nappy hair, shit, from the school bus to the schoolyard, they got teased. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Yeah, but it's just like he doesn't care,
wait,
though.
let me read this. Genesis said, Bomb Cherry, do you remember when the oldest said she thought she was ugly because of her skin color? You know what's bad about that? So it's bad that she think that way, but what's worse is that he asked her that
way.
for other people to hear her say that. And so, and that's why she thinks that way.
Perpetuate that.
That's messed up. She's.
I mean, listen, I'm all for.
He lives in an apartment.
I'm all for fathers getting their kids and things like that and raising their kids. I honestly want to know how the fuck did he get his kids? That's what I
know
want.
How.
I want to know what's going on.
Want to say it. Right. The chick either got to be in jail or on drugs or that fuck.
Nah, but it's 3 different women, right? Or 2 different women? Some shit like that.
Okay, so that that's the quality of the women. This is the man who went to the free clinic to get a and went and found him a chick there. What was both of y'all doing there at the same time? Visiting. So his choice of women comes up to nothing. Flora. Shit, y'all be nice all you want to. I ain't nice like boss. I say what the fuck is on my mind. And I'm giving this nigga a pass. Shit, if you garbage in, garbage out, bro.
I think the women we be
doing that.
The women are being a little more sensitive because the daughters are involved, right? But you're right. Look, we can't tell you men how to do it. Y'all gonna do it the way y'all do it, and the way you do it is the way you should, right? Because y'all deal with the men, right?
Because I would tell this to if he was my nephew, I would talk to him the same way. I wouldn't hold no punches. The fuck you mean, laying around letting a woman take care of you? It's 10 o'clock. Why your black ass ain't at work? I think somebody can attest to this. I fired one of my nephews online. Nigga don't want work, fire him. Don't let the kinship fool you.
Well, some of the women be helping because I was on that panel. I was on that panel. There was another woman that I can't remember what her name was, right? It started with S. That's all I know. And I was the one saying, well, she was like, JP, well, what did you call JP? I said, JP is a house husband. I said, he's a house husband. How is he a house husband? JP work. I said, JP only work on weekends. It's not, he's a house husband, right? And she was like, nah, she the one who said, well, if he can make just as much money in 2 days as other people working 5 days, then he good. And I said, and I asked him, do you want me to be honest, right? And I was like, if to be honest, then if you wouldn't be asking for help, you can't work 2 days and then be asking people for help, right? Y'all, what y'all think of me if y'all saw me not doing shit?
If you was doing all of that, right?
Yeah, you wouldn't even be eligible for assistance if for 2 days you wouldn't be getting
no food stamps and all of that, right?
Exactly, no
Absolutely.
assistance.
Right, and then another question is, so to me to tell me if you go out and $200, $400, $500, $600 in 2 days, why would you want to make that on the other 5?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have that hustler
money.
mentality or money to go make money. Because I mean, especially now that okay. So already you got 3 girls. So let's say this. Okay, you had 3 girls. It's just you. So you only can go work on the weekends because you had nobody to really watch them. But now you got a wife who can watch the kids for 5 days, knowing that you going out there and get the money. So I'll be maximizing that shit. I'll be out there 7 days getting this bread and bringing it home. Like,
we seen them out there late at night with them little girls. And
right.
for that women, why didn't Forrest stay at home with the little girls so he could be out there making that money?
Right. That's what I'm saying. It's all the shit was
go ahead and take them. Go ahead and take them home.
Kids out there cold
be out
and
here
shit.
for a couple more
hours. You know it's cold in Milwaukee. They're out there freezing and shit.
Right.
Trying to get a piece of chicken. Like, come on, man. This shit.
Right.
Yeah. See, but a woman. See, men may not. Y'all may not consider it, right? You probably thinking, hey, they with me and we out there. He might not think he's thinking he's not that cool, but he's not thinking about the little girls, right? Because maybe like I don't know. I don't understand it because I'm a woman, but as a woman, like daycare, he gotta put all that in consideration. You can't have a job, but you don't know what you're gonna do with your kids, right? So we as women, we figure it out, right? If we know we can't only work between 7:30 and whatever, because we gotta drop the kids off at daycare, and the daycare don't open until 6:30, and the daycare close at 6:30. We know we gotta be there. We already know we can only work between these hours. That's what we do. But apparently, all men don't think that way. You figure, you know, you can. Well, I don't even say most men. All men. I'm gonna just say Jay Prince not thinking this shit. You can't just be a father just because somebody gave him to you. You got to be an actor.
Jay Prince just doesn't have what I like. What I tell my nephews, you just don't have that forbearance of thought, son. You don't think about what you do now, how it's going to affect next week, yesterday, or in about 10 minutes. You don't have that. You lack that. That's what Jay Prince lacks. And for him to make a statement is, "Oh, I go out and make a couple $100 on the weekend and I'm good." That's a defeatist loser mentality. That's just saying, okay, I only got to go out for a couple of days. So he is a house husband. That's all.
He gonna make just enough to pay the bills,
just enough to get by. That's
and then
right.
be struggling for the rest of the month. When, like I said, listen, I'm not saying that she got to come in and take care of the kids and be all that, but she left her job, she left her career, she came there. So my thing is, look, babe, you be at home with the kids. I'm going out here to get this money. You already seen how much I can make a night. So if I maximize it 5 days, bam, there we go. So now I got money to take you out on dates. Now I got money to take you more than the Golden Corral for your birthday. Like, I'm pretty sure she was in a culture shock. Like, wait, what the fuck? But this is what you signed up for. So, but what I'm saying, but him not having a mentality to say, you know what? Instead of me working 2 nights and making this, I'm working 7 nights, or at least I'm working 5 nights. See what I'm saying? Right. And he can maximize his money.
Yeah, let me read this. Let me read this. Reese said, JP literally said that he thought his daughter was molested, but he didn't report it because he didn't want people to think it was him. That is true. He did say that. We was over there by the goat, and he had said that he think that happened to him, but he didn't want them to think it was him, and so he didn't seek no help for anything. And
see,
but he also just to add to that though, he also said that the young girl was lying.
Not gonna touch that
because it was something about the mother too, that he told her the mother did something to her or something. So
how you know the little girl lying?
No, I'm saying that's why he said he didn't go tell the police as well too. So but I don't care. My daughter
little girls don't lie about things like that. Little girls do not lie about like these men like to say that, or the little girl lie. Let me tell you, little girls, and how do they know to lie about anything with their body parts unless somebody taught them? Okay.
Listen, I don't care if it's a little girl or a boy. If a child tell me something, we going to go investigate. I'm believing what you said until I prove you wrong. I ain't gonna say, "Oh, you lying," and pass it off.
The only person who can prove him wrong is the authorities, right? Because they know
That's what I'm saying. Right, let them go and do the investigation. Because then you pass it off. That's how a lot of kids get touched. Because the parents like, "Oh, nobody did that. That person didn't do that. I don't believe you. Don't believe your kid. What the fuck is going on? You not believe your own child." That's why I'm like, listen, man. On one hand, he got the kids. On the other hand, that shit is crazy because it's like, Fuck, dude, you're not even showing these. I don't know. Sometimes it seems he loving, but he yell at them more than anything. So they're gonna think that that's love. Being yelled at by a man, being talked to the way it is. Like I've never seen him even correct them softly. It's always 0 to 100. You know what I'm saying? It's like, dude, what you online, talking to your kids like this, talking to your daughters like this? Like, come on, man. But I don't know how Flora, who seen this shit, didn't know that he wasn't gonna talk to her like that.
Yeah. HT Ball said JP worried about being under Flora. What don't y'all see? He said, look, he said HT Ball is saying both of them adults not really caring about them kids. They're only caring about themselves in the moment. And that's what's happening.
That part.
That part, yeah. And the rest
Look,
of us are like, we can see what's going on, and we want better for the
We
kids.
don't. Yeah, right.
You know what?
We hope for the best, and y'all don't want to vocalize it, but it's there in front of us. And I got to agree with you, HT Bone. Right. I think this was all about if we team up and we show that we're gonna be a family, they'll love this family. I mean, so much so that we saw them having dinner, niggas eating out of plastic plates, but it was still a
no,
lovely
listen.
setting.
I think if she really called the police, she was on to get out because I watched some of these streams and she was overwhelmed. Okay, I don't know what she thought. I don't know that little short visit um at the Airbnb made her thought that she can do this, but being jumping in and automatically being a full-time mom to 3 different girls and they girls. So now they want to play in all your shit. They want to play in her perfume, her shoes, her clothes, especially the older one. They want to dress up, and she had to be a mother figure for these girls. And I think that she was
Couldn't
way
handle it.
over her head.
Couldn't
She
handle
was
it, right?
she was overwhelmed because it was time where she was like, "Oh, I need some time to myself." When you a parent, you don't get no fucking time to yourself.
Ready-made mom. That's exactly what you were running into.
And she didn't know that, and she didn't understand that.
So what was Ashton talking about yesterday? He made it. He was like, "Bomb, why you ain't talking about what she does? She cussed JP out." I was like, "Well, I don't know. I've never seen that." So y'all see?
I'll say no. She had. So I remember one stream they was out doing the food thing on the weekend, and some girl she said was drunk and was being extra flirty, and yeah, she did. She jealous. She is a jealous type.
Wait a minute. So it's his business that some drunk woman be flirty and she cussed him out or something?
Yeah, she did. She was hot to the mud. I mean, she was still working. She was still packing that shit to go home, but she was, you got that bitch in your face and you know that shit. I was like,
damn. So yeah, look. So if I ain't never seen her act like that, but that now it makes sense to me then.
Yeah.
They are the same.
But then she flipped it on him and was like, you fucking get mad when a nigga say hi to me. So both of them was on some jealous type shit.
There's nothing wrong with jealousy. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm talking about the action.
Not jealousy when you gotta cuss a motherfucker out or mad because they in their face.
Especially in front of people.
I ain't trying to get cut.
Yeah, that's what. Look, jealousy is okay, but the way you handle it, and I wouldn't like. Look, you don't think I told y'all when I stopped going to get my nails done and my husband getting his feet done. I looked at that woman touching his feet. And in my mind, I was like, look at that bitch smiling in his face, touching his feet.
Yeah.
And
that ain't happened no more, did it?
Yeah, it ain't never happened. But you know what? He didn't know that story until he probably heard me say it on here. He didn't never know.
Wondering why we
I ain't say one word to him or nothing. When we went outside, I said, babe, I see what that woman was using on your feet. I said, what was that called? And he said, a grater. I said, well, you want to go buy that? And we went to Bed, Bath, and Beyond and bought all that shit. But my husband never knew that I was jealous. I never cussed him out. I never said anything about it at all. Zero. And so
she cussed him out while in front of people, in front of customers. And you can see him, and he was sitting there like damn, like she really doing this? Like she's going crazy. And like he was kind of shocked himself, whatever. But that shit was crazy. You know what I'm saying? And I'm thinking to myself, like, y'all know people, and what happened? Fatty clipped that shit. They had a whole stream about the guy the next
people
day, and
watching.
then JP and Flo and them tried to say, "Oh, it was a skit." Nah, that wasn't no goddamn skit. So it's
That's my
like
point.
you can't get mad when your enemies take the shit that y'all doing on live, and
online,
present that shit, and it looks crazy. But no, it's been a couple of
and they
times
talk
that
about
she did that though.
You can't do that. You can't put your dirty hang your dirty laundry out in the front yard and think ain't nobody gonna see it.
Right.
Come on.
It's a fact. See, look, I made sure I was doing her feet myself. I don't know what made me jealous in that moment, y'all. Women probably understand. Like you may not never be jealous, and then something, it's nothing he did or didn't do. Because he was reading the magazine, but that bitch was talking. Ling Ling was talking to my husband, and she was touching his feet. Okay, and I decided I didn't want her touching his feet no more. And so,
well, hey Cox, if you call what I'm talking, if you call this gossiping, you a lost motherfucker, bro. You lost. You really are. Because I'm not gossiping. I'm speaking facts.
Mr. Music.
Wait a minute, who is Cox? Cox coming at you, Mr. Music?
Mr. Music,
right?
Listen.
Why you keep calling me out? Why you keep calling
that's
me
that
out?
Same, that's that same dude with a different name. He was something else a month ago, but he's supposed to be gossiping, but he be the same thing over here listening.
Right? Why you over here listening? Why
in
you
the
always
chat.
got my name in your mouth? Why you always talking about me?
I think that's Randy Slowcow.
Right. Why you always talking about
does
me?
make sense.
All
That
these other
does make
niggas
sense.
all these other niggas talking. Why you always got my name in your mouth? What is this infatuation that you have with me talking? What the fuck?
That does
nigga,
make
go
sense.
get a life. Get a life. All these motherfucking talking, you only hear me? Is it my voice that deep? Does it penetrate your fucking soul that much? Does a hit dog holler? Cassandra, don't fall into that. Don't do it. Don't do it to yourself, sister. I don't argue with women, but I will point out an indiscretion. Don't do it to yourself, sister. Not tonight. You can call it gossip all you want to. I call it truth. You can call it what the hell you want. You can call it what you want. Don't bother me.
Look, Cox is mad. Randy Slowcow, listen, you have went on a page and told people use a trick. If that's you, a tricking ass nigga, you got the nerve, okay? Anyway.
Yeah, don't get triggered. Don't get triggered, bro. Don't get triggered. Don't be the hit dog to holler. Don't worry about it.
Well, listen, he said you've been gossiping for 2 hours. That must mean he's been listening to you for 2 hours. So
he's been listening for 2 hours.
But he won't come on the panel and have a conversation with you though. You know what I'm saying?
And
so,
I've been inviting you on the panel. You sitting there being a jukebox hero, right? You're sitting there being a jukebox hero, but you must be waiting for me to talk. So I'll just tell you this: I'm gonna be quiet for a little while. You'll hear me in a little while. It's something. You got a pad, pencil, something. Get some of this knowledge. Get off that bicycle. Meet me. If that's Randy Slowcow, they don't call you Slowcow for nothing. Wrong night.
Yeah, this person said something that. When he said, you guys been gospel. No, that sounds like him. And then men don't act like it. Yeah, that sounds like him. Randy is slow, but he could type.
No, listen, if it ain't Randy, it's Big J. I bet you.
Oh no, Big J won't go for Mr. Music.
No.
Me
and Big J is way. Listen, me and Big J have our differences. I agree with him, I disagree with him, but I'll never disrespect the man, and the man will never disrespect me. So I'm gonna end it at that.
Big J, I don't think Big J ever come over here under another name. Big J, do he? No, I ain't never seen him do that.
Yeah, okay.
But
one more thing there, Cox. Go and Google and type in the gossip. See if you find the word truth there. Bet you won't.
So apparently talking about people is gospeling. I guess that's what we all do online, right? We just talk about ourselves. We talk about other people. When they talk about women and Sexy Red over there twerking and Carly B, I guess all of that gossiping. So what's going on then? What's the problem?
Right. That's gossiping. Right. That's gossiping, brother. Those panels that you literally sit around and talk shit about women for hours about nothing and got a picture of a half naked woman as their avatar. Let it make sense. But them the kind of folks you hang around. You can't handle adulthood over here. So you'll do your best like a little spoiled child to interrupt the conversation. You remember like when your mama was on the phone and you go grabbing her by the dress, mama, mama, mama. That's the same thing you do in the night. Leave me the fuck alone. Ain't it your bedtime?
Well, listen, when you like me, when you retire young, you got all the time in the world to gossip. So I got all night. Little man is bathed, in the bed, sleep, getting ready for his football game tomorrow in Columbia. So I'm chilling. So I got all night. So I'm gonna gossip my ass off. I ain't gotta go no 9 to 5, Mr. Cox. Go clock in, my nigga.
I choose to, right? I can choose to, right? I can choose to sit up on the stream for hours at a time. I can decide to say, hey, today, guess what? I'm not gonna get in my truck. I'm not gonna get on my lawnmowers. I'm not gonna get in my weed eaters. I'm not gonna do none of that today. But if you miss a motherfucking day of work, nigga, see, you got me started with you. If you miss a day of work, if you sit on the stream and listen for an hour, something getting shut off. Maybe your phone, maybe your internet, maybe your light, maybe you're gonna get a flat tire on that fucking bicycle that you listening to. So before you come talking about you teaching and talking to motherfuckers, talking about gossip, nigga, understand something. I earned the right to talk shit. I ain't gossiping. I'm talking about life shit. Maybe you should get a dose of reality. Go find something to do instead of sitting here listening to me. You wouldn't even know if I was talking if you had something to do.
Okay, so I have a question for any of the ladies. Did anybody start their wine? Okay, I showed y'all how to start a wine from water, and I wanted to update y'all because it started bubbling right away, like that yeast. So the water is already turning into alcohol. Okay, I'm gonna have hubby burp it because, ooh, Lord. Okay, that water seemed to be. I think I put 2 cups of sugar. And the other 2 juices are active also. It didn't take long. Okay. But the last wine that I made, it was really good. Yeah, I'm using wine.
Wine out of water?
Yeah. I'm going to start off as just plain water, turn it into wine, and then I'm going to add flavoring after with a Kool-Aid packet. I'm going to turn it into watermelon
wine. Let me go and invite a young lady over there so we can watch this winemaking show. She's going to be like, oh, you know how to make some wine? I'll be like, yeah, let me show you what Beanz told me.
Hell yeah. Look, my son drunk that shit. He loved it. He got sick the first time because it's much stronger than anything you buy because you can make it as strong as you want. But then I sweetened it and made it less strong by adding, more water, liquid to it. And then he loved it. And then he drank it in no time. Okay, so I started 3 different ones yesterday.
Well, Mr. Cox, let's do a cam up then. Since I got breasts, let's do a cam up and see who got breasts.
Don't listen. Don't feed into that, brother.
These ghost face niggas. And then after that, we can do big bank, take little bank.
Right.
I'm tired of these broke ass faces niggas always talking.
He got his 15 minutes of
page of stream.
Right. He got tired of it. And HT, man, I understand what you're saying, bro. The conversation that you have with Big J is different for me, so I'll never try and sway your opinion different. If you say some of the shit that Big J say is a dumbass, you're entitled to that, bro. If that's I still rock with both of y'all. I think you know that, so we good either way.
Okay, wait a minute. So Cassandra said, I still have some from the last batch. How did it come out, Cassandra? Was it good? Like, did you sweeten it? Y'all got to keep me up informed. I need to know if I need to do some adjustments and teach y'all how to do any adjustment. But okay, go ahead, guys. Let's see. We need some of you men to try to make the wine. It's easy. It was 3 ingredients. Even if
I leave that up to my sister. Now, if my sister ever decides that she want to be a station, you can talk to her all you want to about winemaking. I leave that.
Nah, Mr. Music, you tripping. You got listen, Mr. Music. You got to invite you. You got to invite you a nice young lady over. Y'all let her make the wine. Why does Bomb let her make the wine? Take that shit home. You know what I'm saying?
It takes 4
That's
weeks.
what I
Y'all,
do.
you make
That's
the
what I'm gonna
wine,
do.
set it up, and then when she
hell
come
no.
over, you get
She
her
want to
drunk.
hang out.
That's what
Hell
I'm
no, she want to
saying.
hang out, bro.
That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
cool
Then
with
she
that.
gotta
Listen,
come back to taste the wine.
listen. That's all good, and I'll just keep her informed. Hey, the wine's chilling right about now. A couple weekends, and we'll sit out and do it. But no, I'm at that stage where I'm alone, but I ain't lonely, bro. I'm good with that. Right, I'm good with that. I mean, it's not that I don't long for the company of females, but I like to limit it to those. And let's do this for the weekend. Call it wrong, but it is what it is.
Okay. Anyway, so the men ain't gonna know how to make wine, but ladies, we got it. We got it down pat. Okay. Did you make it sweet?
I'll drink it.
Oh, go ahead.
I'll drink the hell out of it. My sister calls it liquor wine. I do know that much. I can talk to you about that, but that's the extent of it.
Yeah, it's easy to make. Cassandra said she made hers, and I showed you how to back sweeten it, Cassandra, how to make it sweeter. I'm not sure if you missed that, but if you need me to do it again, I'll do it. You just make a simple syrup, and you just add it to it until it becomes as sweet as you want it, and then you drink it. Okay, you could add the sugar directly to each glass, or the full bottle, or the full batch, however you want to do it. Okay. So and then yeah, I think it's strong. I think everybody who made it, it was real strong. It was like Cassandra said, it was too strong for her or dry. Yeah, you can lessen it. And
you say you put Kool-Aid in it, Mom?
No, I'm gonna put Kool-Aid in that liquid one. In the one that I'm making water, I'm turning water, actual water. I didn't use any juice, just water. I'm turning it into alcohol, and then that way I can add any flavor, and I'm gonna attempt to try the alcohol, and I'm gonna make a watermelon wine with Kool-Aid. With the Kool-Aid.
Some new underwear.
Go ask your daddy for new underwear. You don't want to ask him? You peed yourself? Huh? No, you didn't pee yourself? Okay, I'm coming. You naked butt. Lord, every time you use the bathroom, you take off his underwear. Let me go. He just got home. Okay. I'm gonna get you some underwear, man. Okay, I don't know. He
Leave that conversation alone. I was reading it in the chat from it's nothing worse, as we say in the radio, nothing worse than dead silence. I am help a brother out. Talk about something. don't leave us hanging. I'm gonna read this right here. Candy Cane saying that's Randy. She's surprised. No personal attacks against Bomb and her family. Well, that's gonna come there, pretty much. Bomb showed something earlier today, Candy Cane, where he tried to get in her chat room under several different names, under several different times. So, for Captain say he don't like it here, he's tried several ways. And it be him, this Randy Cox dude? It seemed to me, Leopard don't change his spot. It seems to me every time I do come up on Bomb's panel, he always has something directly to say to me, because as I'm reading the chat, I not only see people talking the same conversation, they're basically kind of voicing the same sentiment. I wouldn't have anything to say about JP if JP didn't put his business out there. Now, just because he don't want to vent his JP's bad parts, that's not my business. I don't give loose niggas passes. Bottom line to it. So if he mad at that, and if he calls that gossiping, say la vie. It is what it is. Yeah, I'm going to go with a couple of questions there also. I'm trying to just keep the air moving until Bomb comes back, folks. Asking a question about, does he have his videos up? I think enough people have clipped his good or bad behavior that, you know, especially when he does something bad, chances are you can probably find it on Fatty Stream, or they go to some place called Rumble, and I'm sure it's over there, but you'll probably have to pay a price to listen to it. But chances are, more than likely, Fatty has a copy of it someplace, and he's talked about it enough where other people has clipped it as well. More than likely, you can probably find some of his shit on Box's channel. Yeah, Rena, thank you. I hope I'm saying your name right there, Genesis. Yeah, it does pay to have, as they call it, a radio voice. I think I do quite well over there. Cannot big in myself, trying to clear the air, make sure there's not no dead air. But we have some time. I have some samples on the radio station, as well as over in Mixcloud, that you can check out some shows over there. But it does pay to have this type voice when you do what I do. I guess more of a job now than it is a hobby. You know, as they say, when you have something that you like doing, there's no better job in the world. So, you know, I kind of use my voice to that advantage, you know, being in the radio business. So God gave me a talent, and so I try to use it to its full advantage.
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. My grandson just, came home. They went to
Not
a
a
park.
problem.
They went to an amusement park today. They've been gone since this morning. And they
Right.
showing me all the video footage of him coming down these big ass slides. I'm thinking he's only 5 years old. He should have been on that long ass, big ass slide. I wouldn't even gotten on that slide. But see, that's men, y'all. Cause we women, we wouldn't have done that. We would have been like, nah, he's too young to get on that. Tall ass.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, you're not gonna put my child on that.
Yeah. We as women, we would have put our foot down. But the men, they just say it's fun, and if he want to go, and then he want to go because he want to be like his dad, you see. And then, but it worked out. But I'm looking at him. Lucky I don't cuss their ass out like JP. If I was JP, I would have been cussing. But they got footage of it and everything, and so he looked good coming down and everything. But there's no way. I didn't, when they was little, I didn't, you know what I mean? They would have just been in that pool, but they wouldn't have went down that big ass slide.
Had him in the kiddie pool.
Yeah. They had a lifeguard catch him at the bottom, so that was all good, you know. And
Right.
it wasn't that bad. The slide was big, but when you scooped in the water, it wasn't that much water at the bottom. So Baliki was telling on him. He was like, yeah, I was coughing up some water. And I was like, what? He was like, I was like, tell me the story. And then that's why they started showing me video to let me know that no, everything was good. But
Right. Still had to verify, right?
that's right. I would have gave him a tongue lashing. Like, what are y'all doing when you're thinking?
Indeed. But I think earlier, Bomb, you were talking about, on another stream, you were talking about the politics a little bit. And I heard some of the folks, even your boy was mentioning something that Trump was doing. I never understood that. I know it's getting back off the subject a little bit, but I never understood these guys that come in and defend that guy. Even so much so, I heard Charleston White say the other day, I did a little piece on it, that he would rather black people go back to slavery than to vote for Kamala Harris. Is that crazy or what?
Yeah, that's crazy because they hate women so much.
Say that again.
They hate women so much.
That much that you would
That
say
much,
something like
where
that.
they will
That
go back
much.
to slavery themselves.
Literally, that would not only affect you, that would affect your whole family.
Your whole family, not just for one generation, right? It might be something that lasts forever this time.
But okay.
That's when you know you're dealing with slow niggas. What you call them? Loose niggas.
Loose niggas, right? They say that they get away with saying anything, and then we give them a pass. But let me be quiet because Cox might get mad and say we gossiping again. He likes silence.
Now we gossiping about Trump this time, huh?
Right.
Yeah.
That might be gossiping. Right. What you think about that Michelle Obama speech? Did you watch it? I would suggest that, especially if you're a Black woman, I would suggest y'all go watch that. That is the proper way to read somebody without cursing. She read Trump, Michelle Obama, in the speech that she made at the Democratic convention. She read Trump.
I didn't finish watching it.
Right. Go ahead. She may have mentioned his name twice.
Yeah, I didn't see all of hers yet, but I saw his, Mr. Obama, and then I went to go look at her, but I fell asleep, and I was like, I want, because she speaks so well. I said I want to be able to, I want wide awake when I listen to it. Who else I saw? Yeah, that's pretty much it. I saw her, Kamala's family speak, yesterday.
Yesterday the children and the relatives came out. That was another thing. Again, when you look at the makeup of the Democratic convention, you see America there. I'm not trying to be a patriot, but it is what it is. So the vote should be automatic. I'm not telling people what to vote, but damn.
I know, y'all. It's so obvious.
Right. Look at the alternative.
Yeah. Remember before I was saying when they were talking about Joe, I was like, Joe would have got my vote because I would have voted for Rock before Trump. That's how bad Trump is, especially for us women and Black people, right? For minorities. I don't know why we think as Black people, we should know, right? When they start talking DEI or when they start talking about immigration, who is next? Who next? And you know how
shit rolls downhill.
That's right. In fact, he'll gather us up. There was many Blacks who wasn't able to come back in this country. Remember when Trump was president and he stopped
Haitians,
he stopped people from coming into the country. There was Black people getting lumped up in there who might have traveled to different areas, and they can hold them up as long as they wanted to because he was breaking all kinds of laws. In fact, I think Congress, the Supreme Court had to stop him from doing that shit. Remember? I think the Supreme Court stopped him. Remember, he was putting kids in cages, stopping people from coming over. And the Supreme Court said, hey, that's against
it was unconstitutional. Right. It was unconstitutional. Absolutely did. Right. Absolutely did. Right.
So let's say y'all
tried to push that off on the Obama administration.
Right. He was by there's a video I saw yesterday where he was looking like he was by a border. Looked like he was in Arizona or somewhere. No, it's Arizona. Yeah. And there was a man behind him with the shirt. You saw it? There was a man behind him.
I think he was in Arizona.
Yeah. There was a man holding the shirt, and I guess it was a woman on the shirt, so I guess she got killed and possibly by somebody, an immigrant. So that's why he was standing behind him. But he looked like a Black man, right? Or maybe even Latino or something. But when Trump says what he says, this man starts shaking his head like, oh my God. Like, because he just saying anything. That man standing behind him probably because so Trump can mention, hey, this person was killed. But, he there to support him on that. But even his supporters giving up on him because he's rambling about anything. He's lying about everything.
And that's the problem. There's only so much lies one person can take. Eventually, your senses, reality gonna have to bite you sooner or later. Wait a minute. That's not true. See, another thing. I'm not going. But
Reese said something. Hold up. Reese said something that is not true. She said, but Kamala sucks. All they care about is making trans can compete. And that is not true. That has nothing to do with politics. That's what they want you to believe. Y'all ain't never seen. Go ahead.
Yeah, has it existed? Yes, it has, but not on the level that they're reporting it, Reese. So I understand what you're saying, but it has some men try to compete with in women's sports. Yeah, they have.
No.
But
She said Kamala, all she cares about that, and I'm saying she don't have nothing to do with that.
Right, she's not pushing that issue at all. That completely in itself is a falsehood. But the premise of what you're saying has some validity to it, but not at the premise that you're trying to push it.
Yeah, but no. So that means it has no validity, right? Because she's saying Kamala, she's saying the Democrats are pushing for trans people to be in sports when politics has nothing to do with trans people being in sports. The only thing politics got to do with is the Constitution. And if these people have the constitutional rights that we all have, then that is as far as it go with politics. All that other stuff has to do with sports itself and their rules and regulations. But that has nothing to do with.
Correct me. That goes from state to state and county to county. The federal government does not regulate your local sports. Am I right?
Right. Sports is not regulated by the government at all.
Right.
Not
at
the
all.
Government as far as the president and shit like that.
Right. Not the NCAA, not the NFL, none of that. The government has no stake in that at all. Well, at least not up front that we know of.
Yeah, no, they got no stake in none of that. They don't make rules. Now, the only thing they worry about is the Constitution. So we all got the right to freedom of speech. Then everybody got the right to freedom of speech. When it comes to sports, that sounds like.
I disagree with it wholeheartedly. Should a trans man compete against natural women? Absolutely not. I disagree with that. But it's according to the Constitution, they have the right to do that.
But I don't know.
Am I right or wrong?
Well, I don't know. I
mean, there's nothing banning them from doing that. There's nothing that says that you, as a trans man, because you identify yourself as a woman, can't go play on a woman's soccer team.
Because the Constitution don't deal with that at all. So that has nothing. That's what I'm saying. It has nothing to do.
Has no issue to it at all. No issue at all. So there's just whatever the rules are. The rules are just that. There's nothing banning them to say that they cannot. Right. It's if a sport says, if something says it's illegal for you, or we don't accept you as a part of this entity being a man to compete against women, you have to rule. The government not step in until if they make it a constitutional issue, has to go through all the steps of finalize being a law. That's not going to happen overnight. So again, to go back to her comment, the Biden administration is not pushing that at all.
Right. Well, you said they were just at the Supreme Court for the Olympics. What they just denied by the Supreme Court this weekend? Who just denied what? I'm not sure what you're talking about. The panel, what are your thoughts on the choice of music selection? Some are saying it's been inappropriate for the convention, considering that it was for the Black community. What? The convention had all types of music, didn't they? I think they had Pink. I don't know what else, but you notice that for Trump, nobody cared about no music or nothing. Nobody cared that Hulk Hogan threatened Kamala life and shit. Nobody cared about none of that. And
he threatened to body slam her. He certainly did.
And nobody cared about that. But when it comes to her, now they weren't about music. Nobody cared about no goddamn music. I wasn't there. I bet you the people who were there had a good time.
Did anybody report today that the last Trump rally Trump had he held it in a sundown town? Look it up. The last Trump rally Trump had, I think it was in between somewhere up there near where you live, Bob. I forgot the name of the town, but it's a sundown town. 90% of the population is white. Look at that's a presidential candidate, but that wasn't mentioned. But here we are talking about what kind of music at the Democratic conversation convention. I saw as a person that spins music, I saw all different kinds of things. But I think the theme of that, why they play so different, many variations of music, was the fact that they was trying to promote unity. So if someone's trying to say, well, there was some rap music there that was inappropriate, well, you have to understand, rap music is what's reaching out to young people. So if you eliminated rap from it, how many critics would have said, well, there was no rap people involved in it? So in this case, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. But I think the overall representation, the music was a reflection of America itself. Just my opinion. I don't see nothing wrong with it. Some of them
somebody said that the Supreme Court about the Olympics. I'm not sure, because what is it about the Olympics that had them with trans people? The Olympics is not held up by the U.S. The Olympics was in a whole nother country this year.
A whole nother governing body. The Olympics, they choose whether the Olympics go be in the United States or another country. I don't think it was I don't think the federal government is involved in anything that has to do with the Olympic Committee.
Right, nothing. And even if, let's say, the Americans say, okay, men can compete with women, and then when they go to France and France say, well, no, you can't do that here, and then that's it, they don't get to participate. So they have nothing to do with the Olympics.
Again, what I think Reese is trying to say, that you have some folks that was trying to push the transgender agenda, that transgender men or transgender women should be able to compete in any sport that they wanted to. And did the Supreme Court take that up? I can't say yes or no. Maybe she is right about that. So I'm going to defer to you. That if you say that the Supreme Court took that up as an issue, I'm like me. I'd like to show me that in fact. So if you would drop the link, that we could discuss that as well. I think that would be fair.
Yeah, I want to see the link, because that's not what they do. Now, anything dealing with the Constitution is what the president deals with, right? And even then, whatever they try to bring, that shit got to go through a whole nother governing body, the Senate, and we don't even control it, right? That's Republicans who are in control right now of Congress.
Right. So basically, if you're saying that Congress is pushing that issue, basically what you're saying is that the Republicans are pushing that issue, or you're trying to limit that to the Democrats. Okay. Is that one of their talking points?
Oh, I see. Okay, I do see something. Fox News, so we know how. Okay, let's see what it says. Because they'll take something and they'll piece it. Okay, let me share. Right. Let me share. So I found something here. Let's see, so we can understand. Because they, I don't trust nothing that come out these people's mouths, right? Let me share the screen. And then when we don't know about government and how it works, we'll just listen to what they say, right?
Right. Well, always open to if someone can point out. Like I said earlier, I don't mind being wrong about something. If somebody can point me out in the direction to where I can learn something, fine.
Right. Supreme Court strikes down Biden-Harris title 1X with that. The X is a 10, so it's 11, right? Title 11 changed that some argued would allow men in women's sports. Now, let's be clear on what it says here. Some argued would allow men in women's sports. They're not even talking about, they talk about trans, because they clearly said men in women's sports, but they may be, they play on words and things like that. The Supreme Court voted 5-4 Friday to reject a Biden administration emergency request to enforce portions of a new rule that includes protections from discriminations for transgender students under Title 11. right? So now we're talking about students from protections. Okay, so let's see what else. The request would have permitted biological men in women's bathrooms, locker rooms, dorms, and 10 states where there are state level and local level rules in place to prevent it. That's right. Right? We're going to talk about that in a minute, what these people did. The sweeping rule was issued in April and clarified that Title 11 ban on sex discrimination in schools. So I'm not, wait, let's go back up again. See how they mention sports, but they're not talking about the Olympics. This is not, because they don't have nothing to do with the Olympics. They're talking about sports, and they're talking about schools, and they're talking about bathrooms, right? So let's see. And the rule took effect August 1st, and for the first time, the law stated that discrimination based on sex includes conduct related to a person's gender identity. That's right. So nobody can, this has to do with the Constitution. If you are a American citizen, and even if you're not American citizen, if you're on American soil, then the Constitution is for you. There's rules and laws in place to protect you from certain things. Okay? More than 24 Republican attorney generals sued over the rule and argued that it would come in conflict with some of their state laws and block transgender students from participating in women's sports. Okay. And the Biden administration insisted the regulation does not address athletic ineligibility, whether they're eligible or not. Okay. However, multiple experts presented evidence to Fox News, of course, claims that it would not result in biological men participating in women's sports weren't true, and that the proposal would ultimately put more biological men in women's sports. So they're saying that they are not even talking about what these people are claiming they're talking about. This is about bathroom. Okay. And they're saying, well, they saying that it's just a bathroom in schools, but if they can go in the bathroom, then next it's going to allow them to play in the sports. Because the Constitution don't deal with nothing to do with sports. There's a governing body that deals with sports, and there is not the government. It's a group of people who come together, and they're the ones who come up rules and regulations. If a transgender sue though and say, hey, I got the right to play the sport, then they got to deal with that suit. But that still have nothing to do with the government. The government is just going to make sure that everybody everybody have their constitutional rules abided by. That's all. So these people are lying. So that is not true. Okay.
Yeah, but what I think I got out of that is it wasn't the fact that it would be an increase of transgender men trying to play transgender sports. What I think what the Title 11 was trying to say is that was making sure that in the case of that ever happening, you can discriminate them based on their race, color, or creed, or their sexual orientation. I think that was more of what it was for, then because it's mentioned a few times states' rights issues. So I think it does become to the states. So maybe that's why the Supreme Court was a little bit more thing on it, because they didn't want to interfere with a state's rights. Because you see it wasn't in effect. It's only affected 10 states. It's not a countrywide issue. It was only we're only talking about 10 states that the Supreme Court had to decide that for. So
right.
I don't think it was more of folks trying to get into those type of sports or go in the bathrooms or whether we're going to see an increase. It was a factor to make sure that folks would not discriminate on people because they chose to identify as being transsexual or LBGT or whatever.
Anything come from Fox News? Anything Fox News?
You have to look at it. You have to look at it with a bit with a grain of salt.
Yes, if it comes from Fox News. Now, some of y'all might look at Fox News in your local area for your local news, right? Weather and things. That's a different Fox News. Although it's Fox News, they are affiliate of Fox News. That's local. But if we talk about Fox News, where they actually putting out news, these people, this is not real news. These people can lie, and that is exactly what they do. They spin things and they lie. That is the people who Trump is always on their channel, always talking to them, always calling, and they have been sued. Am I right? Isn't it Fox who got sued for billions of dollars for lying?
Yes, it's right, 78 billion, 78, I remember 787, whatever it was an astronomical number. That they got sued, right? They got sued, I think, by Dominion, one of those folks, because it was pushing that that they were switching votes, that Cesar Chavez, Venezuelan dictator, helped them change the votes and all kind of different things like that. Which
shit
we
that
all know
Trump was
true.
putting out there.
Right, but they kept talking about it. Right.
Yeah.
They kept talking about it, talking about it.
Because Trump kept telling you, he kept saying that there's election fraud. So they kept backing him, and they knew that it was a lie. Even they admitted that they knew it was a lie. But you know what they were saying? The reason they could do it, because they said that they are not legitimate news. They say they are entertainment business.
Right, they say they keep using that thing of okay, we're known in opinions, we're not a real news organization. But and you say on some streams, yeah, we're dependable news. But when it comes to getting sued, Tucker Carlson pulled that too, and that didn't work for him either. He lost too. So. When you got, that's one of the biggest cable news folks out there. So they have to take some responsibility to people that watch them.
Okay. And she said also that her point wasn't about that her point was that they worried about LGBT rights rather than Roe versus Wade, inflation, and anything else. That's not true. You must not have listened to anything that she put out there with her. That is what they're focused on. And the main thing they know is the Roe versus Wade thing. Oh, and by the way, she's not gonna be able to get that done unless people vote. Right? We gotta vote so we can have this Congress. Right? Because and then it still might be an uphill battle, right? Because then the Supreme Court is the one who struck it down.
Yes, and the thing about that, like Secretary of State, whatever his name, Pete Buttigieg, whatever position he holds in the cabinet, or what he said something the other day. He said, that's been the law of the land for over 50 years. A lot of us, that's all we've ever known. And think about the Supreme Court justices, especially in this case, Matt Kavanaugh. That was one of the things that he said that he would not touch. He would not touch Roe versus Wade because it set precedents. Now, for 50 years, the majority of American citizens says, okay, women have right to their autonomy. But you have a couple guys, in this case, if you look at the dissension between the Supreme Court justices, you have pretty much 5 or 6 folks that are making the decision for millions and millions of women.
Right.
All because of Trump.
Yeah, Trump. They stacked the cards with these people because they always asked them before they even gave them the position. What do you feel about Roe versus Wade? And these motherfuckers upright and lied. That they wouldn't touch it. Like
Trump, right, Trump himself, he takes full credit for saying that I'm the one that tried to get it done for 50 years, but I'm the president that finally got Roe versus Wade overturned. So that's something that the Republicans themselves can't run on. They can't run on, listen, we're protecting the rights of women. They don't have that as an option. So what are the Republican options right now? Whether you agree that the immigration system needs to be fixed, yes, it does. So that is a legitimate
They can't run off of
argument.
that because
Right,
they that's in they threw that down just
right,
about
right,
3 months ago.
right.
So
So
that's
they,
why they're
yeah,
not running on it.
right. So
They
they,
just saying anything right now. They have nothing to
right.
run on.
So just fear mongering. That's pretty much it, Mom. That's what I'm getting
That's
to.
it.
That's all they have is
Fear mongering.
fear mongering.
Talking
Right.
about how the immigrants are killing people. And then they put out something where immigrants are getting enough money a month. They buying Mercedes Beanz. They right? Didn't one somebody up here said that shit? Who was that? Came up here talking about, I think that was J Hub. No, who was that who claimed somebody?
Yeah, I think that
that was
somebody I was having a
some
conversation
dude.
one day.
Some dude said that dumb shit.
Yeah,
Talking
some
about
dude, right.
you don't know
Right.
bomb in New York. They get soon as they get off the bus, they get enough money to buy them a BMW. And so
That's
they
not true.
got
And
these.
I think that's when we call right. They confuse a humanitarian with somebody getting enough money to buy a BMW.
BMW, right? These people can't even buy no cars, right? Unless they got that cash like that, which I know we're not giving it to them. And
Right.
in order to buy a vehicle and pay monthly on it, you got to have a credit. You got to have a Social Security card. You have things that they don't have.
I mean, right. Again, is the immigration system fucked up? Yeah, it is. Do some of the migrants come over here and get away with some shit? Of course they do, but it's not on the level that these folks over at Fox News and the Republicans are trying to get you to believe. If you want to look up crime statistics and see how high it is, they say they don't allow migrants in these red states, right? Okay, they ship the migrants, but go look at the crime statistics itself. It's usually higher in a red state. Go look for yourself. These are not my words. Go look for yourself. It's usually higher. It's not where the migrants are.
Somebody said she's trying too hard to appeal to black people. She's not doing no more. This woman has been in Congress for a very long time. She ain't doing nothing different than we haven't seen in many years, right? Some of the videos where you see them dancing with kids, that's not even recent, right? Some of that stuff is when she was going for vice president. And then a lot of the things that came up was before when she was just Congress.
Right.
You know, she was in Congress before she became the vice.
Right. It's funny that will attack Vice President Harris's record and saying that she was tough on crime and saying she this and she was locking folks up and she was putting folks in jail.
That's what she's
But when you listen to Republicans, but isn't that what the Republicans say? That's what they're going to do. They're going to pull up. They're going to
be tough on crime.
Right. So why would you not? Again, if you have policy, I'm not trying to tell you who to vote for, but at least let the arguments that you have with her be
legit.
Legit.
Yeah, that's right. All the thing the Reese putting out there is all non-legit and lies for the most part. That's not told by you. I'm not saying you're lying. I'm saying that they are lying. Right.
So, I mean, like H-Ball said, I mean, stack up her qualifications. Let's be honest with you. Say you had a business bomb, right? And Trump as a prospective employee and Vice President Harris came as a prospective employee. So they both had resumes. You looked at Trump's resume and you looked at Vice President Harris's resume. Which person, as a business person that's making a sound decision, who would you hire?
Well, Reese just said that we need a woman, but not her because she's not qualified. So I guess that means we're gonna put Trump in.
That's why I asked that question.
Slavery. Yeah,
right. That's why exactly why I asked that question.
And so we get Trump in. If you think he's doing anything for anybody, he's not, except the wealthy people. Okay.
Right. So again, what I see where you're going with this, Reese. But my question to you is, while we're having this conversation, what do you have really to say that would make you say that Vice President Harris is not qualified for her job?
She's been in this type of field for a while. She's been the vice for 4 years. The economy is booming, and like I'm not I have no idea when they say that. I understand when the men say it because they just hating on this black woman. I do not understand when black women say it. Right? I'm not saying that you have to be on her side because she's black, because it's not about her color, which is my point. It's not, unless we playing identity politics. And even if we were doing that, then you would say that, well, she's a woman, so you're gonna vote for her. But nobody's saying play identity politics. What we're saying is, though, look at what Trump has done, which is zero when he was president. So what would make you think he's gonna do anything for another term except what he says? He's gonna be a dictator. And then America gonna be fucked up for about 10 years, if not more. If this man become president, we fuck. But in minimum 10 years, it's gonna take a decade to fix anything this man do.
Right, because just think about what we were talking about Roe v. Wade. Just think what he did in less than a year. He had 3 judges on the court that literally struck away 50 years of precedents.
That's right.
Just like that. How long is it? We have to wait for at least another 4 or 5 years. How many women did that actually damage in the 4 or 5 years that since Trump, since in the 2 or 3 years since Trump had that overturned, that some women have to go outside of their where they live to have an abortion? We had the case of the 11-year-old girl that got impregnated by her uncle because in her state she was not allowed to have dare I use the word abortion. She had to go sneak off to another state, but the governor of that state wanted to charge the folks that was willing to allow this little girl to carry this baby to term.
No, there's a lot of little girls who had to carry their babies to term. No, and they when he become president again, he said he's bringing it to, and the states are prepared to outlaw abortion.
Absolutely.
22 of them has already done it, and there's more.
Right, and it's a thing you hear the folks on the pundits on there saying the Democrats will allow you to have an abortion in the 9th or 10th month. Well, I'm not a woman, but for you women that had babies, how many of y'all had babies in your 9th month? So wouldn't that be murder?
Yeah, nobody's having no abortion at no. They lie when they say that.
Right, but there's that. But you hear enough of them repeating that, talking about the Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Lauren Boebers. These are seated members of Congress that will repeat that, and it goes over to Fox News. Fox News said, and here we are talking about it because the rumor mill is enough. A lie don't care who tell it. But we know that's not to be true. Common sense will tell us there's no such thing as abortion after a baby's born. But here you have these folks on Fox News saying that.
Right, because it's Fox News.
Right.
So it's ridiculous. Ricky, what you doing? Nothing. Okay, y'all. I'm gonna sign off here. I'll probably be back tomorrow. Unless somebody want to come up with Mr. music and keep going, but
was it for me?
I didn't get hardly.
Go ahead.
You going live? Because I did see you.
I'm not going to go live, but I gotta. I'm supposed to meet up with some of my old Marine Corps buddies, so they keep chiming in. I'm wondering where I'm at. That's usually I'm hanging out with them on this day.
We've been having a good conversation now.
Yeah, I'm gonna go there and gossip with them.
Maybe tomorrow or Sunday we'll put the title as politics. And so people can come over and ask all the questions. We'll pull everything up. We'll dig. I'm willing to dig deep so y'all can understand what's at stake. Because it's so important, y'all. I know y'all young people, y'all may not think that politics is important. I'm telling you, this man has shit set up. They've been setting this up for years. We read that already, right?
Project 2025. Yeah, Project 2025. It's 900 pages, folks. But believe me, after you get past the credits and the prefaces and all that, I guarantee you, if your mouth don't drop a few times, you're not reading right.
That's right. They've been setting this up for years. They've already said it. They've been setting things up, getting things in place for years and years and years. And now for a president that came up like Trump. The only reason this shit didn't work and get worse the first time is because they didn't have things in order. He had people who was, remember, he was firing people all the time. People was quitting all the time. These were people who prevented him from what he was trying to do.
Exactly right. So again, I use the word patriots. Just think, folks, if you had had some patriots and behind those scenes for Donald Trump, wonder where you'd be right now. Wonder where you'd be right now if you hadn't had some adults in the room with Donald Trump. We'd be in trouble. And that's straight truth. Because if Donald Trump would have had somebody a little bit smarter, if he'd have kept his mouth shut, if he hadn't let the ego get the best of him, this is not something that Donald Trump came up with. They've offered this to Republican presidents before him, Democratic presidents before him, and all of them that said no to this, except for Trump.
And now he got, so yep, they always like, nah, that's not constitutional. Nah, I'm a patriot. And now he found they got the right man, the criminal. Who don't care about nothing but power. They were like, you can have all the power. Okay. And so now it's so if he get another term, everything's laid out for him.
It's in black and white. I know earlier when he was talking about the two difference, but if you put them side by side, the plan that Trump said he's going to put out there versus Project 2025, it almost reads the exact same. Maybe some words are different, but it's almost exact same. The blueprint is the exact same.
Because he's too stupid to really come up with a plan. That's why he's not talking about no plans. So other people that came up.
Listen to his speeches. Listen to his speeches. It's obvious that he does not have a real, very broad vocabulary. That's obvious. Listen to his speeches. You don't got to believe me. If you're a Trump supporter and if you think this man can articulate what you were going to read in Project 2025, then you tell me. Listen to his speeches, not recent, because he's a little older now. Go back to 2015, go back to 2016, 2017. Listen to his speeches. What the fuck is covfefe?
Oh yeah, covfefe. Remember they were laughing about that shit?
Right.
It was like that's when I found out that they made his page, his Twitter was like an official page. Because I was like, why does it matter what he? But they said he would get up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom. He would start tweeting. So they had to make him stop or try to anyway. Make him.
Right.
That's probably what was good for him losing his Twitter account because that man, oh Lord.
Right.
But he wouldn't have been able to keep that Twitter account anyway because that was the Twitter account for the president.
Right, but your boy again. We could go on all night with this. But your boy it finally came out. The Twitter that we all know it when it got bought up by Elon Musk that give Trump the power to go back and say whatever he want to do. Yeah, they called it X, but shit, just a leopard don't change his spots. Do it.
Nope. And he welcomed him back, but he wouldn't go back for now because he made his own social media, which is failing.
Right. Failing social media, a true social. It operates in the red, not in the black.
Yeah, they say it's real bad now.
Right. That just goes to tell you about Donald Trump and those folks that send him those $20, those $5. Hope y'all know you're keeping true social afloat.
They're sending them a couple of $100 for fake money that they ain't gonna never. They got money, y'all, that they put his picture on that's no good, $2 bills, and they paying like $29, $30 for a $2 bill that ain't even worth $2.
Right.
He is scamming his own group of people actively.
Scamming. Right.
Yes.
And which brings me to the point of they talking about what Auston Harris disrespecting black people. Well, she ain't black. Okay, let's say for instance, let's say Trump showing black people all the respect. He saw the sneakers, y'all. That if he like us because we all that criminal minded. He told y'all black women that y'all not the smartest knives in the drawer. All of this. So, why would you hold a Vice President Harris to the standard that you won't hold Trump to?
Yeah, my grandson and we are talking a whole mile a minute. I don't even know what he's talking about. A fish or something. What that is? A shark? Oh.
That's
Okay, y'all. We'll talk about it this weekend.
Right.
Yeah, because it'll be what they're telling me something about Zoom. Anyway, if
I'll check your stream. Of course, I have you in my alert, so I'll see when you go online. So I'll check out the title bomb. I let it finish this conversation with you. So yeah, if you make it about political, definitely you can count me in. Sure.
Which day is best for you, Saturday or Sunday?
Probably Sunday, because I don't go on air till a Sunday evening, so all day up until about 3-4 o'clock Sunday. So if you do it anywhere from then on, I'll be good. From then up.
Okay. So yeah, we can do the political on Sunday. Okay. Yeah. We'll do it on Sunday. I think hubby might be available then too, so the men can come up and y'all can talk.
Yeah. Tell Mr. Bond to come on up. I'd love to have a conversation with him. Sure.
Okay. Okay, see y'all later, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Music, and everybody who came up, and everybody in the chat. Okay. We just having discussions, y'all. It's okay for us to disagree. It's okay. Everybody's adult.
Right.
Okay.
Y'all be good, okay? Y'all be good.
Bye. Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Say bye.